At Jiangcheng First Vocational Academy, after completing their theoretical studies, today is the day all students will awaken their talents and enter a dungeon for the first time. This young man is Lin Ye. Having been in this world for so long, he has been eagerly waiting for today's awakening. Awakening a talent is crucial for a class holder. Talent quality is divided into common, rare, legendary, demigod, and mythical grades. As for mythical grade talents, no human has ever awakened one before. Su Mu is a curvaceous girl who stands out among the young men. She has a close relationship with Lin Ye, and the moment he pats Su Mu's head makes the other young men twist with jealousy. It seems school life is just filled with jealousy over a girl. The purple-haired young man, number 1001, was the first to go up and awaken the rare grade talent, power. Everyone was amazed, thinking number 1001 would surely be the top student of this exam. He was also extremely jealous. Lin Ye, let's see how an orphan like you can attract the attention of the goddess Su Mu. Lin Ye heard them but didn't give a damn what they said. His goal of becoming the strongest was simply to protect Su Mu. When the teacher called his name, the young man confidently walked to the magic circle. The magical formation before him was the place for talent awakening. He unexpectedly awakened a mythical grade talent, one that had never appeared in history. The young man requested the system to hide it, so for now, only he would know. Currently, Lin Ye is at level 1 with the power of universe reversal, which allows him to reverse and enhance all skills that affect him, and it can be toggled on or off at will. Additionally, leveling it up can change the fundamental nature of the skill. The current enhancement effect is a 10% reduction in mana consumption. The current reversal effect turns buffs into debuffs and debuffs into buffs. The upgrade condition is to reach level 10. It can reverse all effects on him, and he can toggle the talent at will. Does this mean enemies will never be able to defeat me? However, if he only uses basic attacks instead of skills, or if a priest tries to heal him, the effect can be completely countered. Is this some kind of self-sabotage? So that's why this talent has an option to be hidden. The moment he turned back, everyone was curious. The most curious person was Su Mu, but he decided to hide it from her too. Everyone assumed Lin Ye had only awakened some shameful, trash-tier talent. A trash talent for a trash person. The goddess really misjudged, falling for that kind of loser. The next person to go up was Su Mu. After awakening their talents, students choose their class via the goddess statue, which was the next thing Lin Ye had to do. Please select your desired class. The young man stood there thinking, if you follow the logic of being invincible to a certain degree, then universe reversal is definitely a god-tier skill. I must maximize this talent's potential and compensate for its weaknesses. The young man had made his choice. Please confirm, is your chosen class priest? You are currently the first student to choose to become a priest. After he confirmed his choice, the class change was finalized. Name, Lin Ye, class, priest, HP, 100. If it drops below 80, he will enter an injured state. All stats will slightly decrease. If it drops below 30, he will enter a severely injured state, and all stats will moderately decrease. If it drops below 5, he will enter a near-death state, and all stats will decrease significantly. If it reaches 0, he will die. Mana value, 100. Talent, universe reversal, mythical grade, stats, strength 4, constitution 4, intelligence 5, spirit 5, agility 4. He now holds the skill healing art used on a single target, summoning life force to restore 50 HP to the target, with a 5-second cooldown and a cost of 10 mana points. He also has purification art, used on a single target, which summons elemental spirits to restore 30 of the target's mana points, with a 12-second cooldown and no cost. Lin Ye decided to test it right away, activating universe reversal. Healing art was instantly reversed, used on a single target to steal the opponent's life force, reducing the opponent's HP by 50 points, with a 5-second cooldown and a cost of 9 mana points. It was just as he had imagined. The skill unleashed reduces HP instead of dealing damage, so it bypasses armor, making it equivalent to true damage, just a bit weaker than a mage's skill. But if the enemy has magic resistance, he still has the upper hand. As for the purge skill, the young man initially thought it was nothing special, but it can prevent magic-type enemies from casting their ultimate skills at the last moment, revealing an opening. Following this line of thought, the strategy became very clear. He still has to be careful with his teammates' buffs and cooldowns. In the Heaven and Earth reversal state, a teammate's buff would deal heavy damage to him. The other students below immediately mocked Lin Ye's choice. Just then, Su Mu's results were revealed. Number 1233, Sumu awakens a legendary grade talent, Tear of the Birthing Chamber. Its effect is to summon otherworldly souls to fight. At that very moment, everyone was in an uproar. My God, did I hear that right? It's a legendary grade talent, as expected of the goddess Mu, the only legendary talent so far. I wonder what class she'll choose. The goddess has always been at the top of the theory class, a true genius. How could a lowly priest be worthy of being with such a prodigy? He must be trying to be the goddess's simp. Even so, they still had no clue what kind of talent Tear of the Birthing Chamber actually was. Standing before the divine statue, Sumu chose the mage class. While everyone was buzzing with excitement, only the principal noticed Lin Ye. That kid is truly special. It's been a long time since a student actively chose the priest class. This young man truly doesn't seem like he was forced into this choice. He's quite interesting. The moment she finished choosing, Sumu ran straight to Lin Ye to show off. I chose to be a mage. Want to run the dungeon together? It seemed like they would team up, but the young man refused, saying he had his own plans. A reminder announced, the Wolf Forest Novice Dungeon is now open. Students who have completed their talent awakening and class change are invited to enter the dungeon. The purple-haired guy approached and asked Lin Ye to convince Sumu to join his team, but he was flatly rejected. The principal believed that cooperation in the dungeon was essential. Even with a great talent, it's hard to fight off hordes of monsters alone. Young man, no matter how much you dislike them, you must put it aside when facing demonic beasts. Seeing the principal's implied meaning, Lin Ye asserted, Principal, I don't have any grudge against them. I just feel that clearing the dungeon alone will yield more experience and better rewards. Alone? How can you do that as a priest? If you don't like them, you can join a different team. Don't joke about your own safety. After all, everything that happens in the dungeon affects reality. If you encounter danger, you will actually die. Lin Ye remained firm in his decision. He wanted to clear the dungeon by himself. In truth, he knew that to level up quickly, he had to go solo. Besides, until he was strong enough, his god-grade talent could not be revealed to anyone. This made the principal wonder even more. Why was he so confident? The novice trial dungeon is dangerous. Does the party wish to enter the dungeon? The young man immediately confirmed and got to it. This was the Wolf Forest Novice Dungeon for levels 1 to 3. A pack of bloodthirsty wolves lived in this forest. They have sharp teeth and claws. If you get surrounded, there's no escape. This place was truly difficult for students entering a dungeon for the first time. Lin Ye calculated that with good coordination, there would be no casualties, and just getting a B rank would be an extremely outstanding achievement. Along the way, there were healing springs to restore health for the class holders, ensuring the safety of the novices, but this also further diminished the status of priests. But if someone was reckless and didn't clear out the wild wolves along the path, it would lure them to gather in one place. If they went deep into the forest, stepping into the forbidden zone would mean getting wiped out inside the dungeon. With a god-grade talent in his hands, Lin Ye thought he couldn't be satisfied with an ordinary score. That legendary forbidden zone, he decided he would enter it. Right now, Lin Ye was deep inside the wolf forest. Everything was dark and hazy, and a pack of wolves approached, ready to face him. These were wild wolves, social creatures that roamed and liked to fight in groups. Their attacks had a bleeding effect and could cause continuous damage. They were all level 1. Instantly, Lin Ye activated Heaven and Earth Reversal and tested his healing spell on the first wolf. The healing spell was reversed, dealing 50 points of damage to the wild wolf. He killed the monster without taking any damage and gained 10 experience points. A pretty good start. The young man moved on to the next ones. Every one of their bites had an effect. The rend attack was reversed, and Lin Ye's HP recovered by 20. The bleeding effect was reversed, restoring 6 of Lin Ye's HP. The young man continued to activate Universe Reversal, combining it with a reversed purification spell and the Dark Binding spell. He successfully created numerous chains that tightly bound the wolf. Indeed, the Dark Binding spell was extremely effective against low-level monsters with little mana. Another wolf charged in frantically, so he activated the healing spell again, dealing 50 points of damage to the wild wolf. Killing a monster without taking damage earned him 10 experience points. Each small fry was worth 10 experience points. At this rate, he thought, if he wiped out all the small monsters, he could at least reach level 4. Lin Ye's target was the final hidden boss, so a 1-level difference shouldn't be a problem. The system announced that the healing spell's cooldown was over. Lin Ye retracted his power. He had prepared meticulously to get to this day. After all, when the enemy is wiping out humanity, one's own level doesn't matter. Lin Ye exited his combat state and returned. His health was back to maximum. The young man immediately deactivated the effects of Universe Reversal and the Purification spell. His level had increased to level 2. All of his stats increased accordingly. After receiving 2 free attribute points, he decided to put them all into intelligence. Lin Ye's ability allowed him to take no damage and constantly regenerate mana, so he added all his points to intelligence. This way, after activating Universe Reversal, he could maximize his damage output and instantly eliminate his enemies. Meanwhile, the headmaster was curiously monitoring Lin Ye's every move. On the map, an area forbidden for exploration during school activities appeared. And yet, Lin Ye wanted to challenge the level 5 hidden boss, the Dark Sharp Wolf King. This made the old headmaster even more suspicious. No way. If this kid isn't intentionally courting death, then does that mean his hidden talent is Mythic grade, or maybe even higher than Mythic grade? Unfortunately, he chose not to reveal his talent, so for now, I can only watch the other seeded players. I hope student Lin Ye can make it back alive. A person standing beside him, after watching, proposed a bet with the headmaster. Haha, old man, if you're so worried, why not make a wager? I bet he can set a new record, but you said that girl is the seeded player? I feel she's lacking a bit of spark. Her ideas are rich, but the execution falls a bit flat. Su Mu's team was on the move. Upon encountering a wolf, she immediately activated the ice condensation spell, impressing everyone, but things took a turn right after. The other wolves became enraged and charged at them frantically. It was run or be done for. As she ran, the girl worried, running for her life like this. What's left of her goddess image? In an instant, Su Mu stopped. You two, get behind me, and activated bionic tears, followed by the ice condensation spell. The monsters were wiped out just like that. The headmaster was very pleased watching this, but the hidden figure beside him saw it differently. She has no combat sense. Talent alone won't get her far. Elsewhere, after taking care of a few more small fries, Lin Ye had reached level 3. His current goal was to kill more monsters to reach level 4. A roar echoed out. The young man moved closer and confirmed it was here. The Dark Sharp Wolf King. The Dark Sharp Wolf King roams the wolf forest. It has a ferocious temperament and will hunt down and destroy any creature it sees. The wolves in the entire forest are its subordinates and will follow its command to tear any enemy to shreds. The Dark Sharp Wolf King is a hidden boss. In the textbooks, it's even considered a forbidden boss. Some talented youths were severely injured or even crippled while challenging it. It mercilessly crushed these future heroes. Since then, this part of the forest has been listed as a forbidden zone by the students. Lin Ye hid behind a tree to observe. The wild wolves still surrounded the Dark Sharp Wolf King. In reality, they acted like normal animals, occasionally leaving to find a convenient spot. After they finished their business, they wouldn't necessarily return to the pack immediately but would wander around. The frequency of them leaving wasn't low. The opportunity to pick them off one by one was here. Lin Ye instantly appeared like a phantom. In an instant, it dealt 50 points of reflected damage to the wild wolf. He took care of the wild wolf and received 10 experience points. The troublesome little mobs were now the best health packs for him. Now, he just had to wait for his experience to increase before fighting the Dark Sharp Wolf King one-on-one. Just like that, the Dark Sharp Wolf King had fewer and fewer living minions, and his level kept getting higher. Lin Ye continued to wield his weapon, wiping out the entire pack of wolves, and his level rose to level 4. After seeing all the surrounding wild wolves get wiped out, the boss finally noticed and confronted Lin Ye. You finally noticed, huh? Then let's play a new game, Dark Sharp Wolf King. The Dark Sharp Wolf King was no ordinary foe. With its HP at 2,000 out of 2,000, mana at 1,000 out of 1,000, 500 attack, and 200 defense. This terrifying amount of health and attack stat was 50 times higher than that of ordinary wild wolves. A newbie would have been beaten to pieces or toyed with until they collapsed from exhaustion. However, Lin Ye had his phantom taunt. He spread his arms, ready to receive all of its attacks. Now, the more it attacked, the more comfortable Lin Ye felt. Thanks. My muscles and bones feel much more relaxed now. The young man couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. As expected of a god-tier talent, its attacks were just recovery items for him. The more it attacked, the easier it would be to handle. The Dark Sharp Wolf King seemed to be getting tired after attacking for a while to no effect. The healing spell's cooldown was over, and now it was Lin Ye's turn to strike. He launched a decisive attack, causing it to lose a significant amount of health. It wasn't going to be that easy. The Dark Sharp Wolf King suddenly activated a taunting attack. It growled, entering a state of extreme rage. It seems to have figured it out, but unfortunately, it was too late. It proceeded to activate its berserk skill. Originally, if it had its pack of wolves surrounding it, Lin Ye would have had a much harder time. Too bad for it, it was all alone now. The healing spell's cooldown finished, and the Dark Sharp Wolf King's critical hit was immediately reflected back at it. You have successfully defeated the Dark Sharp Wolf King and received 1,000 experience points. Your level has increased to level 5. You have completed the Wolf Forest dungeon and the reward summary has begun. You have received a low-grade bronze treasure chest. Because no damaging skills were used during the entire process of defeating the boss, the evaluation score was raised to SSS rank. Lin Ye received an additional high-grade silver treasure chest. If the reversed healing spell had counted as a damaging skill, he wouldn't have been able to get an SSS rank evaluation. After this achievement, a massive announcement board appeared. Every student could see the notification that a student had cleared the Wolf Forest dungeon, completing all hidden achievements with an SSS rank evaluation. Everyone was dying of curiosity to see who that god-tier player was. Oh my god, didn't we just witness a historic moment? Quick, take a screenshot for the records! Even the principal couldn't help but be surprised. This has never happened before. This is one of a kind. Achieving an SSS rank evaluation in this dungeon means completing all the hidden achievements. In my memory, only Lin Ye entered the Forbidden Zone. Even the masked person standing next to the principal was shocked. How is that possible? The SSS rank evaluation requires clearing the stage without dealing any damage. Clearing the stage alone without dealing damage. What kind of crazy concept is that? At this moment, all the achievements of the other students were overshadowed. Everyone scrambled to find the identity of that SSS rank player. Sumu covered her mouth, both amazed and worried. Just getting an A-rank evaluation was already extremely dangerous. I can't imagine what kind of god-tier player managed to do that. I wonder how Lin Ye is doing right now. The young man was still completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was calmly and excitedly opening his treasure chest, activating the high-grade silver treasure chest. He received the skill book Divine Aura Therapy, 5 free attribute points, and the silver-grade equipment, Dagger of Shadows. The Dagger of Shadows was an item that increased the wearer's attack attribute by 50 points and armor penetration by 10 points. When attacking an enemy, there was a 5% chance to inflict a bleeding status. Divine Aura Therapy Level 1 was an active skill that blessed him with a divine aura within a 10-meter radius, restoring 100 HP. It also had a recovery over time effect for 10 seconds, restoring 10 HP per second. It consumed 50 mana and had a 20-second cooldown. Lin Ye decided to learn it immediately. Although the cooldown seemed a bit long and the mana consumption was quite high, these were just minor issues in the early stages. A burst AoE damage skill of this magnitude was the strongest ultimate in the early game. Combining it with the Purify skill, which compensates for the infinite cooldown drawback, it has already surpassed even the strongest mage class. Lin Ye planned to sell the dagger to some rich kid to cover his future expenses. He couldn't keep spending his aunt and uncle's money. They had already paid for so much for him. He currently had 5 free attribute points. These 5 free attribute points were his biggest gain of the day. Sources of free attribute points are very rare. Besides the 2 free attribute points from leveling up, the only other way is by challenging special dungeon quests or opening hidden treasure chests. If your first clear rating isn't S rank or higher, you won't receive any extra attribute rewards. But an SSS rank achievement rewards a full 5 attribute points. The young man decided to allocate all his free attribute points into intelligence. From now on, I, Lin Ye, will push the magic system to its limits and become the most violent calamity priest. The moment came to welcome the hero who had performed a miracle. Everyone was excited and thrilled, thinking it must be the team of the SSS rank master. But when only Lin Ye walked out alone, everyone was even more shocked. Sumu had unwavering faith that Lin Ye was the one who created this miracle. The purple-haired guy sneered, "Relying on this piece of trash? Sumu, you're overhyping this guy. If I'm not mistaken, he went in alone, right? He probably couldn't do anything and had to run out, right? Those guys just stood there, mocking him." Lin Ye remained calm amidst the chaos. "Are there any students who chose the assassin class? I got a pretty good quality weapon. Does anyone want it?" Those guys who were laughing suddenly fell silent after seeing this silver-grade equipment. Other students clamored to buy it and started bidding. One big spender even offered 50,000. After some thought, this price was worthy of such a top-tier weapon. Lin Ye continued the auction, 50,000 going once, 50,000 going twice. A girl who was an even bigger spender raised the price to 100,000 alliance coins. After that, everyone was speechless. The income of an average family is only 10,000 alliance coins. Daring to spend 100,000 alliance coins meant a family would have to save for 10 straight years. This was truly an astronomical price. Lin Ye had no reason not to make the deal. Afterwards, other students crowded around and curiously asked Lin Ye, "What level are you now?" "Level 5. Everyone realized that Lin Ye was the one who got the SSS rank evaluation. The principal and a few people with him still couldn't believe it. Impossible. No one can do that. He must have found a team when he entered the dungeon. A newbie student clearing a dungeon alone and getting an SSS rank evaluation. Does that even sound like a plausible story to you? The requirement is to clear the monsters alone without taking any damage. Currently, none of the top-tier professionals could achieve such a feat during their rookie phase. The purple-haired guy stood there, resentful and unconvinced. I think he just got lucky, probably. He used some dirty trick. How far can a priest even go? The principal announced that the test was now over. From this day forward, you are no longer ordinary students, but apprentice professionals with extraordinary powers. In 30 days, you will face the most important moment of your lives, the professional examination. Whether you return to being ordinary people or become heroes of humanity, fighting against the demonic tide will all be decided by your performance in the examination 30 days from now. During this 1 month, you must use the low-level secret dungeons arranged by the school to reach level 10 or higher. Lin Ye thought for a moment. The professional examination is a mandatory requirement that must be completed as a team, and one of the most important evaluation criteria is team synergy. But he had already decided on his partner. The young man turned to look at Su Mu and sighed. Sigh asterisk. This little girl always pretends to be cold and aloof, but she's actually the one I need to worry about the most. She's clumsy and very sincere, easily deceived and easily flustered into revealing her true nature. Even though she has awakened a very powerful talent, I still have to protect her from harm. After all, this was my promise to her aunt and uncle. I won't let the tragedy of that day happen again. Having made up his mind, the young man turned and invited Su Mu to skip dinner at home and go run a dungeon instead. The place they chose was the Stone Cave Secret Realm for levels 3 to 6, with selectable difficulty. Entering requires a party of about 5 to 10 people. Inside, countless poisonous scorpions live in the cave, so they had to be careful. Although their attacks aren't fatal, the venom in their tails is very troublesome. There are 2 difficulty levels for the dungeon. On normal difficulty, you'll have to go all out to defeat the poisoned Scorpion King. On hard difficulty, you'll have to use all your strength to defeat the poisoned Scorpion King, and be careful not to get poisoned. If the poisoned Scorpion King isn't defeated within a certain amount of time, it will enter a berserk state. When challenging a dungeon, you can choose the difficulty. The dungeon's difficulty will increase according to its level. The higher the difficulty, the tougher the monster stats and clear conditions will be, requiring more people, and of course, the rewards will be much better. Beginner dungeons usually only have 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. This Stone Grotto dungeon will initially only have 2 levels: normal and hard. Lin Ye had made his decision. Su Mu felt a bit scared and nervous. Even though it's a beginner dungeon, you're planning for just the 2 of us to challenge the hard difficulty, and you still want to get an SSS rank evaluation? Lin Ye insisted that she just trust him. However, the problem was that Su Mu didn't have confidence in herself. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I think taking no damage will be a bit difficult for me, and I'll just end up dragging you down. Lin Ye casually revealed, this dungeon has an exploit. An exploit? You mean we just ignore the monsters and clear the stage? Yep, the monsters and terrain in this dungeon are fixed. I found some notes left by a senior, compiled them, and reconstructed the dungeon's layout. Based on my calculations, it's possible to avoid the monsters. Su Mu was surprised, thinking to herself, he's so incredible, it's like the entire scene is being replayed in his head. Actually, I've always known that Lin Ye was hiding his true strength. From early on, he studied all sorts of dungeons and monsters, utilizing various data. He gets a perfect score on every theory exam. Everyone thinks he's just a bookworm who picks on idiots, but I've always believed he would become a hero who saves the earth. The 2 of them started to head into the Stone Grotto dungeon. It's full of ice in here and it's really beautiful, but looks can be deceiving, Lin Ye reminded her. Compared to the last dungeon, this one is much more dangerous. Suddenly, the system announced that due to an insufficient number of players, the party would be forcibly matched with another team. This was unexpected. Who knew a dungeon could forcibly match you with other players? Lin Ye thought. This means we won't just be facing monsters, we'll have to compete too. Be careful, Su Mu. As the party was being formed, a loud bang erupted, and the guy with purple hair was attacked, coughing up blood. I can't believe a single minion could wipe out our entire party. The dungeon's danger level is much higher than we imagined. Up ahead are a lot of level 3 poison scorpions, with skills like Deadly Venom, Devour, and Harden. They are scorpion monsters with poisonous tails that will cause anyone stung to enter a paralyzed state, making it difficult to move. If you're stung multiple times, your heart will become paralyzed. Just as he saw Lin Ye approaching, he yelled, "Hey Lin Ye, aren't you going to hurry up and help us fight these monsters? Have you forgotten the Academy's support regulations?" Lin Ye couldn't care less, coldly replying, "You're on your own." Then he took Su Mu's hand and left. The other guys could only curse. He repeatedly reminded Su Mu, "Remember this well, the scorpions here are extremely afraid of water, and they are all melee monsters. They don't have any kind of ranged attack. Just follow me, listen to my commands, and I guarantee you won't get poisoned. Oh, right, one more thing. They are also extremely sensitive to sound." In front of them was a gigantic scorpion. As soon as it saw the intruders, it began to struggle violently. Lin Ye activated his plunder skill, and a single shot nearly depleted its health. Su Mu could only stand there frozen, her jaw dropped. "Is this your talent? Then what about the SSS rank evaluation? Let's ignore that for now. The key to pulling this off is to take a special route to avoid all the monsters and get to the dungeon's boss. The key is that in the area where these water-fearing monsters live, there's a pool of water. This stream is harmless to humans. It's even drinkable." The young man immediately jumped in, telling Su Mu to follow. The girl stared down for a moment before doing the same. After swimming across the stream and getting to the shore, Lin Ye picked up a small rock and slammed it on the ground. Everyone else in the dungeon had no idea what was happening as the scorpions, big and small, all started moving in one direction towards Lin Ye. The one leading them was the level 6 Poison Scorpion King. It was a massive lurker with colorful patterns, symbolizing its incredibly terrifying venom. If you get hit by its venom, you're a goner. Lin Ye was eagerly waiting, muttering for it to come closer. "It seems they're so afraid of the water they don't dare to move," Lin Ye said smugly. "If you don't dare to come up, then it's our turn." He activated Calamity Descent, annihilating the poison scorpions and gaining 2,000 experience points. The purple-haired guy and his teammates felt their hair stand on end after witnessing that. A priest can deal this much magic damage? The poison scorpion we faced took our entire party's full strength to barely defeat, and now it's like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by him. What kind of monster did we run into? Even if I don't want to believe it, I have to. The person who set the SSS rank record was indeed Lin Ye. Su Mu stood by to support, activating her Frost Tier talent, followed by the Ice Condensation art, relentlessly attacking with great results. The system announced the poison scorpion was defeated, gaining 500 experience points. All the poison scorpions have been eliminated. Student Su Mu has leveled up to level 4, receiving 1 free attribute point. The girl herself didn't expect to level up so quickly, but it wasn't over yet. Next, the two of them had to face the Poison Scorpion King. As expected, it was capable of resisting the water. Su Mu activated her Ice Condensation art, dealing 10 points of damage to the Poison Scorpion King. She kept attacking like this, but each hit only dealt 10 points. Is the Poison Scorpion King's defense that high? What do we do now? If we make even one mistake, I'm afraid we'll be wiped out. Lin Ye tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, its weak spot is in the center of its abdomen during its second HP phase. We can totally do this." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Su Mu now needed to keep creating new footholds. Activating Plunder Art, Lin Ye successfully dealt 150 points of damage to the Poison Scorpion King. The amount of health lost was too little. It was really tough. The Scorpion King's eyes turned red as it entered a berserk state. Lin Ye realized this was the moment and told Su Mu to activate her Ice Condensation art. Only when using this move did the Poison Scorpion King lift its body, revealing the weak spot on its abdomen. Seizing this opportunity, he activated Plunder Art again, landing a critical hit on the weak spot and dealing 1,000 points of damage to the Poison Scorpion King. Su Mu was still in shock at his prowess. The system announced the Poison Scorpion King was defeated, granting 3,000 experience points, completing the Stone Grotto Cave dungeon. Reward calculation initiated. Completed all hidden elements, defeated the Hidden Realm's Overlord, the Poison Scorpion King, and eliminated all poison scorpions without being poisoned. Evaluation. SSS rank. Received 1 gold treasure chest, and free attribute points increased by 5. Just like that, Lin Ye successfully leveled up to level 6. After watching the whole thing, those other guys were completely won over, their disdain turning into total submission. The purple-haired guy and the other two knelt down, sobbing. "Master Lin Ye, please, Great God Ye, carry us. I'm willing to serve you anywhere. You're not a petty person, are you? While no one's around, I'll be Lord Ye's dog. Lin Ye warned them. You all better keep your mouths shut about what happened today. Don't tell anyone, or you'll be responsible for the consequences. Inside the teleportation space, Lin Ye decided to open his rewards here so no one would see. Upon opening the treasure chest, he received the growth skill, Poison Burst, a skill requiring the mage class. He also got the gold-grade equipment, Gale Boots, the silver-grade Hunter's Greatsword, and the silver-grade Jade Ring, and received 5 free attribute points. Sumu now understood why Lin Ye's stats were so high. The level 1 Gale Boots increased agility by 10 points, increased movement speed by 30%, and had the passive effect, Ghost Step. Ghost Step helps increase evasion efficiency. The level 1 Jade Ring reduces the cooldown time for all skills by 10%, but it cannot be stacked with the cooldown effects of other equipment. Sumu was still in shock. Oh my god, are the drops from a gold-grade treasure chest this generous? These 2 gold-grade items are currently top tier, but the best treasure is the silver-grade ring. Even though this Jade Ring is silver-grade, it can reduce skill cooldowns, which is practically on par with free attribute points. If put up for auction, it could even fetch 1,000,000 alliance coins. The Poison Burst skill book was for mages, so he gave it to Sumu. After taking the book, Sumu was a bit hesitant. A gold-grade poison attribute skill book, but I'm already an ice elemental. After choosing a skill attribute, a mage can only learn ice elemental skills and can't use skills of other attributes. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl's whole body changed and burst into flames, activating the hidden talent, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Talent progress, 2 out of 5. Sumu still didn't understand what was happening to her body. 5 Elements Grandmaster talent. What is this? She had never heard of acquiring a new skill, also activating a hidden talent. Lin Ye smirked. This is interesting. It seems you'll need more skill books. If you collect enough skills with different attributes as soon as possible, you'll surely receive a surprising reward. I think this is another advantage you have over other mages. It will be your trump card. After hearing that, Sumu looked very excited. It was also time to go outside. Sumu was curious about how Lin Ye allocated his 5 free attribute points, but the young man believed that was his own path. It wasn't suitable for Sumu. As soon as they went outside, some people started whispering, "Oh my god, can a newbie really clear the dungeon outside? That's really scary. I'm so afraid of these scorpions." The moment they saw Sumu, their eyes lit up with heart shapes. But right after that, their attention shifted to Lin Ye. Do you guys see the person standing next to the goddess? That Lin Ye is usually plain-looking, but recently there's been some news saying he got that Soul SSS rank evaluation all by himself. Really? No way. Why not? He sold a dagger for 100,000 alliance coins. Didn't you guys know? Out of nowhere, a yellow supercar sped over. Old Zhao, I saw the girl you mentioned from afar. She's a real masterpiece, even more attractive than this dungeon out here. Upon seeing them, Sumu panicked. She found that guy very annoying. In her mind, he was the type to rely on his family's background to take whatever he wanted by force. A lecher who hired geniuses to clear all sorts of dungeons for him. His daily hobby was toying with poor female students, which was truly disgusting. Seeing Sumu running away in a panic, he approached her, trying to act like a romantic gentleman. "Fellow student, wait a moment. Beauty, can I have a chance to get to know you? My name is Huang Xiaofeng." He was the sole heir of the Huang Corporation. As soon as they saw Huang Xiaofeng, the young men who were infatuated with Sumu looked intimidated, and he reveled in his imposing presence. As expected, wherever this young master goes, I am the center of attention. Sumu had no choice but to use Lin Ye as a shield. "I don't want to get to know you. I already have a boyfriend." He looked at Lin Ye with a darkened expression, while the young man stood there, stunned. Huang Xiaofeng was annoyed to see Lin Ye dressed from head to toe in cheap street stall clothes, truly a beautiful flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Just as Huang Xiaofeng was about to make a move, he was hit by a backlash from Lin Ye's skill. He thought Lin Ye had just attacked him, so he became even more agitated. Just like that, this guy activated his Vanguard Warrior skill and launched an attack at Lin Ye. The reverse plunder art made him taste his own medicine. However much damage he tried to deal to Lin Ye, he ended up taking that much himself. Huang Xiaofeng collapsed, cursing Lin Ye for using dirty tricks. Seeing him acting like a dazed puppy, Lin Ye replied with an innocent look, "Huh? I didn't make a move. Everyone saw it. Besides, my class is a priest." At the same time, everyone started buzzing, not understanding what was wrong with Huang Xiaofeng. Although Sumu realized this was Lin Ye's talent, she still defended him fiercely. He really is a priest. He doesn't have any damage-dealing skills. Huang Xiaofeng was so furious that he jumped up again, aggressively rushing towards Lin Ye, but once again, he fell down, bruised and in pain. Lin Ye had a deadpan expression, standing still with his hands in his pockets. I was just testing the reverse effect of the healing art on a job class user. It seems that besides damage, the plunder art can also bring negative effects to job class users. That guy is a bit weak, huh? I haven't even used half my strength yet, he screamed. If you have the guts, let me go. Do you dare to fight me properly using your job class skills? If you regret it now, kneel down and apologize to your daddy, and it won't be too late. The red-haired young man with glasses behind him shouted to stop him, using the excuse that job class users cannot fight each other with their awakened skills, but in reality, he was very curious. A priest who could instantly and severely injure Huang Xiaofeng, a guy with skin of bronze and flesh of iron, and covered in top-tier equipment. Just who is this kid? Lin Ye decided to sell the SSS rank clear strategy for the Stone Grotto Cave for 5,000 Alliance coins on the job class user forum. He believed no one would be foolish enough to refuse if they could get extra free attribute points. The terrain of the Stone Grotto Cave is extremely difficult, and the SSS rank condition restricts team cooperation, so basically, not just anyone can do it. Some young people who were struggling inside the cave saw this and, out of curiosity, decided to buy it to give it a try. And just like that, Lin Ye continuously received 5,000 Alliance coins, and then another 5,000 Alliance coins. 3 minutes later, someone successfully achieved an SSS rank and cleared the stage. This information immediately spread on the forums. I successfully tested it out. What a VIP Pro Master. Although it took me 2 minutes, it was my first try. If I'd paid more attention to the time, I could have been even faster. Thanks to this, everyone scrambled to spend money on free attribute points. Lin Ye was also getting richer by the day. Many people managed to clear the SSS stage because of it. They were determined to find the person who made the post, even wanting to make him their master. Everyone, hurry and check out this post. Follow the master who posted it, and you'll get more free attribute points. Sumu's eyes widened just from sitting at home and closing deals. This is insane. Another 100 orders? Just like that, we've made 500,000 Alliance credits. A shocking system announcement came through. The hard difficulty Stone Grotto dungeon was cleared in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Another group was also desperately trying to find and investigate the person who posted the guide. Ironically, the post had been hacked before it was published to hide the author's identity, but the IP could be roughly traced to the Jiangcheng Professional Academy. They also heard that some interesting things were happening at the academy this year. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was still rolling in dough. A big shot was very interested in his greatsword and quickly closed the deal. The young man refused to lower the price by a single cent, arranging to meet the big shot in front of the school's dungeon entrance. Sumu was more excited than ever. Lin Ye, you're rich now. Including the greatsword, you've earned nearly 700,000 N. The young man wasn't surprised, as it was all part of his plan. The price is reasonable, and the content is high value, so people are actively advertising for me. However, we need more dungeons. A silver-grade graduation weapon is excellent gear for the early stages, but it will eventually be replaced. Even with top-tier equipment, if you lack combat awareness, you'll just be a liability during trials. Lin Ye, the time before the exam is so precious, and you've always wanted to get stronger, so why are you wasting time grinding to make money? Lin Ye paused for a moment, then smiled. He actually wants to use this money to protect the people he cares about most, because after all, they've been the ones protecting him all these years. In his past life, Lin Ye was an orphan who had never known the warmth of a family, even spending 18 hours a day buried in games. Coming to this world was his good fortune, because he gained parents who would protect him with their very lives. 10 years ago, when the demonic tide ended, his disgusting relatives saw him as a juicy prize and wished he would kick the bucket in that tide just like his parents. Only then could they get their hands on the inheritance his parents left behind. But at that moment, his aunt and uncle stepped up, took him home, and treated him like their own son. To help him slowly learn to trust them, they helped him reclaim his parents' inheritance, prevented him from harboring any thoughts of revenge, and cared for him with all their heart. Those so-called relatives were taken to court and received the punishment they deserved. If it weren't for his aunt and uncle, he wouldn't have had the peace of mind to attend school like a normal kid. Lin Ye couldn't imagine how much injustice he would have suffered. So, to put it bluntly, his desire to get rich and make money now is all to repay them. He wants to become strong enough to protect the three most important people in his life with his own power, determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. While waiting at the school gate, a petite girl approached him. Her name was Bai Zi. "Excuse me, are you the master selling the hunter's greatsword?" Lin Ye was completely confused. "Are you a student here? Weren't you supposed to be some muscle-bound bro? I don't deal with middlemen," Bai Ji quickly explained. "No, that's not it. I'm the actual buyer. I'm so sorry, my phone died earlier. Master, I'm really the one buying it." The young man had thought he was texting some muscular guy. This tiny body is going to wield a greatsword? Could it be this kid was born with monstrous strength and put all her points into strength? The young man no longer had any doubts. "All right, go ahead and confirm the item. Here are the stats for the hunter's greatsword. Take a good look, because there are no refunds once it's sold." After receiving the greatsword and testing it out, Bai Ji was certain this power belonged to the great master, no doubt about it. "Master, is this sword really only 80,000? It's a silver-grade graduation item, which is considered one of the best swords for our class right now. I already checked the market, and a hunter's greatsword should cost over 200,000 N. Lin Ye was exasperated. "Didn't your teachers teach you anything about standard market prices?" Hey, I've been bad at math since I was a kid, and I don't really have a concept of money." It seems this girl might be a rich kid, but he didn't forget to remind her. "Next time you buy something, remember to ask for the price carefully so you don't get scammed." After completing the wire transfer, Bai Ji still couldn't believe she had just bought a sword so cheaply. After receiving 80,000 yuan, Lin Ye's balance exceeded 1 million yuan. He had become a gold card user and could enjoy the benefits of a gold card. Just as he turned to leave, Bai Ji did something special. Suddenly, Lin Ye received a notification. "You have been affected by an unknown power and received a special buff, the attention of the goddess of luck." He still didn't understand what was happening and was quite surprised. "Is this your innate talent?" "Yes, it is. This is my innate talent, and it can even be upgraded. So, can I join your team, boss?" Looking at this girl, Lin Ye realized she had an awakened talent that buffs luck. It's sometimes even rarer than a legendary talent. She didn't seem to be lying. It really seemed to be a talent that could increase luck. In terms of strategic value, it could be called invincible. The effect of this talent isn't limited to the quality of chests from clearing stages. Even someone with a poor talent could open a mythical-grade chest under the influence of this buff. Bai Ji had never even revealed this talent to anyone. Although it's so powerful, it still has limitations. This talent can only be used 3 times a week at most, and only on one person at a time. Lin Ye reminded her seriously. "Don't let anyone else know about this, or you won't be able to avoid being taken advantage of. After all, people's hearts can be treacherous." Bai Ji believed him completely. "Is it that scary? Okay, I understand. Luckily, I haven't told anyone." Lin Ye continued to act serious, saying that Bai Ji's buff was an incredibly rare resource. Once the news leaks, it will cause an uproar among the professionals. To benefit from her ability, they might even imprison her, robbing her of her freedom and future. Bai Ji naively asked back, "But isn't the Professionals Alliance the place we're all supposed to end up?" The Professionals Alliance is a large-scale, benevolent organization that leads humanity in the fight against the demon tides and is spread throughout the world, but it contains many factions and complicated relationships. With fierce struggles and even assassinations constantly occurring, he directly invited Bai Ji to join his team, promising to take care of her completely. The girl then became very excited. Lin Ye had successfully roped a lowly into his team. Bai Ji had always been insecure. Because others didn't believe she could be a leader, they didn't want to team up with her. Even now, Lin Ye couldn't believe that someone so small would wield a greatsword. A moment later, Lin Ye brought Bai Ji to meet Sumu. Sumu was very surprised upon seeing her. "Is this the muscle-bound big bro? The new teammate you found?" After realizing the older sister in front of her was Sumu, the goddess admired by thousands, Bai Ji was overjoyed. But in a flash, Sumu became suspicious and shot Lin Ye a look. "She's so cute. Could it be that this guy Lin Ye saw her and got some bad ideas?" To dispel the suspicious atmosphere, he decided to invite everyone to dinner and then head to the next dungeon. The 2 girls were very surprised, as they hadn't prepared for anything. "Huh? What dungeon?" The next planned destination was the Nightmare Difficulty Goblin City. Lin Ye had his own plan because all 3 of them could obtain free attribute points there. He would enter the dungeon alone first, then create a good strategy guide for everyone. Nightmare Difficulty is the highest difficulty level among the Wild Novice secret realms. The rewards are also the richest, with treasure chests guaranteed to be gold grade or higher. At the same time, the attributes of the monsters inside are also greatly enhanced. Even if a full party of novice professionals enters, they could easily lose their lives in the dungeon if they're not careful. You could say the difficulty is for those who want money, but not their lives. After hearing this, Sumu immediately objected to Lin Ye's decision. No way. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even if we assume you're very strong, you can't risk challenging a nightmare difficulty dungeon alone right now. He tried to calm her down. It's okay, don't you trust my abilities? Of course I do, but it's still a no. In the nightmare difficulty goblin dungeon, even a few high-level professionals have had accidents, even though it's a dungeon for level 10 and below. Many professionals above level 10 have been seriously injured there. It's been a long time since any newcomer dared to challenge it. Seeing the two of them bickering, Baiji chickened out and tried to leave first. Master Lin Ye, I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. You two go ahead and talk. Before anything's even settled, I have to comfort a girl. Can't be too hasty. I know you're worried about me. The dungeon isn't going anywhere. Let's go home and eat first. Mew Mew, seeing this, decided to let it go for the time being. All right then, or else I'm telling my parents. Lin Ye himself didn't expect Sumu to react so strongly, so for now, he could only placate her first, planning to take the opportunity to clear it alone tonight. However, Sumu knew Lin Ye better than anyone. This guy wouldn't just listen to someone that easily. Online, people were buzzing with news about the emergence of a new top player. Among the rookies taking the test this year, it wasn't just a rumor. A genius had actually solo cleared a secret dungeon. A lavish meal was waiting for them. You two have worked hard these past 2 days. Eat some more. Take care of your health. The man asked Lin Ye, how did the trial feel? Did it go smoothly? Everything went smoothly. Haha, you've always had that drive to become stronger, even as a child. We all know that once you've made up your mind, not even 10 horses can pull you back. However, don't push yourself too hard. After all, things that are pushed too far can easily break. Seeing his uncle suddenly get so worried and preachy, the young man smiled brightly and asked back, Uncle, did someone snitch on me to you? Sumu immediately piped up, That's right, it was the person sitting right in front of you. Dad, why did you have to be so blunt? Sumu's mother said kindly, Your aunt and uncle won't interfere with what you want to do. We just hope that sometimes you can be like Sumu and live a healthy and stable life. That's all we ask. Lin Ye took the chance to tease a little. Yes, ma'am, I'll learn from Sumu and become a quiet and content salted fish. Anyway, please rest assured, aunt and uncle, I won't do anything beyond my abilities. As soon as he said that, Sumu's father pulled out a debit card and handed it to Lin Ye. Remember, this family will always have your back. The young man immediately refused. Uncle, I've already earned enough money. Seeing this, Sumu's mother got very upset. You'll have a lot of expenses during the exam period. If you don't accept it, your aunt will be angry. He took the debit card, feeling happier than ever. He silently spoke to his parents in his heart. Mom, Dad, can you see? I'm lucky to have them with me, my new family. I'm living a good life now. It makes me want to cherish this hard-won life even more. For their sake, I have to become stronger than ever. Everything that had happened only strengthened his resolve to enter the nightmare-level dungeon. At Huang Xiaofeng's house, the guy was a sore, battered mess after his encounter with Lin Ye. He was relentlessly cursing the person who had been with him. God damn you to hell, Zhao Kai Huang. You dare to backstab me? Zhao Kai Huang explained. I was saving you back there. I even paid for you. If it weren't for me, you'd probably be in the hospital right now. Xiaofeng was still fuming and shifting the blame. Like hell, I needed you to save me. You're nothing but a piece of trash. If I had been fully equipped, no one could have laid a finger on me. Given his bullying nature, Zhao Kai Huang didn't want to listen anymore and just turned to leave. Xiaofeng continued his tantrum, throwing a glass of water at Kai Huang while yelling, It's because of a coward like you that I was so humiliated. Brothers, my ass, get lost! Having reached his limit, Kai Huang spun around, his voice sharp and serious. Stop it! Do you really think that just because you're the young master of the Huang Corporation, you can do whatever you want? Mr. Huang asked me to take care of you, and I never should have agreed. You were getting beaten so badly you pissed your pants, so bad that your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Oh, but I almost forgot. Xiaofeng, you don't even have a mother. After that savage comeback, Kai Huang left in disgust. Huang Xiaofeng, you have no idea what kind of person you've provoked this time. A rookie who appeared out of nowhere and managed to seriously injure you without using a single active skill. There are even rumors that he can solo dungeons. And while it's unconfirmed, a mysterious figure has been rising through the ranks lately, attracting the attention of many powerful factions by selling dungeon guides and gold-grade drops, even leading students to form their own fan clubs. Historically, What are the odds of two rookies of that caliber emerging from Jiangcheng at the same time? You do the math. Left alone, Huang Xiaofeng was still fuming. He frantically made a call. Help me take care of some guy. Call all your boys. Equip them with gear and weapons. If it's not enough, ask me. I'm not short on cash. Remember, don't worry, because if anything happens, I'll handle it. We just need to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. We have to make him understand who's really in charge at Jiangcheng Academy. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was currently in the Goblin Dungeon instance, on the first floor, the Misty Forest. This underground goblin city was for levels 5 to 8, with a nightmare difficulty. The dungeon maze was home to countless goblins and consisted of 5 floors. The number and strength of the goblins increased with each floor. If you can't clear the final floor, you must escape as quickly as possible. And if you fail to clear the final floor, you won't receive any items at all. Lin Ye was fully aware that the Goblin Dungeon was one of the most difficult instances at this stage. The clear time was long, and the requirements were unreasonable, so even players with strong talents didn't dare to come here to farm monsters for gear and free attribute points. But here, you could find gold-grade chests and above. With a luck buff, opening a platinum-grade chest and getting around 10 to 15 free attribute points wouldn't be a problem. The massive, level 5 goblin soldiers finally appeared before him. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. It was time to begin. After 5 seconds, monsters would start gathering at the entrance. His main purpose this time was to test the optimized mob gathering and speed killing method he had developed. The requirements for an SSS rank clear of the Goblin Dungeon, besides defeating the hidden boss, included killing all monsters without using any special items. And the two most crucial conditions were that each floor must be cleared in under 10 minutes, and you had to conquer the dark 5th floor. You had to bravely fight the ferocious goblins and defeat the hidden boss, the Goblin King. Next up was 30 seconds to speed kill the goblin soldiers. Lin Ye's movement speed was so fast, they couldn't get a clear look at him to attack. Next, he had 2 minutes and 50 seconds to delve into the first basement level and face the goblin captain. The total time was 3 minutes and 59 seconds, which wasn't far off from Lin Ye's initial prediction. The moment he stopped, he activated Healing Spell. Next came Calamity Descent. 3 minutes and 59 seconds had passed, so he had to clear the first floor quickly. A system notification announced that Divine Healing Spell had reached level 2. Lin Ye, a level 6 priest. He had managed to clear the first floor in under 5 minutes. It seemed his method of pulling all the mobs on the first floor to one spot worked without a hitch. Even if his damage output wasn't high enough, he still had 5 minutes to boost it. Just like that, all the monsters on the second floor of the Goblin Dungeon were annihilated. The 3rd and 4th floors were also cleared in a flash. Now, Lin Ye was on the 5th floor. He used a teleportation spell to instantly arrive at the Goblin Palace. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the Goblin King flew into a rage. "Human, how dare you trespass into my domain?" The level 8 Goblin King possessed the skill Earth Shatter, Dragon Spear, Pounce, Berserk, and Summon Legion. Lin Ye was suspicious. He found it strange to encounter the hidden boss right after entering, especially with no minions around. The Goblin King stood up, raised its weapon, and activated Earth Shatter, causing the ground to crack open. The Lord of the Goblin Dungeon possessed extraordinary strength and terrifying attack power. Its movement speed was a bit slow, but it made up for it with solid muscles, sturdy golden armor, and a golden spear that had a wide attack range. Thanks to this, it didn't have to worry about its weakness. Lin Ye was quite surprised that it opened with the AoE skill Earth Shatter. After it charged, he determined he wasn't fast enough, so he had to decisively dodge to the side, avoiding its landing spot, and then lie prone to reduce the damage from the shockwave it created upon landing. He activated the skill to reverse the damage from Earth Shatter, instantly recovering 1,521 HP. He then reversed the damage from Earth Shatter's shockwave. His HP was restored by 479, and the Goblin King became furious. It lost its composure, still not understanding what was happening. It was the one attacking, yet it lost 200 health. Lin Ye continuously activated Reverse Heal and Plunder. Unable to take it anymore, the Goblin King switched to its strongest attack mode and roared. Lin Ye stood still, arms outstretched, ready to take the full force of the attack. The Goblin King used the skill, Dragon Spear. Skill effect reversed. Your HP is restored by 200 points, and your attack power is temporarily increased by 40 points. The Goblin King used the skill, Pounce. Skill effect reversed. Your HP is restored by 140 points, while also nullifying the knock-up status effect. By now, it realized its skills were completely useless against Lin Ye. The Goblin King entered a berserk state. "I've figured out your weakness. My subjects, hear my command. Appear and destroy my enemy." Lin Ye was a bit startled. As expected of a nightmare difficulty secret realm boss, he's truly hard to deal with. However, now wasn't the time to use his ultimate move. Lin Ye covered his mouth. The Goblin King roared continuously, "Attack this ant directly. Don't use any skills. Give it a miserable death. Since skills are ineffective against you, can you withstand hundreds of normal attacks?" They all activated the skill of the Swift Wind Ghost Steps boots. Lin Ye ran as fast as he could, dodging every single one. The goblins drew their bows and fired arrows in unison. Lin Ye had already assessed the situation and activated his divine healing artifact. His HP continuously regenerated, and all his wounds healed rapidly. The Goblin King was stunned. How could this be? Can't even finish him off? Damn it, you human beast. Lin Ye's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared right at its face. The Goblin King was confused. "What's with that look in your eyes?" At that very moment, he decided to activate the reverse healing technique, the HP siphon technique. The Goblin King was losing 200 HP. Lin Ye activated the skill of the Swift Wind Ghost Steps boots once again. Lin Ye just kept running off, leaving it standing there fuming and cursing loudly before clutching its head and running away. "You cunning human with no fighting spirit. Hurry up and stop so we can have a proper fair duel." Lin Ye wanted to make it even angrier, but on second thought, it was better to face it in a direct confrontation. The Goblin King was shocked to see Lin Ye use the reverse divine healing artifact skill, Calamity Descent, to attack them. "Impossible. This is the power of my demon god. How could it appear in the lowly body of you humans?" Lin Ye stood on his magnificent weapon and declared, "I will end this battle." A deafening roar, then immediate silence. Lin Ye successfully wiped out the entire goblin army, receiving 1,000 experience points. A notification showed the Goblin King's HP had plummeted, with only 1% remaining. It entered a near-death state. All its stats were drastically reduced, and its will to attack also diminished significantly. The Goblin King wailed, "My life is over. It's really over." Once again, Lin Ye activated the reverse healing technique, the HP siphon technique, to finish it off and send it to meet its ancestors. The system announced you have defeated the Goblin King, receiving 5,000 experience points, and your level has increased to level 7. You have cleared the Nightmare Difficulty Goblin Dungeon and have completed all hidden conditions. Your evaluation score is SSS rank. You have received a special effect from the attention of the Goddess of Luck. The dungeon clear treasure chest will be upgraded from a gold tier treasure chest to a platinum tier treasure chest. Lin Ye looked very satisfied. It's truly a case of a carp turning into a dragon. Baiji's blessing skill is indeed very powerful, directly upgrading the gold chest to platinum tier. There was still a lot of time left, a whole 20 hours, enough for Lin Ye to clear the dungeon one more time. After opening the treasure chest, the young man received the platinum tier skill Holy Light, a flame veil item, and an increase of 15 free attribute points. In addition to the platinum tier equipment Glimmerstone, the platinum tier skill Miraculous Stars, and the gold tier equipment Sandstorm Bow. The Holy Light skill book consumes a certain amount of mana to deal magic damage with a special holy effect, which is effective at countering undead type and demon type creatures. The Flame Veil, when thrown at an enemy, will inflict 300 points of damage. The Glimmerstone will increase all stats by 20 points and has an active skill called Glimmer. It recharges one charge every 5 minutes and can store up to a maximum of 3 charges. After consuming one charge, you can instantly teleport 10 meters in a designated direction. The Miraculous Stars skill book consumes a certain amount of mana to summon brilliant stars that shine within a 20-meter radius around all allies, instantly restoring 300 HP for them, while also applying a damage reduction effect that lasts for 5 seconds, reducing incoming damage by 10%. The Sandstorm Bow, when firing an arrow, has a chance to summon a sandstorm, dealing a single instance of earth elemental magic damage to the enemy. It is a specialized weapon for the archer class. Thus, Lin Ye received a total of 2 platinum tier skill books and 1 piece of platinum tier equipment. Holy Light also has properties that counter certain special types, but we won't get into that for now. While the Glimmerstone has a rare teleportation skill along with the added attribute points. Furthermore, Miraculous Stars not only has a wide area healing effect, but can also grant all allies a damage reduction effect. So after using the reverse Heaven and Earth talent, it becomes a skill with a wider area of effect and stronger instantaneous burst damage. It can also reduce or even negate damage immunity effects, making enemies take even more damage. Even the toughest monsters can be quickly eliminated. A new strategic-level AoE skill had emerged, so Lin Ye decided to learn the Miraculous Stars skill first. As for Holy Light, it didn't seem very impressive. He decided that if he couldn't sell it, he could just learn it later, since he didn't have many skills anyway. He decided to use the 15 free attribute points he just received to boost his intelligence. The system announced that he had learned the Miraculous Stars skill and equipped the Shimmering Stone. All of his attributes increased by 20. This upgrade was another massive leap in power, and Lin Ye's stats skyrocketed. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Ah, caught you red-handed," Lin Ye feigned innocence, asking back with a confident smile. "What a coincidence. Are you here for the dungeon too?" Su Mu wasn't stupid. She knew he was just playing dumb and trying to change the subject, but she still asked anyway. "So, the nightmare-level goblin dungeon? Did you clear it?" "That's right, miss." "Okay, I just had the same idea and wanted to try this dungeon myself." "I see. This way, your highness." As the two stood in front of the dungeon entrance, a car pulled up. Huang Xiaofeng had searched everywhere for Lin Ye and had finally caught up to him. "See him? That's the bastard with the punchable face. Take care of him for me." The moment the driver saw Lin Ye, his face went pale. Seeing how terrified he was, Huang Xiaofeng yelled, "Hey, I'm talking to you!" The guy clutched his head in panic. "I can't do it. That guy is terrifying. I can't handle him." Huang Xiaofeng stood up, furious. "I knew you useless students were good for nothing. Luckily, I came prepared." Meanwhile, after returning home, Lin Ye sat down at his computer. He listed a batch of items he'd collected in the dungeon for sale. The items included the Holy Light skill book, the Sandstorm Bow, and an S-rank guide for the nightmare-level goblin dungeon. The price to unlock it was 8,000 Alliance coins. The moment he posted it on the forum, people went into a frenzy. It even guarantees an A to S rank clear. Am I seeing things? Pro, can you carry me next time? I've never even done a nightmare-level dungeon before. I'm desperate for those free attribute points. The current mob-pulling strategy for the first stage takes 7 minutes. Look at this pro's clear time, it's 4.5 minutes. Say no more, I'm going to try it right now. I wonder how precise this technique for manipulating the goblin's aggro range really is. It also requires perfectly timing your skill cooldowns to maximize damage. Otherwise, it's a complete waste if you can't finish off the mobs. My god, it's called Nightmare Level, but this guy is the goblin's true nightmare. There were countless comments marveling at Lin Ye's skills, but he remained anonymous. The only thing anyone knew him by was the title Pro. Suddenly, a public post appeared with 3 photos, claiming, "The poster is Lin Ye, a student from the Professional Academy and the strongest candidate in this year's exam, rumored to be the one who sold the Hunter's Greatsword and the only person to solo clear a dungeon with an SSS rank." After the 3 photos were taken, showing the moment Lin Ye entered the dungeon, the keyboard warriors exploded. Is this fake news? What do 3 pictures prove? The novice dungeon is one thing, but the stone golem cave and the nightmare-level goblin dungeon? You're telling me a student can solo clear those? That's hilarious. Something about this feels off. Lin Ye has been a mystery ever since he awakened his talent. Nobody knows what it is, and on top of that, he chose to be a priest. That's why I remember him so well. The only thing we can prove is that he really sold the Hunter's Greatsword. As for the pro's insane calculations in the guide, his theoretical knowledge must be top tier. But Lin Ye's academic record is actually pretty average. I agree with the comment above. He just looks like a normal student. It's a stretch to compare him to high-level professionals. You have to memorize the monster's perception range, factor in the dungeon's terrain, and then use precise calculations to determine the true aggro range, right? If Lin Ye is really a priest, then there's no way he's the one who wrote that guide. A priest doesn't need a purification skill like Holy Light and is selling it instead. Regardless of what they were gossiping about, what Lin Ye cared about was only that his account balance kept increasing. Moreover, he received a purchase request for Holy Light for 100,000 Alliance currency, and a purchase request for the Sandstorm Bow for 150,000 Alliance currency. There was no reason not to sell them. Just like that, his bank account sent a notification. "Dear gold card holder of the Alliance Wealth Bank, you have received 500,000 Alliance currency, bringing your total balance to 1.5 million Alliance currency." The number 500,000 was actually better than he had imagined. This might be the reward for clearing the dungeon without taking damage except for the boss stage, but besides Lin Ye, no one else had been able to do it. No one dared to buy the items he obtained. But that was fine. The Nightmare difficulty dungeon was still a quality breakthrough for his own equipment and stats. Making money was just a necessity. The Koi effect now only had 15 hours left. The young man decided to rest for a bit to recover his spirits and then continue on to the next dungeon. Lin Ye stood up, cracked his knuckles, and went for a run, using training as a way to rest, strengthening his physique a little at the same time. The moon was high in the pitch-black sky. He ran across a bridge filled with couples. But Lin Ye remained focused, his mind unwavering amidst the bustling world. He ran at a fast pace to train his body. A car with bright headlights suddenly sped towards him, and he quickly recognized the person inside as Huang Xiaofeng. He suddenly acted cheerful and friendly, inviting him. Wow, what a coincidence. Lin Ye, get in the car. I'll take you somewhere. Lin Ye replied with a cold, deadpan expression. Didn't Zhao Kaihuang make it clear to you not to mess with me anymore? I don't like trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. Huang Xiaofeng got out of the car, looking aggrieved. Damn it, don't you dare mention that treacherous bastard's name again. A burly man in armor in the car got straight to the point. Cut the crap. Young Master Huang wants to duel you, so get in if you agree. Ha ha. Lin Ye's entire family can forget about living in peace. He had originally planned to endure it, but they deliberately brought up his family. That was the most sensitive topic for Lin Ye. A smirk appeared on his face. So you've already found my home address? All right. I hope you act like a gentleman and don't go crying for help after you lose. Hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng got all worked up. Don't you dare make baseless accusations. After this taunt, Huang Xiaofeng flew into a rage and turned to his men. Later, don't any of you dare interfere. I want to fight him one-on-one. The guard looked worried and uneasy. Huh? Young Master Huang, what if you can't beat him? It seemed even his own men didn't have faith in him. Young Master Huang went crazy again. Shut up! The gear I'm wearing is something that poor bastard couldn't earn in his entire lifetime. How could I possibly lose? Now get lost. You hear me? Lin Ye confirmed it. So, he didn't just bring backup. Right after that arrogant shout, he immediately turned to whisper to his guard. Stick to the original plan. Lin Ye, who had already gotten in the car, said, Whatever you're doing, hurry up. Just bring everyone you've got. It doesn't matter. I'm busy and don't want to waste my time. Huang Xiaofeng turned back to threaten him. You just wait. You'll regret this before you know it. I'll make you crawl like a snake. Although Lin Ye didn't say it out loud, he knew his intentions. He thought to himself, and I'll make your life a living hell. The car sped straight to a desolate mountain forest, and upon arrival, hundreds of men were already waiting, filling the entire forest. As soon as they saw Huang Xiaofeng, they greeted him in unison. Greetings, boss. Far from being scared, Lin Ye actually seemed excited by this investment of manpower. So many people? Nice. Let's get this over with. You want to go one-on-one or all at once? But young Master Huang had declared it would be a solo fight. This is a strange kind of solo. All of us are going to solo you. He then pulled out his diamond-grade equipment, the Wind Shadow Sword. To Lin Ye, it made no difference at all. To him, Huang Xiaofeng was just a brat. Immediately, he ordered his underlings to charge at Lin Ye. He stood perfectly still, unequipping his weapon. With incredible speed, he somersaulted to dodge the attack. Faced with this speed, they all froze. What the heck? His speed stat is way too high. They continued to charge forward, and Huang Xiaofeng's main guard activated Raid Slash. Assessing the situation, Lin Ye sighed. Does having more people really make you stronger? Looks like I'll have to use my reverse talent after all. A loud boom erupted, and they immediately started laughing triumphantly. Ha ha, you little punk, is that all you've got? The moment they opened their eyes, their jaws dropped. The guard who had just launched a surprise attack had it backfire on him. He collapsed, continuously spitting up blood. What was that? What kind of skill was it? He clearly didn't even activate an attack. His ability is so bizarre. It shattered the defense of gold-grade equipment, and the underlings rushed over in a panic. Big bro, are you okay? The guard struggled to get up again. I'm perfectly fine. Forget about this guy's weird skill. He's just a priest. There are a lot of us, and we're all decked out in gold-grade gear. Let's take him down together. They surrounded Lin Ye from all sides, one activating Flash Steel Iron Fist, another activating Flying Strike, Continuous Flame Cannon, and then Thousand Leaves Heavy Flower. Lin Ye remained unfazed, once again giving a gentle smile before bidding them farewell. He decided to use the skill Divine Star Reversal. They all became tense and bewildered at once. Massive chains flew out, activating the skill Hellfall. All of them were tightly bound by the iron chains and thrown to their doom, collapsing in a single instant. No way. Were we really wiped out in the blink of an eye? That useless Huang Xiaofeng hasn't even lifted a finger, and now he's trying to act tough. Ha! It's true. Relying on money is better than relying on others. He pulled out a full set of gear. Flexing, he said. This is the masterpiece I bought at a Sotheby's auction. Diamond-grade equipment with a price tag in the tens of millions. It will increase my stats by 100 and has no level restrictions. After this flex, only his underlings who just got wrecked had their eyes light up in amazement. Sotheby's. That's the most prestigious auction house in all of Huaxia, where just an entry ticket is worth hundreds of millions. With this kind of financial power, he's truly worthy of being the sole heir of the Huang Corporation. That set of equipment, without a doubt, must be a legendary grade treasure, one of the rarest in the world. He arrogantly declared that this time he would make Lin Ye kneel at his feet, sounding extremely confident in his victory. Not only that, but he was arrogant, assuming Lin Ye was already scared. What a pathetic class. He just stepped over the corpses of the guys Lin Ye had just beaten to a pulp. It's not too late to beg for forgiveness. Lin Ye found his words grating, pointing his weapon at him. All flash and no substance. No matter how strong your gear is, it can't carry a weakling like you. You can't win. Hearing this, young Master Huang's face twisted with rage. Then you can go meet your ancestors. He activated Wind Shadow Kill and charged straight at Lin Ye. Lin Ye immediately used a flash step to dodge it in an instant. The guard watching from below was still horrified. What? No, that's not right. I don't know what kind of skill he used to defeat all the brothers in their gold-grade gear. How can this guy's damage be so high? How on earth did he do it? Even more bizarrely, for a moment, I had the feeling that this kid wasn't human anymore. He was like that thing that appeared during the demonic tide. Young Master Huang was overwhelmed by Lin Ye's incredible speed. He was exhausted from chasing him. Impossible. Did you put all your stat points into speed? I clearly got a stat boost from this awesome set of gear. If I can just land one hit, you're definitely dead. Lin Ye playfully taunted him. Well, your base stats are just too low. That's why you can't hit me no matter how hard you try. My turn now, isn't it? First, let's find your weak point. Lin Ye activated Reverse Power Siphon, successfully dealing 1,000 points of damage, damaging the target's armor, and nullifying the full stat boost from the diamond-grade equipment. Young Master Huang still didn't understand what happened, heartbroken over his shattered diamond-grade set. He flew into an absolute rage, activating Advancing Slash, then Triple Slash, and sweep through 1,000 soldiers. He used every single skill he had. Lin Ye leaped high into the air, clearly just toying with him again. Young Master Huang was in too much pain, unable to catch up. All he could do was scream, "Stand still!" Immediately after, he started losing health rapidly, his entire body in unbearable pain, letting out agonizing cries. It hurts so much. What kind of weird skill did you use on me now? Lin Ye didn't hide a thing. That's right, for a useless person with no combat skills like you, even my basic attacks are enough to pierce your defense. You can surrender now. Just sign the agreement. It's all spelled out. Huang Xiaofeng voluntarily gifts his diamond equipment set to his classmate Lin Ye as a sincere apology and promises to never repeat his past wrongdoings again. Hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng completely lost it. Are you out of your damn mind? In your dreams. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ye's skill cooldown was over. And just like that, his priceless defensive gear was toast. Huang Xiaofeng refused to accept it, clenching his fists and charging forward recklessly. You bastard! You dare threaten me? Eat this! Activating his Heavenly Horse Meteor Burst, a huge explosion erupted and he gloated, thinking he had won. Ha ha ha, you piece of trash! Are you still alive? At that moment, Lin Ye emerged majestically from the smoke, using a healing spell to completely mend his wounds. His bones were regenerating, while that young master's armor was completely gone, leaving him naked in broad daylight. The coward could only resort to bringing up his parents. Disgusting. Lin Ye, don't you dare touch me. If you touch me, I'll tell my dad, and my dad won't let you off. Lin Ye looked at him with utter contempt. He hated useless people who could only threaten others with their family. For that very reason, he decided to give him a taste of reverse healing and the plunder skill. Don't worry, your health is still full. Let's keep going. With another massive explosion, Huang Xiaofeng writhed in pain, unable to resist any longer. Lin Ye didn't stop there, continuing to beat him to a pulp with his fists. The bodyguard and the few remaining goons could only watch and gasp. Is this torture? Boss, is the person we're messing with really a priest? Calamity Descent was activated, and a bolt of lightning struck Huang Xiaofeng's position. The bodyguard clutched his head in panic. Young Master Huang, he's not actually dead, is he? A hidden camera had recorded the entire event and was even live streaming the spectacle. The live stream viewers went wild. What is this? What's the scoop today? Isn't that the famous rich young master, Huang Xiaofeng? Who's that standing opposite him? There are so many thugs here. Are they trying to silence witnesses? That magic user is so strong. Where did Huang Xiaofeng get the nerve? Every word of the conversation between Huang Xiaofeng and Lin Ye was clearly recorded. The keyboard warriors were outraged by Huang Xiaofeng's arrogance. My God, the way Huang Xiaofeng talks is so disgusting. I can't believe he's so ill-mannered. No wonder he was so smug. Turns out he had that gear up his sleeve. How much must that set of equipment cost? I hate this guy. The news was exploding, with hot updates flooding in. An arrogant young master who bullies people with his influence ran into a tough guy, a pro player with insane skills who turned the tables and beat him to a pulp. They were amazed that the one who took down Huang Xiaofeng was none other than a priest, and one who could both heal and attack at that. They started discussing Lin Ye. What kind of talent does this priest have? Can he really shred a warrior's top-tier diamond gear? Someone find out who this god-tier player is right now. I want to be his disciple. A few viewers recognized a familiar face. What's going on? He looks just like my classmate. Are you from Jiangcheng Vocational Academy? We might be talking about the same person. I heard they had a conflict a few days ago. Apparently Huang Xiaofeng tried to hit on our school goddess, but failed. That's right, I remember. He's a priest, but does that even matter anymore? This guy was first seen getting carried through a dungeon by a booster. Then 2 days ago, he somehow made Huang Xiaofeng furious. He must have awakened some kind of top-tier talent. Didn't someone leak that the login IP of the god-tier player selling SSS rank gear and guides was in Jiangcheng? Right. And although this master set a dungeon record, the dungeon wasn't a professional level one. Plus, his transactions were screenshotted, and students from your school recognized him, didn't they? At home, Bai Ji trembled as she held her phone. It's not Lin Ye. I've bought gear from the master before. He's very humble. Everyone, please stop spreading rumors. The more people talked, the more they felt something was being covered up. It looks like the news is real after all. Bai Ji had tried to protect his identity but failed. What do I do? The master can't hide his identity anymore. There will definitely be many stronger people who want to be his teammate, just like me. Does this mean I won't have a chance to ride his coattails anymore? Instantly, a fan club was formed for Lin Ye. Master Lin Ye is invincible. He can heal, he can do damage, he can tank, restore mana, and pull aggro. He's a support and a carry, filling 3 roles at once. A true god descended. Everyone immediately turned to flame Huang Xiaofeng. A guy like Huang Xiaofeng is truly disgusting, acting all nice in front of girls, but in reality just relying on his daddy's influence and calling his goons to gang up on a classmate. He really needs to be punished. The young master of the Huang Corporation looks down on ordinary people like us, and as a result, he ran into someone he shouldn't have messed with. He's completely broken. Look at how arrogant he was, but in reality, he's just a useless bum who relies on money. And it's not just money. His father is Huang Tianqi, a high-ranking official in the Professional Alliance, so he'll definitely rely on his dad to get into the Alliance later. How can the Professional Alliance let scum like him in? Everyone started cursing out young Master Huang's entire family. Like father, like son, he should be removed from his post. The Huang Corporation is garbage and deserves to go bankrupt and shut down for good. They're truly foul. The Professional Alliance must give us a satisfactory answer. Because of this broadcast, the market value of the Huang Corporation stock has evaporated. Hackers launched a massive attack. The reason? The chairman's son was bullying a classmate. Su Mu, who was watching the broadcast at home, was extremely outraged. This Huang Xiaofeng is too much. Mom, Dad, we have to teach them a lesson. Her father sighed. Su Mu, we can't do that, dear. Her mother also spoke up. That boy has a bad character, and those who walk a wicked path will naturally face retribution. But if you always use power that doesn't belong to you to oppress others, whenever you face a problem, you will certainly never become an elite professional. Sumu still looked worried, afraid that if they intervened, it would turn Lin Ye into someone just like Huang Xiaofeng. Sumu's parents had 100% faith in Lin Ye, believing the boy could resolve this properly on his own. Meanwhile, in another location, the white-haired man was still monitoring Lin Ye's every move and expressed his great satisfaction. He hasn't even taken the placement test yet, and he's already this good. His awakened talent must be legendary grade or higher, right? Choosing to be a priest is a complete waste of his potential. A once-in-a-century genius like this can probably be fast-tracked directly into the Professional Alliance, right? What do you all think about admitting Lin Ye into the Alliance early? There was no reason for them to disagree. We wholeheartedly agree. For the sake of global stability, a person like him must be recruited into the Alliance as soon as possible. And what about old Huang? Why are you still here? Don't you need your son anymore? A man holding a coffee cup chuckled. Ha ha ha. In reality, this matter wasn't a major problem for Minister Huang. It could even be seen as an opportunity, so why not seize it? Huang Xiaofeng's father is none other than the chairman of the Huang Corporation and the Alliance's branch minister, Huang Tianqi. He spoke calmly. I'm still at the office handling business, and I've already planned out the compensation for young Lin Ye. I am a substandard father. I am very sorry for my son's actions. I have already sent a representative to the scene. Please rest assured, I will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness, so please just wait a moment. Just as Lin Ye was about to make his next move, a helicopter approached. Lin Ye, please be lenient. The chairman of the Huang Corporation wishes to speak with you. Seeing his father's men arrive, the son who had just been beaten to a pulp gloated. My dad is here. You're finished now, you bastard. Lin Ye calmly asked, what's wrong? Does the chairman of the Huang Corporation want to pressure me? If so, can't he come here himself? The man bowed and held out a phone. That's not it at all. The Huang family is prepared to compensate for Huang Xiaofeng's behavior. Mr. Huang wishes to apologize to you personally. This decision made Huang Xiaofeng, who was still reeling from his broken teeth, gape in disbelief. What the heck? Why should we bow down to this dirt-poor bum? Wait, what did you just say? My father wants to apologize to him? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ye ignored his outburst and took the phone. A moment later, the chairman of the Huang Corporation appeared on the screen. Hello, you must be Lin Ye, correct? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I am Huang Xiaofeng's father, and all his actions are a result of my poor parenting. I am deeply sorry for causing you such great trouble, and a mere verbal apology cannot atone for my son's mistakes. I would like to meet you in person to apologize and also compensate you for any losses regarding equipment and items, as long as it's within my power to do so. As for Huang Xiaofeng, I hope you can hand him over to Zhao Kaihuang, and I will be sure to discipline him strictly with our family's methods. Lin Ye didn't want to make things difficult. Seeing such a sincere attitude, he immediately accepted. However, it didn't end there, as the young man smiled brightly and started negotiating. The specific terms of the compensation were as follows. I want 3 sets of unrestricted diamond-grade equipment, 1 set for a priest, 1 for a mage, and 1 for a swordsman. Also, I want 5 million in currency. Can your alliance handle that? After hearing this, Zhao Kaihuang's jaw dropped. What did I just hear? Diamond-grade equipment with no level restrictions for 3 different class sets. Zhao Kaihuang feared it would be difficult to find even if they searched the entire country. The chairman of the Huang Corporation replied, diamond-grade equipment with no level restrictions, but if you need 3 sets, you might have to wait a few days. We don't have them on hand right now. Rest assured, I'll have special personnel run secret realms and clear dungeons, and the Alliance is also willing to provide resources and help. After getting Huang Xiaofeng onto the helicopter, everyone was furious looking at this useless guy, so annoying, having to clean up his mess again. Zhao Kaihuang was startled when his special glasses suddenly detected an electronic device, and he immediately walked over to the camera. He leaned in close and explained, "Thank you all for watching. Chairman Huang has personally come to apologize and negotiate compensation. For the details, please tune into the stream on the Alliance's official channel tomorrow. Thank you." Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the Alliance to have noticed him already, and he worried they had discovered his extraordinary talent. It didn't stop there. Chairman Huang continued to negotiate. Additionally, I can give you all the secret realm resources around Jiangcheng, excluding a portion of the rare ones, for a total of 50 secret realms. After all, Jiangcheng isn't mine alone. There are many factions and deep-seated interests involved. Lin Ye felt that 1 month was more than enough. Zhao Kaihuang was shocked. 50 secret realms in 1 month? Is that something a new professional can even do? The negotiation was considered concluded. All right, bring your teammates tomorrow evening. I'll treat you to a meal. And as for the public opinion online, before Chairman Huang could finish, Lin Ye understood and said he would issue a clarification. During dinner tomorrow, Chairman Huang could live stream it to the professionals. This thought took Chairman Huang by surprise. He hadn't expected the young man to think so far ahead. It was truly astonishing. His future was bound to be bright. An outstanding genius. After the video call ended, Lin Ye said to Zhao Kaihuang, out of respect for your and Huang Tianqi's attitude, I'll let it go this time, but 3 strikes and you're out. Yes, I understand. Uncle Huang's family situation is a bit complicated, and extreme circumstances can make people extreme. Lin Ye seemed uninterested. I have no intention of prying into Uncle Huang's family matters. We're not close, so it's best not to overstep. The next day, they met at the five-star restaurant Jade Orchid Pavilion. This was the first officially recognized five-star restaurant in Jiangcheng. It had always received excellent reviews, and its chefs were masters from all over the world. The restaurant's unique feature was its incredible focus on the customer experience, providing a private room for every party, whether it was a single diner or a large group. Each private room had a dedicated service team, available on call, ensuring you never missed the perfect moment to enjoy the fine cuisine. Most importantly, regardless of one's status, even if you could only afford the restaurant's cheapest dish, the golden egg fried rice, you would still receive the ultimate VIP treatment. Su Mu still felt uneasy and reminded Lin Ye. Even though Huang Tianqi personally apologized to you on the stream, you still need to be careful at this dinner. In reality, Lin Ye already knew what the chairman was thinking. Huang Tianqi's solemn apology was simply because he saw Lin Ye's potential and wanted to build a connection with him early on. As soon as Lin Ye arrived, he was escorted to the reserved room. Huang Tianqi was very enthusiastic. You two must be Su Mu and Bai Ji, right? Please, have a seat. The three of you, please allow me to apologize for my son's behavior. It's my fault for not teaching him how to treat people properly, which led him to commit such a malicious act of harassment. Su Mu and Bai Ji were very surprised by his attitude, which was the complete opposite of what they had expected. He wasn't trying to intimidate them or act superior. He was actually cordial and friendly, humble and reasonable. Was this really Huang Xiaofeng's father, a top figure in Jiangcheng? Parents who truly love their children will always think about their long-term future. The esteemed chairman of the Huang Corporation didn't hesitate to humble himself. Because of this, Lin Ye decided not to hold a grudge. Chairman Huang, I understand your sincerity. If Huang Xiaofeng can learn from his mistake, I won't dwell on the past. The two shook hands as a sign of reconciliation. Boss, the items have been delivered. Should I bring them out for them to see now? Yes, show them. It was the diamond-grade equipment Lin Ye had requested. The name of the set was the Demon Emperor's Sacred Set, a 4-piece set. It was diamond-grade quality, and its effect was to recover from damage taken. The recovery time was 10 seconds, and it specifically enhanced self-healing effects by 50%. As expected of a diamond equipment set, and it conveniently doesn't conflict with the individual pieces Lin Ye is currently using. It seems to be a simple and crude way to boost health and survivability. But in reality, if you do the math, the reverse damage will be directly doubled. Lin Ye expressed that he was very satisfied with it. Bai Ji was still overwhelmed by the equipment sets in front of her. Su Mu couldn't help but think, a 4-piece diamond equipment set with no level restriction, and he just gave out 3 of them at once. Even with the Huang family's wealth, this definitely wasn't just to save face. This was a genuine investment, and the equipment is excellent. Thank you, Uncle Huang. We'll gratefully accept them. All of this was being live-streamed, and everyone started buzzing about Tianqi's actions. This is the top figure in Jiangcheng, the boss behind the Huang Corporation, yet he values a newcomer like Lin Ye so much. So what if he's a big shot? He still didn't raise his son right, so he ended up messing with a tough guy like our great god. That's right. If his apology wasn't sincere and he didn't compensate the great master Lin Ye enough, we would have flamed the Huang family into oblivion. But since the great god said he'll let it go, then we should too. They decided to back off and stop discussing it. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's group was still enjoying their meal. With today's matter settled, Tianqi offered to see Lin Ye out, since reporters were swarming the place. The moment Lin Ye stepped outside, the crowd of reporters went wild, their cameras flashing non-stop. Lin Ye, we heard your awakened talent is reverse heal. Is it true you can solo any dungeon with it? Is that correct? Lin Ye, is it true that you soloed the novice dungeon and achieved an SSS rank evaluation? Please answer us. No professional has ever been able to do that alone. May I ask, are you the anonymous great god on the professional forums? Despite facing hundreds of questions and flashing lights, Lin Ye remained completely unfazed, coldly walking past without a word. The scene shifts to Huang Xiaofeng's room. After the fight, he was completely exhausted, his entire body sloppily bandaged, looking no different than a beaten dog. At the same time, a dark, black aura continuously radiated from around him. Huang Xiaofeng frowned, covered in bandages as he lay on the bed, looking at the dark figure before him and asking, "What the hell are you?" Mai Cao let out a laugh. "Hee, me?" He introduced himself. "I am the great Mai Cao from the Abyss, a high-ranking demon of pure blood and immense power," Huang Xiaofeng said with a bored expression. "And here I thought you were something special," he added sarcastically. "Once we humans awaken, don't we just beat you back to the Abyss like the insects you are?" Hearing this, Mai Cao wondered, Seriously? A guy who got beaten by a priest and became the laughingstock of the entire city is acting all smug about what? He tried to explain. That was a strategic retreat, you know? Lying on the bed, Huang Xiaofeng showed clear disdain. Mai Cao said enticingly, Huang Xiaofeng, are you really content with this? Those foolish and ignorant humans are laughing at you. Your friends and family won't help you. Instead, they're sucking up to the one who bullied you like a bunch of lapdogs. How about making a deal with me? Right now, I can grant you unparalleled power, allowing you to crush those who have humiliated you and to show your father that you are the one who should be valued most. Huang Xiaofeng threw a pillow straight at Mai Cao's face and warned, Get lost. I'm letting you off easy this time. He angrily shot up, pointed directly at Mai Cao's face, and unleashed a tirade. I, Huang Xiaofeng, am a genius among geniuses. I don't need pity from an insect like you. Take your damn power and give it to some poor piece of trash. Mai Cao was completely bewildered. He thought, holding back his anger, Can I just kill this idiot? Patience, patience, it's all for the KPI. Mai Cao left, but not before saying, Well, in any case, whenever you've thought it through, just call out the name Mai Cao. I will hear your call immediately, grant you the great power of the abyss, and lead you to become one of the fallen, fearing nothing. The scene changes to a secret dungeon, the S-rank land of skeletons, on nightmare difficulty. A large portal appeared. Lin Ye asked Baiji, How many uses of your awakened talent do you have left for this week? The system displayed information. Land of skeletons, a desolate land shrouded in death, surrounded by a great army of skeletons. When you enter, you will awaken them, and they will see you as fresh food. Baiji raised her hand and answered, One time. I ran 2 dungeons earlier, so I used it up once. Lin Ye sighed and said, I see, don't rush to use it yet. Save it for the better resources later on. He analyzed, even though this is a nightmare-level resource dungeon. But we have diamond-grade equipment, so the best platinum-grade drops from the dungeon aren't that beneficial for us. The Huang family promised to give us better dungeon resources this week, opening a calamity-level difficult dungeon for us. Right now, we just need a transitional weapon, and even if we don't get anything good, we can still sell it for a high price. Lin Ye said to the 2 girls, So, for this dungeon run, we have 3 objectives. 1 is to get free attribute points, 2 is to get a platinum-grade weapon, and 3 is to create an SSS rank guide for the nightmare difficulty. You guys watch, I'll basically be giving a live tutorial, Sumu replied with a cheerful wink. Alright, I won't step in unless you're about to fail. The 3 of them entered the boneyard. The scenery inside was incredibly gloomy and eerie. The system explained, this dungeon's difficulty is known among professionals and students as bone broth. Achieving an SSS rank evaluation requires 4 conditions. First, kill the final boss, the undead knight. Second, destroy all undead skeletons. Third, do not use the holy sword. It's a unique weapon of the secret realm used to suppress all undead in the boneyard. Fourth, before clearing the stage, protect the holy sword and keep its health above 60%, Baiji said with some worry. The boneyard is called bone broth because the normal and hard difficulties are so similar, you just need to mindlessly spam attacks with the holy sword. This is my first time on nightmare difficulty. Sumu held up 3 fingers and asked Baiji, if a cheat-like counter that deals 300% damage appeared on nightmare difficulty, would it still be called nightmare? She hugged Baiji to encourage her. Don't be nervous. After we finish this dungeon, how about we sell the equipment and the guide to buy you some snacks? Baiji replied shyly, You don't have to, Lin Ye exclaimed with a bit of helplessness. All right, I'll be the free labor. Lin Ye took out his weapon and said, We're starting now. Watch closely. He bit his thumb until it bled. Lin Ye brought his thumb close to a crack, letting his blood drip down. Suddenly, countless skeletons emerged from the ground. They chanted in unison, A human, a living person. Let's eat. Lin Ye thought to himself, I'll use fresh blood to lure these skeletons so they'll ignore the protective barrier of the holy sword, which despises evil the most. Lin Ye cast reverse heal, and his whole body radiated a red light. The system announced he had entered a state of continuous health loss. All his stats were lowered, and Lin Ye coughed up blood as the skeletons charged forward frantically. Sumu pulled Baiji back and said, Let's back up. Then she threw a blue pill to Lin Ye. Lin Ye caught the blue pill, which was a painkiller used when the body is injured. It can significantly reduce the sensation of pain, but it has no healing properties and cannot mend wounds. Lin Ye caught the pill, immediately put it in his mouth, and swallowed. Lin Ye ran off. His health bar showing his life value was below 25%. Lin Ye glanced back, thinking to himself, My judgment wasn't wrong. The desire of these undead skeletons for fresh blood is greater than their hatred for the holy sword. Baiji asked worriedly. Do we really not need to go help? Sumu replied. No need. Shouldn't we trust him completely? That's Lin Ye we're talking about. Lin Ye cut a line on his arm, and his life value dropped below 10%. The system displayed that he was approaching the border of the Boneyard dungeon. Lin Ye rejoiced inwardly. I'm here. He used Divine Heal, and his life value began to rise again. The skeletons were extremely surprised. They all started to flee. Lin Ye raised his staff and said, It's too late to find me unappetizing now. He cast the skill, Reverse, Myriad Stars. Lin Ye's eyes glowed brightly as he unleashed the move, Fall to Hell, and with one move, he took down all the skeletons. The system announced that the life value of all undead skeletons had dropped to 0. The ground beneath Lin Ye's feet suddenly began to shake, and a passage appeared, leading straight underground. Su Mu and Bai Ji were extremely surprised, and Lin Ye frowned as a voice echoed from within the cave. Who has awakened me? The system announced that the boss, the undead knight, had awakened. The undead knight charged forward on his horse and said, I will use your skull as a cup to drink your fresh blood. The information displayed, Name, Undead Knight, Level 9, Strength, 11, Constitution, 15, Intelligence, 20, Spirit, 15, Agility, 10, Aptitude, Platinum, Skills, Resentful Flame, Undead's Wrath, Nether Abyss. The undead knight used the skill Resentful Flame, and Lin Ye shouted, Reverse Heal, Plunder! After speaking, Lin Ye slammed his staff into the ground, and the attack radiated in all directions, hitting the undead knight. The undead knight's life value decreased by 500. Lin Ye sneered, Too weak! A bolt of red lightning descended from the sky, reversing the divine artifact therapy. Calamity's descent and increasing damage by 50%. The undead knight took the full brunt of the attack, its body shattering, and the system announced that the undead knight had entered a critically injured state. Activating the passive skill, Undead's Resentment, it enhanced the undead knight's attributes. The undead knight suddenly grew stronger and commanded, Return, my brethren. The system chimed as all the undead creatures were resurrected, gaining 100 HP per second. Lin Ye was surprised that all the undead had been revived. The undead knight spoke as if victory was certain. Foolish human, you have no escape now. Do you have any last words? Hearing this, Lin Ye just smirked. Huh? Bai Zi, hiding behind a rock, exclaimed. Master, Sumu remarked. Ha, these monsters are so dumb they don't even understand basic math. The undead knight only regenerates 100 HP per second, so Lin Ye doesn't even need to counter it with the Holy Sword's anti-heal, she said confidently. Just 3 minutes of overwhelming damage is enough to finish them off. Just as Sumu said, Lin Ye was overwhelming the minion skeletons with pure power. His HP continuously rose, while the skeleton's HP kept dropping. Notifications popped up one after another. Undead slain. The undead knight was dumbfounded. Lin Ye pointed his weapon straight at the undead knight and said, That's a question you should be asking yourself. The system displayed reverse healing, life siphon, minus 750, including the 50% damage increase. The undead knight was overwhelmed by the immense power. Lin Ye unleashed his move, and the undead knight was instantly vaporized. A system notification appeared. Killed the Divine Realm boss, the undead knight, gaining 6,000 experience points. Completed the Hall of Bones dungeon, beginning reward summary. All hidden conditions met. Evaluation upgraded to SSS rank. Obtained 1 golden treasure chest and 1 platinum treasure chest. A golden light enveloped Lin Ye. You have leveled up to level 8. Lin Ye's information was displayed. Name, Lin Ye. Class, Priest. Level, 8. Stats, Energy, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, and Agility have all increased. Equipment. Activated 4-piece Demon Emperor set. Gale Boots, Blink Stone, Emerald Ring. Awakened Talent, Heaven and Earth Reversal. Single Target Skills, Healing Art, Siphon Art. Support Skills, Purge Art, Prohibition Art. AoE Skills, Divine Artifact Therapy, Calamity's Descent Level 2. Myriad Stars' Radiance, Descent into Hell. Sumu praised. Not bad, Lin Ye. The system continued to announce. Sumu and Bai Ji produced no damage or movement, running evaluation, settlement, 0 experience reward. Sumu looked surprised as a key appeared, along with the final quest. Completed the Divine Realm dungeon, Hall of Bones. Protected the Holy Sword and guarded the pot of porridge from any attacks by undead creatures throughout the entire process, obtaining a unique reward. Stone Sword Key. A unique stone sword key. The gate to a one-time secret kingdom instance, the land of the undead, can be opened in a suitable location, with the highest difficulty being Cataclysm level. Baiji exclaimed, A Cataclysm level dungeon key. Am I seeing things? The system asked. The final quest of the Hall of Bones has vanished. Do you wish to activate the treasure chest rewards? Yes? No? Sumu asked in surprise. The Hall of Bones dungeon had an undiscovered, one-time use secret key. Lin Ye looked at the key and replied, Yeah, a one-time personal secret realm item is different from a regular dungeon key. After use, both the key and the dungeon will disappear. The same goes for the rewards inside, which is why being one of a kind makes them an incredibly valuable strategic level resource. Newcomers usually only see regular dungeons with normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties, but beyond those, there are actually calamity, disaster, catastrophe, cataclysm, and epic levels. Top-tier regular dungeons and rare one-time secret realm dungeons are all controlled and monopolized by professional player organizations. Baiji asked excitedly. So, at the same difficulty level, the rewards from a one-time dungeon are way better than those from a regular dungeon, right? Sumu replied, several times better, and they're guaranteed to give a world-unique reward to worthy challengers. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then said, wait a minute. Among all the professional players who got an SSS rank, none of them managed to keep the protected item's HP at 100%. Sumu pushed Lin Ye from behind towards the chests. Hey, who cares about them? Let's get this chest-opening show on the road. Let's see what our master Lin Ye can get with his lucky aura. Baiji chuckled beside him. Heh. Lin Ye gave a helpless smile and replied, Yeah. Lin Ye opened the reward chest that appeared. Opening the platinum-grade treasure chest yielded 10 free attribute points and the platinum-grade equipment, Hound's Fang. An Earthstone scepter, Lin Ye said with a forced smile. As expected, there's nothing suitable for a priest, but this Earthstone scepter. Moo, don't you need a weapon upgrade? Sumu replied, Lin Ye held out the scepter. Sumu said shyly, No, the 10 free attribute points are already a huge gain. Lin Ye checked the stats. Plus 10 intelligence, current intelligence 52 plus 20 plus 30. Lin Ye handed the scepter to Sumu and said, Here, you take the Earthstone scepter. It should correspond with the Earth attribute 5 elements master. Lin Ye's group continued to move. Sumu asked, Where are we going next? Lin Ye replied, Actually, our 3-person team is already leading in the class trials, whether in terms of equipment or stats. Let's just grind again and accumulate experience to reach level 10. Lin Ye's group headed towards the blue barrier. It transported his group to another location. After arriving, Lin Ye asked, Can you two grind the land of skeletons by yourselves next? Following the sequence I just used, you definitely won't get an SSS rank, but getting an S rank will still make it easier to gain experience. Baiji replied, I have no problem with that. Suddenly, something shot towards them in a flash. Lin Ye sensed it and pushed Sumu away. Wait, there's danger! Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Baiji! A tall, bald man appeared out of nowhere. He held a knife to Baiji's throat and asked Lin Ye, Hey kid, did you guys get the stone sword key? The bald man threatened, If you know what's good for you, hand over the stone sword key now. His party consisted of a level 15 mage, 2 level 12 martial artists, and a level 11 priest. On Lin Ye's side, he was a level 8 priest, and Sumu was a level 6 mage. The bald man was a level 13 assassin, and Baiji was a level 5 great swordsman. The bald man pressed the knife against Baiji's neck and said, Or else your little teammate will. Baiji activated her power, exclaiming, Screw you. She used her sword to shatter the bald man's weapon and shouted, Why the hell should I give it to you? The mage on their team flashed a wicked smile, having finished his incantation. The mage attacked Baiji, and she blocked the blow with her sword, but she collapsed on the spot. The bald man stepped on Baiji while his teammate healed him. The mage approached and said, You've got some skill. What a pity. Lin Ye growled, Let her go if you don't want to die! Baiji was being burned by the mage's flames, clutching herself in pain. The mage chuckled and said, Ahem, don't be so rough. I actually quite like those who are strong enough. Lin Ye launched an incredibly fast attack. The mage exclaimed in surprise. What? A huge explosion erupted, sending dust and smoke everywhere, and the mage's scream echoed. Holy crap! The bald man yelled. Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? Didn't I tell you to stop him? The mage wiped the blood from his face. Lin Ye had one of them under control, and the man convulsed in pain, saying, You, a kid not even level 10. How is this possible? Sumu used the skill Wind's Tear to suppress another one. Lin Ye growled, "Get lost! Who gave you the guts to try and rob us?" The mage burst out laughing. "Ha ha! You can regret today's arrogance when you get to hell." He cast a spell on the bald man. "Second brother, leave no one alive." The man's power was enhanced, and he activated the skill Death's Dazzling Spot. The mage ordered, "Kill this kid first. The other two girls are nothing." Sumu was stunned. This guy doesn't care at all about his teammates' life or death? Lin Ye frowned and said, "Mumu, Bai Ji, both of you fall back. They have the stench of the demonic tide on them." Lin Ye thought to himself, "They are all fallen ones." They willingly made a deal with the abyss demons, allowing them to discard their innate talents in exchange for abyssal power many times stronger than their own. They bury their humanity and become enemies of mankind. Lin Ye swung his scepter and shouted, "Divine therapy reversed. Calamity descent." 3 fireballs shot towards Lin Ye. A massive explosion occurred, and seeing this, the mage laughed loudly. "Ha ha, the loser couldn't even cast a skill," he continued. "Second brother, the gear on these kids looks pretty good. Strip it all off them." The bald man's silhouette appeared through the smoke. Lin Ye was completely unharmed, and he broke the man's arm. The mage's jaw dropped as he stammered, What? He cursed at his underling. "You idiot, heal him now." The underling stammered, "Boss, wasn't he just instantly killed a moment ago?" The mage thought in astonishment, "How is this possible? A priest who's not even level 10. Where did he get that much damage? Unless he also made a deal with the abyss demons. That's not right. An offensive priest." He looked at Lin Ye and realized it was him. This guy is no ordinary professional. No, he's not human at all. The mage scrambled to get away. "Run!" Seeing this, Lin Ye said, "Trying to run? Stay and play, I'm not letting any of you go." Lin Ye used the skill Reverse Myriad Stars Radiance, and a massive soul chased after the group. They screamed, "No, no!" Lin Ye delivered the finishing blow. Fall to hell, and the group took the full force of the attack. Lin Ye sent those guys to meet their ancestors as dust and smoke rose. Lin Ye thought to himself, "After the damage boost, all my skills can instantly kill a nightmare-level boss. So against professionals 5 levels higher, can their health points be instantly zeroed out? They're definitely dead." Sumu clutched her weapon and said, "If we hadn't acted, we would be the ones dead right now." Baiji asked, "Do we need to dispose of the bodies? What if their guild comes looking for us?" Lin Ye spoke up, "No rush. No guild or faction would be willing to publicly acknowledge these fallen ones." Lin Ye recalled the news about the wanted, escaped fallen ones. He said while rummaging through the mage's bag, "And if they're not public, they'll just form their own camp and won't care. Platinum and gold equipment, a miscellaneous bunch but with locked attributes." Lin Ye looked at the symbol on the guy's hand and sighed regretfully. "Only fallen ones can use this. What a shame." A flash of light appeared, and Lin Ye exclaimed, "Got it." A key appeared. It was the pass for the disaster-level forest of the lifeless giant. Lin Ye thought to himself, "A pass for a disaster-level dungeon. Nice." He recalled the level 10 dungeon, the forest of the lifeless giant. In fact, the nightmare level was once a test for professionals, and for many years, no raid party has managed to clear this dungeon. Lin Ye thought, the second boss, the Dark Knight, became the nightmare of all students, a stumbling block on their path as professionals. And all elite professionals would form parties to challenge the disaster-level forest of the lifeless giant. Their goal for clearing it wasn't high-level equipment or experience, but to get the drop from a flawless first clear. The key to the genius-level dungeon, the Forgotten Lair. Lin Ye clenched the key in his hand and thought, but that's all for later. Sumu recognized it as the forest of the lifeless giant. She asked excitedly, "Can we go?" Lin Ye replied, "We'll go right in after Bai Ji's talent cooldown is over." He imagined thousands of dark red eyes surrounding his team and reminded them, "We not only have to try to reach level 10 in the dungeon, but also try to get the pass to the Forgotten Lair." Sumu looked at the bodies on the ground and said, "So how do we deal with these fallen ones? Burning or chopping them up will leave traces. Should we bury them?" She turned back and sighed. "Sigh, if only one of us was a summoner, we could feed the bodies to the summons." Bai Ji pondered Sumu's words. Lin Ye was a bit speechless. "Hey, you two," Lin Ye said as he slung 2 of the fallen ones over his shoulder. "How about we just toss them into the dungeon? They'll disappear when the instance closes." Sumu replied, "Good idea. I didn't know dungeons could be used like this." As she spoke, she and Bai Ji helped carry the others, and they threw all the fallen ones into the dungeon. Lin Ye looked at the system screen showing the Koi buff on cooldown and said, "All right, let's go back and get ready." We need a balance of work and rest. Once Baiji's koi cooldown is over, we'll open the Forest of the Lifeless Giant right away. Sumu and Baiji replied in unison, okay. One day later, at Jiangcheng, SKB, Lin Ye's group was talking while eating. To level up and prepare for the exam, it seems like ever since we awakened our talents, we've never relaxed and had a big meal like this, Lin Ye said. Don't worry, we earned more than enough alliance coins today. Baiji ate her dessert with a happy and satisfied expression. Lin Ye continued, when we have free time, we can come here often. Sumu replied, okay, she said a bit shyly. Actually, it's better to save the money for equipment. I'm not a kid, I don't need to spend so much on entertainment and fun. Baiji chimed in. Big shot. Actually, I can split the bill. No, wait. How about I pay for it? Lin Ye smiled and replied, next time our squad isn't short on funds. Suddenly, a male waiter came over and announced, excuse me, sir, the bill for this table has already been paid by that gentleman over there. Lin Ye let out a, huh, looked at the man at the next table and wondered who he was. The white-haired man was an official of the Professional Alliance, Shangguan Yan, the sect master of the Lingyun sect. He introduced himself, hello everyone, I am Shangguan Yan, an official of the Professional Alliance, and also the sect master of the Lingyun sect. Lin Ye shook Shangguan Yan's hand and said, hello, I'm Lin Ye, a student at Jiangcheng's #1 Professional Academy. These are my teammates, Su Mu and Bai Ji. Shangguan Yan replied, I know. I've come to invite you to join the Lingyun sect, to make it easier for you to enter the Professional Alliance ahead of schedule. Bai Ji gasped, and Lin Ye was surprised. Su Mu asked, enter the Professional Alliance ahead of schedule? Lin Ye replied, but I'm not participating in the professional assessment, and besides, if I agree to your offer, I'd be joining the Alliance without publicly demonstrating my strength. It would be hard to avoid suspicion that I used special privileges to get in through the back door, wouldn't it? Shangguan Yan poured some wine, and Lin Ye continued, so I won't be accepting your offer, and what's more, I have no plans to join any sect. Shangguan Yan and Lin Ye clinked their glasses. Shangguan Yan said with a hint of regret, I really didn't think you would refuse, but I suppose the strong have their own plans. Shangguan Yan spoke as he drank his wine. No matter, I hope to see you join the Alliance soon. He gave a professional smile and said, if you need anything, you can contact me anytime. This is also the Alliance's way of showing favor to talented individuals, and it's a personal wish of mine as well. When the day comes, I want to have a fair and square spar with you. Lin Ye smiled and replied, no problem. He thought to himself, the Lingyun sect, huh? This guy is pretty interesting. The scene changes to Monday. In the Academy's garden, Lin Ye's group had fully assembled. Lin Ye spoke up. The new challenge has begun, Baiji. Baiji responded. With that, she summoned a koi fish. The system displayed. You have been granted an unknown power, obtaining a special buff, the attention of the goddess of luck. Each time you clear a dungeon, you can receive a treasure chest that is 1 level higher, lasting for 24 hours. Lin Ye shouted, use the access pass. Use the key to activate the portal to the Forest of the Lost Giants. The system displayed, checking the request to open the dungeon portal. Now confirming. Please wait. The Secret Realm Dungeon, Forest of the Lost Giants, Calamity level, has been activated. The three of them stepped through the portal. The system announced, about to enter the Forest of the Lost Giants, level 8 to 15, Calamity, difficulty, introduction. The world's calamities call this place home. The silent underworld is its destination. This is the land where the lost giant race perished, and it is also a land of despair filled with death. Sumu looked at the surrounding scenery and said, the Forest of the Lost Giants. I heard it's a fragment that broke off from some larger secret realm. Although you can enter at level 8, it has a Calamity rank clear difficulty, which other dungeons can't even compare to. A giant arm appeared, the monster roared, and Sumu exclaimed, here it comes. The system displayed the information. Name, Ghost Soldier of the Lost Kingdom, level 8. Strength 15, Constitution 15, Intelligence 11, Spirit 12, Agility 11. Golden Aptitude. Skills, horizontal slash, charge, jump slash, straight thrust. Sumu said loudly. Lin Ye, leave these two mobs to us for now. She activated Wind's Tear. Sumu and Baiji attacked. The system announced, health points minus 200, health points minus 62. Sumu realized something, my attack. On the other side, Baiji also realized, it really doubled. the two monsters' health points continuously dropped. Lin Ye snapped his fingers. Healing spell. Clarity spell. Lin Ye reminded the other two, watch out for their horizontal slash and charge combo. Duck, roll. Lin Ye watched the two girls attack, thinking to himself, looks like the new gear is working great. Su Mu and Bai Ji's attack power had already surpassed most students of the same level. Bai Ji did an aerial flip, while Su Mu skillfully dodged the monster's attack. Su Mu unleashed a poison bubble attack, while Bai Ji simultaneously used blazing flame slash. The two of them combined their attacks to defeat the monster. The forest suddenly began to shake. An evil aura emanated from deep within the forest. Su Mu asked, "What is this?" Bai Ji warned. "Ah, everyone be careful." Lin Ye watched vigilantly. "The first boss is here." An armored monster appeared. Level 13, Strength 27, Constitution 22, Intelligence 15, Spirit 18, Agility 20. Platinum Aptitude. Skills. Knight's Assault. Spear of Light. Protect. Lion's Shield. Holy Light. Lin Ye unleashed his skill. Reverse the stars. Divine Fall into Hell. Su Mu wondered, is it dead? Lin Ye frowned and replied, no, not yet. Watch your positioning. Chip away at its health and apply a bleed debuff. The White Spirit Knight lost half its health bar and charged forward to attack. Su Mu unleashed the poison bubble of the bionic tier, and Bai Ji used the flowing fire slash. As they attacked simultaneously, the White Knight's health points continuously dropped. The system announced that the White Knight was poisoned, taking continuous damage and receiving a bleed effect. The White Knight suddenly regained health, and the system displayed Knight Skill, Holy Light, health points plus 2,000. All personal stats increased. Knight Skill, Protect. Personal, physical, and magic defense increased by 40%. Su Mu said in surprise, is this the White Knight's fixed skill? When its health drops to 1/4, it enters this invincible state. Bai Ji said, panting, the first boss is already this challenging. Lin Ye used the purification spell on Su Mu and said, this was the knight's personal skill before he became undead. I'll go kite it. You two, be careful not to draw its aggro. Lin Ye shouted to attract the monster. Come here, White Knight. He thought to himself, this position is hard to hide in, but the line of sight is clear, and the distance is perfect. If it were a professional knight, it would definitely use a ranged attack, like a spear throw. Just as Lin Ye predicted, the White Knight prepared to throw its spear, and the system displayed Knight Skill, Lion's Barrier, granting itself a protective barrier that blocks 300 physical damage and 300 magic damage. The White Knight used the Knight Skill, Spear of Light, and the spear flew straight towards Lin Ye. However, he was completely unharmed, using Reverse Heaven and Earth, health points plus 1,000, attack power increased, defense power increased, and movement speed increased. The White Knight was surprised as Lin Ye slashed through its body, simultaneously using Reverse Healing Art, Plunder. He wondered, ranged attacks didn't work, so what's next? I'm guessing it will use a charge-type skill, retrieve its weapon, and switch to melee combat. The White Knight gathered its spiritual power and used the Knight skill, Charge, while Lin Ye cast the item skill, Flash. The two confronted each other head-on, and Lin Ye executed Reverse Purification and Nether Prohibition. The system announced that after equipping the Flash Stone, all stats increased by 20 points, and the active skill Flash was obtained, allowing a 10-meter blink in a designated direction. Lin Ye smiled. Ha, too bad you've walked right into my plan. The White Knight froze as Lin Ye unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. The White Knight's health points plummeted. Lin Ye thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. After being enraged, its Holy Light skill has consumed a lot of its resources, so now it can only waste its explosive attack speed empty-handed. The system announced, health points have reached the limit. Health points have reached the limit. The White Knight's Holy Light skill ended. The Protect skill ended. The Lion's Barrier skill ended. The White Knight tried to run away. Su Mu used a gigantic chain to hold the White Knight. She said, trying to run now? It's too late. Lin Ye rushed forward and said, just in time, the cooldown is over. He used Reverse Divine Instrument Therapy, Calamity's Descent. A powerful blow was struck. Reverse all stars, fall to hell. The system announced that the White Knight had been killed, granting 6,800 experience points. Lin Ye leveled up to 9, Su Mu leveled up to 7, and Bai Ji leveled up to 6. Bai Ji exclaimed, as expected of a calamity-level dungeon, the very first boss was this difficult. Su Mu looked at Lin Ye and thought to herself, if it weren't for Lin Ye's skill that grants us damage immunity, with our current skills, it would be very difficult to clear this stage, even with diamond-grade equipment. Lin Ye spoke up, According to the guide, the second boss can probably be reached by following the signpost to that mountain over there. He thought to himself, it's just strange that there was no signpost to guide me when I entered. Suddenly, something wrapped tightly around the three of them. Lin Ye realized, so that's how it is. This is probably the special teleportation method of a calamity-level dungeon. Everyone fell into a deep pit. As they fell, Lin Ye reminded the two girls to roll, otherwise, the dungeon would register it as taking damage. Lin Ye used his power to create an air cushion to catch the two girls. He looked around and said, are we finally about to meet the legendary sorcerer? Suddenly, someone attacked Lin Ye. Moonlight Pierce, he shouted. Watch out, Sumu yelled. Lin Ye, Bai Ji exclaimed. Big shot. The system displayed the name Dark Cursed Knight, level 15, strength 40, constitution, intelligence, and spirit 50, agility 40, diamond aptitude, skills, ascending dragon slash, moonlight pierce, triple slash, moonlight sword aura, release dark curse, and enchanting curse. Special introduction, an unknown mysterious creature that appeared here for some unknown reason. Lin Ye was impaled by the Dark Cursed Knight's spear. He said, Cursed Master, I've heard so much about you. Lin Ye broke into a cold sweat. No wonder it's a top-tier boss. It can attack players directly without even appearing. Maybe I should use Heaven and Earth Reversal, but if I can't dodge its attack, it'll be a disaster, right? The Dark Knight pulled its sword from Lin Ye's body. A system notification appeared. Cursed Enchantment. Upon entering a combat state, you will automatically enchant your own weapon. The enchanted weapon will deal magic damage on attack and release a dark curse. All of your personal stats will be significantly increased. The Dark Knight swung its sword. That was the Moonlight Sword Shadow skill, an unavoidable directional attack that affects high health classes and hits the weaker players in the back. Lin Ye exclaimed, so fast, then shouted, Sumu, Bai Ji, don't try to hide, just block it head on. Bai Ji charged forward, clashing directly with the Dark Knight as their sword auras collided. Bai Ji was thrown back, thinking, it's so strong. My arm feels like it's been shattered. Sumu ran over and called out, Bai Ji. Sumu's health dropped by 465 points, and Bai Ji's health dropped by 497 points. Sumu looked at the Dark Knight and thought, Moonlight Sword Shadow isn't even the Cursed Master's strongest skill. The Dark Knight's spiritual energy began to automatically condense. Sumu looked at Bai Ji, thinking that this was just the damage caused by their clashing sword auras. It's a good thing I prepared enough potions beforehand. We can't let Lin Ye switch to his original pre-skills to heal us right now. On the other side, Lin Ye used the skill Stellar Radiance and Descent into Hell to fight the monster. He unleashed Divine Healing Art and Calamity's Descent, bringing down immense power. Not only that, Lin Ye also used Healing Plunder, and the Dark Knight's health bar went down. Sumu's eyes widened in astonishment. Even with a powerful 3-skill combo like that, Lin Ye only managed to chip away a third of the Cursed Master's health. All of our equipment is top of the line too. Sumu immediately cast her skills, Wood Element, Poison Cannon, and Ice Element, Ice Thorn. The Dark Knight was frozen and simultaneously received numerous slashes. However, its health bar didn't move at all. As Lin Ye ran, he thought, here it comes again. He jumped high and slashed downwards. The Dark Knight used Rising Dragon Slash, deducting 157 health points from Lin Ye. It followed up with Triple Slash to restore its own health. The Dark Knight stared at Lin Ye, having targeted the critical spot on his neck. The Dark Knight executed a fatal horizontal slash. Sumu and Bai Ji watched in horror. Lin Ye touched the wound on his neck and sighed, gaining 88 health points. While healing, Lin Ye said, the Cursed Master's strength is truly not to be underestimated. He thought to himself, I have to concentrate harder. Lin Ye shouted, Plunder Art! The system announced, Dark Knight's aggro on Priest Lin Ye is at 100%. Lin Ye said to Sumu, continue with the plan. Sumu replied, okay. Lin Ye shouted Plunder Art, using it to taunt the Dark Knight. He thought, my plan is to draw all of its aggro and pull it over here. To prevent it from attacking Sumu and Bai Ji, no matter how much of a tank it is, we can still whittle down its health. The three of them attacked in unison. Lin Ye thought to himself, after all, this is my innate skill for turning the tide. This is how you counter a boss's damage. He smiled to himself. Even on disaster difficulty, its health and defense are massively buffed. For us, that just means it will take a little more time. A system notification announced an aggro shift. The Dark Knight turned towards Bai Ji, who was hiding behind a tree. Lin Ye cast Reverse. Divine Art, Calamity's Descent. The Dark Knight lost 977 health points, and its health bar dropped drastically. Lin Ye yelled, "Hey, Cursed Master, remember your opponent is me." He provoked the Dark Knight. "I'll block for my teammates, rendering your ranged attacks completely useless." The moment Lin Ye finished his sentence, he unleashed a fatal blow. Reverse. Stellar radiance and descent into hell. Lin Ye shouted, "Now die!" The Dark Knight fell to its knees and started to disintegrate. Lin Ye was stunned, as a system notification announced that for defeating the Dark Knight, he had received 9,300 experience points. The Dark Knight has been permanently removed from the Forest of the Fallen Giant dungeon. The difficulty of the Forest of the Fallen Giant has been reduced from disaster to nightmare. Because of your actions, the Giant's Fall Forest Nightmare difficulty has been reduced to hard. The system continued its announcement. Final mission completed. Defeat the secret dungeon boss of the Giant's Fall Forest, the Dark Curse Knight, without taking any damage. Reward received. Summon Dark Curse Knight. Summons a level 15, gold rank Dark Curse Knight to fight for you. It's usable for about 20 levels, lasts for 1 hour, and has a 1-day cooldown. Baiji asked with an admiring expression. "Boss, you actually defeated the Curse Master? And now you can summon him to run dungeons and even lower the dungeon's difficulty?" Lin Ye patted Baiji's head and replied, "That's right, this is the fruit of our labor," he thought to himself. "It's just as I predicted. For a boss like the Curse Master who hasn't been defeated in a long time, if a player manages to kill it flawlessly and with added luck and stacked buffs, the rewards are unbelievably generous." Sumu shouted, "Look, the system notifications aren't over yet. There must be something even more incredible." A golden light flashed. The system announced that they had gained access to the Calamity-level dungeon, the Forgotten Lair. "Congratulations, player, for meeting the requirements for the Calamity-level dungeon, the Forgotten Lair. The Observer of Original Sin, Guardian of the Lair, will open the Great Gate for you." Lin Ye took the key, leaving Sumu completely stunned. Lin Ye said, "Did you forget? I told you before that the Curse Master was the key to entering the Forgotten Lair," he added with some concern. "Completing the hidden quest and getting the entry qualification changed the dungeon's landscape. I wonder if it will affect other people," Sumu wondered. "What's the problem? This is helping people. Now they won't have to worry about being schooled by the Curse Master, and for the most part, it prevents them from giving up on the final test and starting on the path to becoming a job holder." Lin Ye replied, "Yeah, I was just thinking, does this mean they'll miss out on some of the training they need to become job holders? Let's not dwell on it. Let's go find the final boss." Lin Ye's party followed the key's guidance. They had already defeated 2 bosses and were now heading to the last one. Lin Ye said, "All that's left is the giant of the final bell in the forest," he thought to himself. The design of the Giant's Fall Forest is especially strange. The second boss, the Dark Curse Knight, was actually the strongest one in the entire dungeon. The final boss looks like Godzilla with its grand, world-ending attacks, but in reality, it's a complete moron. The system displayed the information for the level 15 giant of the final bell. Strength, 25, Constitution, 30, Intellect, 10, Spirit, 15, Speed, 10, Quality, Gold, Skills, Giant Barrage, Giant Iron Fist. Special Introduction. An unknown, enigmatic creature. Its origins here are a mystery, Baiji asked in a tense voice. "Boss, the strategy is to apply the nail patch to its left foot, right?" Lin Ye replied, "Yeah, don't be nervous. This guy is slow and its movements are really obvious." The massive monster appeared. Lin Ye said, "Pin down its left foot. It can only try to stomp straight down on you." After hearing that, Baiji replied, All right, I'll go first." Lin Ye stopped her. "Whoa, hold on a second," he continued. "I never said we were using the same method this time. How about we let the Curse Master do the work for us?" Lin Ye used the Summon Dark Curse Knight skill. The level 15 Dark Curse Knight was just as powerful as when it was a boss. Lin Ye commanded, "Go, Curse Master." The Dark Curse Knight charged forward, attacking with Moonlight Assault. Then, the Dark Curse Knight spun around and unleashed Giant Barrage, causing the giant of the final bell's health bar to plummet. The Dark Curse Knight spotted an opening. It immediately executed Rising Dragon Slash, Moonlight Sword Aura, and Triple Slash. Lin Ye shouted, "Sumu, use your ultimate." "Baiji, just give us your enhancement skills," Baiji replied. "Got it." She used Great Swordsman's Rally, increasing the entire party's attack and critical hit chance. Baiji unleashed Flame Sword Aura, and Su Mu cast Wind's Genesis Tears and Poison Chant. Lin Ye unleashed his power, saying, "Let's end this right now." Fallen Heaven and Hell instant kill, an attack of immense power, was launched. The system announced the kill of the secret dungeon boss, the Giant of the Final Bell. 8,000 experience points received. Lin Ye leveled up to 10, Su Mu leveled up to 8, and Baiji leveled up to 7. Everyone leveled up at the same time. Su Mu exclaimed in admiration, "Lin Ye, you're level 10. The system announced again. By judgment, the challenger has completed all hidden conditions. Dungeon rating upgraded to SSS. Double experience received. Lin Ye leveled up to 11. Su Mu leveled up to level 9, and Baiji leveled up to level 8. Baiji said excitedly, "Leveling up twice in a row. I've never heard of anything like this." A reward chest appeared. The Giant's Forest of Destruction dungeon began calculating the rewards. Influenced by the special ability, Gaze of the Goddess of Luck, the dungeon clear chest has been upgraded to Diamond grade. All hidden conditions have been met, and the rating has increased to SSS rank. Influenced by the special ability, Gaze of the Goddess of Luck, received a platinum chest. Open chest? Yes or no? Su Mu hugged Bai Zi and said, "Wow, little Bai, your ability is basically a cheat code for luck, like you're possessed by the gacha gods." Lin Ye spoke up. "This is exactly why I added her to the team." The rewards from the chest appeared. Opening the diamond chest. Obtain the diamond grade skill, Jade Sea's Life Tide. Obtain the diamond grade equipment, Heart of the Giant. Each person receives 15 free attribute points and 1 flash address. Opening the platinum chest. Each person receives 15 free attribute points. Obtain the platinum grade White Spirit Knight breastplate. Obtain the platinum grade White Spirit Knight long spear, and obtain the Grey Demon Marrow stone item. System description for Heart of the Giant. A wearable equipment that grants plus 15 to all stats and has an active skill. After activating Giant's Strength, you gain a super armor effect for 5 seconds. It increases the weapon's armor penetration and enhances its physical attack. Flash Addresses adds lightning elemental magic damage to the weapon. White Spirit Knight breastplate. Set. Armor restricted to the Knight class, increases strength and constitution, but reduces the wearer's speed. Activating the full set grants a unique special effect. White Spirit Knight long spear. Set. A long spear restricted to the Knight class, increases strength, and comes with the bright spearhead effect. It increases the level of light-type skills by 2. Activating the full set grants a unique special effect, Jade Sea's Life Tide, a specialized priest skill that recovers the HP of all allies within range and also randomly dispels 2 debuffs. Lin Ye noted that this skill wasn't bad. He tried using the reversed version of Jade Sea's Life Tide, Undead Death Sea Level 1. It summons a death tide that sweeps through the area, dealing 500 points of damage to all enemies within range, excluding stat and equipment bonuses, while also randomly applying 2 debuffs. Lin Ye pondered. It seems my reversal talent doesn't just turn team buff skills into sabotage skills. It's similar to the boss's crowd control skills, for example. He recalled that the White Spirit Knight's charge skill was a stun that slowed him down, but after being reversed, it turned into a skill that dispelled the control effects on him and increased his speed. So, after Jade Sea's Life Tide was converted into a damage skill, the original effect of dispelling our own debuffs simply turned into applying debuffs on the enemy. Lin Ye thought, but if it's random, its nature can't be defined. It could be a stat reduction, a healing reduction, or it could be a control effect, like a stun. Lin Ye held out his hands and learned the Jade Sea's Life Tide skill. He thought to himself, this reminds me that I need to focus on learning dispel-type skills in the future to build a control-based playstyle, Lin Ye thought while creating a magic orb. Besides, the description of Reversal of Heaven and Earth is very clear. If the talent reaches a high level, it can even change the fundamental nature of a skill. In the end, the talent's own will dictates the outcome. It reverses things however it wants. Lin Ye said to the 2 girls, "We'll sort out and divide the rest of the items after we get out. The cursed teacher has disappeared, and the dungeon's difficulty has been lowered. I still have to report this to the people at the academy and Shangguanyan." Lin Ye's expression turned serious. This was sure to cause another huge stir. The next day, in the principal's office, the principal exclaimed, "What? Lin Ye killed the Dark Cursed Knight in the Giant's Forest of Destruction?" He couldn't seem to believe his ears. I heard you right. You're talking about the Calamity-grade Giant's Forest of Destruction. After a Calamity-grade dungeon reaches an SSS rank, the system announces that the final mission is complete, and the difficulty of the Giant's Forest of Destruction will be directly lowered by 1 grade. Shang Guanyan replied, "Correct. Lin Ye contacted me as soon as he got out of the dungeon, and the Alliance has confirmed that this is indeed the case." The principal asked, "The certificate for the Forgotten Lair?" Shang Guanyan nodded and said, "He got it. You have to understand, there are currently only 73 people working in the Forgotten Lair." He listed, "Of those, 24 people died, and all the rest chose to give up. Not a single person made it through, not even getting halfway." Guanyan frowned as he recalled. None of them could challenge it a second time. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't get a second qualification certificate, or they had already passed the level cap. Tianqi patted Guanyan on the shoulder and said, "We have to wait for him to be stuck at level 15, not advancing to level 16, then he can go in. For such a specialized talent, the Alliance will do its utmost to provide maximum support. However, after entering the dungeon, he'll still have to rely on himself." The principal let out a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful, just wonderful. Yes, I and all the students of the Academy owe him our thanks." He stood up and declared, "We must hold a commendation ceremony. I brought up sealing this dungeon for good at a meeting before, but everyone was against it." Tianqi shook his head and replied, "Our forces are already stretched thin. Students who don't dare to face challenges should be weeded out. The Alliance has no intention of raising useless individuals who aren't cut out to be professionals." The principal reproached himself. "I was just sighing. The Dark Knight has already driven several students from our academy," Guanyan said, waving his fan. Just then, there was a sudden commotion. Su Mu entered, holding out her phone and saying, "Excuse me, Principal, sorry to bother you. Lin Ye's squad and I have run into a bit of trouble." She held up her phone, angrily explaining, "It hasn't even been 24 hours since we left the dungeon and reported the situation to the Alliance. This news is already all over the professional forums. The post is trending, analyzing every little thing about Lin Ye, questioning whether he's a fallen one or has a demonic talent." Su Mu angrily continued, "Many people are pointing out Lin Ye's attributes, not just his stat points, but also calling his stat allocation plan and his strategy for selling equipment guides corrupt. Some people are even maliciously analyzing every frame of his secretly recorded videos, saying his talent is illogical and unrealistic. Thinking his talent is a demonic power, thinking he made a deal with a demon," Su Mu said, fuming with rage. "Since Lin Ye is the best student at the professional academy, and the future professional that all the students look up to, everyone should know his character and his actual strength. He is the pride of our academy," Su Mu pleaded. "Please do something for Lin Ye." The principal spoke up, "Student Su Mu, we understand your feelings." Guanyan opened the system and said, "I'll check right away." A series of malicious comments appeared. One user commented that they were a level 35 senior Alliance member, a graduate of the top professional academy in the capital, proving their identity as follows. "Please read my analysis below. This Lin Ye is a fallen one." Everyone below chimed in, "What mysterious talent? A heaven-sent genius? It's all just hype from Jiangcheng. A priest with a monk's talent is unheard of, let alone that kind of explosive damage. Even with a full set of diamond-grade gear, he still won't admit the video is staged. This guy definitely made a deal with a demon. I have connections. His teacher is a friend of my father. In fact, many people at their academy are suspicious. Those videos are all staged. Who can even tell what's real or fake anymore? I'd rather believe the rumor that he made a deal with a demon. I'm now convinced this is a hoax. A fraud is slightly better than a fallen one. I just hope the Professional Alliance investigates this strictly, punishes him severely, and doesn't coddle a child." Tianqi and Shang Guanyan read through the string of comments. "Lin Ye needs to come out and prove himself, otherwise we have every reason to be suspicious and revoke his professional qualification. But Lin Ye is obviously just a student. This presumption of guilt is going too far. How could he be a fallen one? One minute you're building him up as a god, and the next, you're tearing him down. It's pathetic. This whole question is ridiculous. You've been brainwashed by the hype. People who actually use their heads and ask questions aren't like you. Let the bullets fly for a while longer." The principal said to Su Mu, "Student Su, let's go together to verify the situation with this teacher." Tianqi said, annoyed, "Haha, who knows if this teacher even exists?" Shang Guanyan realized that this was clearly a fabrication by an outsider who didn't know the inner workings of the Alliance. "I propose that the Alliance, the school, and the royal family issue a joint statement, but I'm afraid even that won't be enough. Lin Ye entered. He proposed, "Everyone, I'd like to conduct an inspection of the demonic artifacts." Shang Guanyan cried out. Lin Ye. The scene cuts to Huang Xiaofeng and Shang Guanyan in a news report, explaining the situation. The alliance's denial dealt a significant blow to the rumors. And as for the so-called news from an inside source at the school, it turns out no such person actually exists. The source of the rumor has also confessed to starting it, and regarding the matter of Lin Ye dealing with demonic creatures, the screen showed that the rumormonger has been arrested. Huang Tianqi officially confirmed it. At the Alliance base, reporters swarmed like ants outside, unleashing a barrage of questions. Lin Ye, can you tell us why you need to undergo a demonic energy inspection? Lin Ye, is your talent related to demons in any way? Excuse me, can the Alliance's credibility even be guaranteed? How do we know the machine hasn't been tampered with? Lin Ye, you're a role model for our academy. You can't let them take you down. Whoa, Lin Ye actually showed up. I heard he voluntarily requested the demonic energy inspection. The Alliance's internal politics run deep. Let's just watch the show. Lin Ye glanced down at the crowd. The reporters fell silent for a moment, nervous, not a single one daring to speak. Lin Ye said sarcastically, "If you're this gutless, you shouldn't be reporters." Students from the academy confronted the reporters, shouting, "Why are you so quiet now? Weren't you just questioning the Alliance? I thought the world revolved around you guys." "Hey, the live broadcast is starting, look! Stop wasting your breath on him." At the demonic energy detection site, a drone camera flew overhead for the live broadcast, and the attendant said, "Please step inside the formation to await the inspection." Lin Ye took off his jacket and replied, "All right." A light enveloped Lin Ye as the system interface appeared, beginning the demonic energy contamination scan. Scanning at 5%. The attendant hesitated before speaking. "You know, you don't really have to do this. Some people just can't stand to see others succeed." He affirmed that most of the experts believe in your power. Lin Ye replied, "Actually, I just find this whole thing amusing." The formation scan reached 15%. He continued, "What those people say, I don't really care. I just don't want to make the people who trust me worry." The man nodded and replied, "I understand." The scan for Lin Ye reached 50%. The attendant said, "We're hoping for a good result for you. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to arrest you on the spot." Lin Ye replied, "Understood." He closed his eyes and focused. The scan reached 85%, and everyone was on edge. The system announced 100%. Scan complete. Demonic energy contamination value is 0%. No pacts with evil demons detected. The attendant exclaimed happily, "That's wonderful. I'll print out the report for you right away." Outside, the main screen displayed the inspection results. The reporter's jaws dropped. "What? Not even a single trace of demonic energy. How is this possible?" The comments exploded. "What happened to everyone who was so sure he was evil? Why are you so quiet now? Oh my God, a cultivator can have that much power without making a deal with an evil demon. What kind of talent does he have? Yeah, I'm getting curious too. Is he some kind of heaven-sent prodigy?" The people at the scene began to cheer. "God Ye is the greatest. God Ye is invincible," Lin Ye announced through the drone camera. "Right now, I want to publicly display my attribute points and my level. If anyone has any objections, you can come challenge me one-on-one or as a group. I don't care." Elsewhere, Huang Xiaofeng saw the news. He furiously threw his phone and screamed, "Damn it! How can anyone believe this? That Lin Ye guy is so shady. He must have been bewitched by a demon. What trick did he use to sneak past the test?" He jumped out the window, fuming with determination. "This won't do. This young master has to go warn him." Huang Xiaofeng stealthily tailed Lin Ye. Lin Ye was calmly carrying a bag, having bought some snacks for Su Mu and Bai Ji. Huang Xiaofeng thought to himself, peasant food, milk tea, junk food. That mutt Lin Ye has really degenerated, indulging himself like this. Suddenly, he lost sight of Lin Ye. Huh? Where did he go? From behind, Lin Ye kicked Huang Xiaofeng square in the butt and asked, "You broke out of jail." Lin Ye replied, "I'd say the stalker is more dangerous." Huang Xiaofeng pointed at Lin Ye and shouted, "Hey, don't be ungrateful. I came here specifically to warn you," he whispered to Lin Ye. "You've met it too, right? That trashy evil demon or whatever it's called?" Lin Ye replied, "Nope." He thought back to the dungeon. "On the contrary, I did meet a few nasty characters." Huang Xiaofeng shouted, "Stop playing tough. This young master only let you win by a fluke. And then that pest from the abyss came looking for me. Let me give you some advice. Hurry up and report this to the Alliance and let them investigate. Cooperate with them to track the demon's trail, Lin Ye said skeptically. Oh, so you're saying the Abyss Demon took an interest in you, and not only did you resist its temptation, you also proactively turned yourself in? Huang Xiaofeng said smugly. Humph. A bunch of cowardly rats who don't even dare to show their faces in the human world, and they still dream of making this young master submit. Huang Xiaofeng laughed arrogantly. I, Huang Xiaofeng, was born to be the main character. #1 in wealth, #1 in looks, and #1 in strength. Do I need some lowly trash to prove myself? Lin Ye thought speechlessly. Haha, maybe #1 in being spoiled rotten. He pondered, but then again. Although this guy's personality and character need a complete overhaul, he resisted the demon's temptation, which actually makes you see him in a different light. Lin Ye turned to leave, not forgetting to say, it's not just that I hate abyss demons like you, but the talent I possess is something they can never hope to reach. You should understand this point very well. Huang Xiaofeng pointed his finger angrily and said, what do you mean by that? Lin dog, just you wait. I don't believe you anyway. I'm going to report you. Lin Ye sighed. Sigh, I should probably contact Huang Tianqi and have him locked up. That's for the best. Lin Ye's phone vibrated, and he hummed, then took out his phone. Someone had sent him a message. Lin Ye, night god, big news, we caught the slanderer. Lin Ye read the message in the Jiangcheng Academy's #1 Night God fan club. The user, Long Live Night God, messaged, Night God, big news, we caught the slanderer. This guy was even profiteering off the strategy guide you released. Lin Ye messaged, who? The person replied, Cao Yuan, from our class. He used the strategy guide you released, edited it a little, and then started selling it for a profit. And he was slandering you too. He asked again, do you have proof? The person messaged, yes. He created a small group to slander you, and he added my older brother to it. My brother sent me screenshots. Lin Ye recorded a voice message. From now on, put this guy on the blacklist. Just make sure no guides or equipment are circulated to him. As for the rumor mongering, everyone can take screenshots of the evidence and send them to me. I'll post an announcement on the Professional Alliance forum. The user, Long Live Night God, asked, Night God, but the brothers are angry and want to teach him a harsh lesson. Can we? Lin Ye messaged back. The professional assessment isn't far off. There's no need to ruin your futures over a petty person. For a future professional, the best punishment is being unable to get free attribute points. He continued, if you all catch Cao Yuan, I can give you an exclusive guide that's not for sale. The person was surprised. Huh? Is it really an unreleased guide? Lin Ye messaged back. Of course, you can pick whichever one you want. Another person messaged, ah, for real? Lin Ye messaged, and not just that, if you find and report more people like Cao Yuan, I'll have even more guide-related benefits for everyone. The person messaged enviously, sob, when can I be as awesome as you, churning out guides so easily? Lin Ye continued, oh right, a little heads up, the cheese strategy guide for the Boneyard is coming out soon. Everyone check out the preview. Everyone quickly went to preview the Boneyard cheese strategy guide, then commented, clear it while maintaining 100% health on the holy sword? What the heck is that? Night God, this is just too absurd. Brother Lin, you'll always be my bro. Please don't hold back. Hit me with all the guide rewards you've got. Lin Ye messaged in the group. But I need you guys to spread the word to the many students who bought Cao Yuan's pirated version for a low price, infringing on my rights. From today onwards, anyone who buys or distributes a pirated copy will never get any of the guides I publish in the future. In the group, the 3 people messaged, understood, Night God. Fight the pirates, fight the smugglers, we're on it. Everyone read the announcement message. From today onwards, delete all pirated copies of Brother Lin's guides. Anyone who pirates them again will be blacklisted and will be unable to receive any future guides. Anyone who covers for someone will be considered an accomplice and blocked in the same way. Some people who read the announcement immediately reacted harshly. On what grounds? We can't even save a little alliance currency. Yeah, right. Cao Yuan is a good guy. The announcement continued. These guides were all painstakingly created by Lin Ye himself. Cao Yuan is just a smuggler. You all want the SSS rank clear rewards, but you also want the lowest price. Isn't that too unreasonable? Do you really expect Lin Ye to work for you for free? The other group retorted. If you won't let us use it, then fine. Tyrannical terms. How many more guides can he even release? I think it's all just hype, one person messaged. The Boneyard, 100% Holy Sword Health Guide. We have the trial version. The forums exploded. What? This is a lifesaver. I want it too. I've been dying for this for so long I can't believe it. If you don't want to see it, then don't. The user has left the group chat. A group member messaged, we'll permanently ban this ID. and look up his personal information. The other accounts are also being banned. No problem. I've blocked them too. Looking forward to your guide. Everyone scrambled to find Lin Ye's group. How do I get into God Ye's private group? I want to join too. I'll pay big money for it. I'm deleting those pirated versions right now. Support the original God Ye. Lin Ye's phone was blowing up with notifications. He calmly carried his bag of things upstairs, while everyone in the group was excitedly discussing being able to join the main group. Besides the Land of Skeletons guide, there are also other major dungeon guides, which will be continuously updated first. You can try them in the group. A trial is available, and you can also discuss and add to the guides with the master himself. It's a steal. I'm in. I'd go through fire and water for the big shot, just for one guide. I want to join Lin Ye's fan group too. We're a proper guide group, forget Sumu. I'm a die-hard fan of Brother Lin. Lin Ye's group has added 999 plus members. He was puzzled. Why so many people all of a sudden? Lin Ye sighed. But when counterattacking petty people, you really have to hit them where it hurts. Striking a nerve is often more effective than using your fists. This way, I can stabilize my income stream, and I won't have to worry about malicious competition affecting my source of income. Lin Ye opened the system. He said, in that case, let's reorganize the current data and equipment. The system displayed Lin Ye, Profession Priest, Level 11, Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, and Agility all have points added. Equipment activated. Demon King's set 4 pieces. Swiftwind Boots, Flashfall Stone, Emerald Ring, Awaken Talent, Universe Reversal, Level 2, Single Target Skills, Heal, Plunder, Support Skills, Appraisal, Dark Seal, Group Skills, Divine Healing, Calamity's Descent, Myriad Stars Radiance, Fall to Hell, Azure Sea's Rising Tide, Sea of Undead. Lin Ye noticed the red exclamation mark on the screen. He went, huh? Then clicked on the exclamation mark. The system displayed, Turning the Tables Level 2, reverses and enhances the user and all skills. For the user, it can be freely toggled on and off. If it reaches a high level, it can even change the fundamental nature of current skills, converting their effects. Healing becomes damage, damage becomes healing, buffs become debuffs, debuffs become buffs, applicable to both allies and enemies. Current enhancement effect. Reduces mana cost by 10% and reduces cooldown time by 10%. Upgrade condition. Personal level reaches level 20. Use the reversal skill to kill 10,000 creatures in secret dungeons. Lin Ye mused, this is heading towards unlimited firepower, but the upgrade can be set aside for now, until after the class evaluation. He put his hand on his chin and thought, after breaking through level 10, with the level up bonus and free attribute points, my intelligence has already reached nearly 150. The next goal is to reach an intelligence value of 150, after removing the bonus from equipment, then improve agility, spirit, and constitution, and finally consider strength. Even so, my secondary stats are among the top tier of students. Lin Ye messaged someone, Zhao Qihang, this is Lin Ye. Zhao Qihang asked, Brother Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Ye messaged, I want to buy gold grade or higher priest equipment, including a weapon, boots, a necklace, and a jade pendant. I'll send you the specific requirements in a message. Zhao Qihang messaged, Brother Lin, gold grade is easy, but if you want anything higher, it'll be tricky. Lin Ye replied, it's fine, gold grade will do. Zhao Qihang messaged, all right, wait for me to send you the items. 10 minutes later, Zhao Qihang had sent a long list. Brother Lin, take your pick from these. I've attached the attribute charts, pros and cons, and prices next to each one. Zhao Qihang listed a series, a summary of filtered weapon attributes, a summary chart of filtered boot stats, a chart of filtered jade pendant attributes, and a summary chart of filtered necklace attributes. Lin Ye thought, the stats on this gold-grade weapon are decent, but the boots aren't suitable. He messaged again, I want the priest's weapon, the star healing scepter, the bone necklace, and the white bird jade pendant. Zhao Qihang replied, all right, I'll take off the rest. The total is 350,000. Lin Ye replied, no problem. He remembered, oh, by the way, I also need some forging stones to enhance a few pieces of equipment to plus 10. Zhao Qihang was surprised. Huh? You need them right now? The price might be. Lin Ye found it a bit hard to say. I also can't tell him I want to go conquer the land of death. Zhao Qihang seemed to realize he had asked too much and immediately texted, sorry, Brother Lin, I was being nosy. I'll get right on it. The forging cost, plus the previous equipment, totaled nearly 2 million alliance credits. Lin Ye immediately paid the 2 million alliance credits, Then he received the items: the bone necklace, the white crane jade pendant, and the starfall healing staff. Lin Ye gave the command to begin refining. Lin Ye began refining, and the system announced the forging was successful. The 4-piece magnificent Demon King set has been forged to level 10. The starfall healing staff has been forged to level 10. The bone necklace has been forged to level 10. The white crane jade pendant has been forged to level 10, and the forged equipment's attributes have increased. Lin Ye was satisfied, thinking this would do for now. He recalled the scene in the dungeon. This level of equipment should be enough to get an SSS rank for clearing the Land of Death. After all, in a dungeon like the Land of Death, the drops can only be good, not bad. Suddenly, there was a noise in the house. Lin Ye turned around cautiously, letting out a, "Huh?" He went to check and, seeing Su Mu, called out, "Moo Moo." Su Mu had just finished showering and turned around, wrapped only in a towel. Hearing Lin Ye's voice, she blushed and was startled. She hastily covered herself and said shyly, "Why didn't you make any noise when you came home? I used the bathroom in your room. You don't mind, do you?" The hot water in my room has a problem." Lin Ye blushed, scratching his head as he replied, "Oh, that's fine. Do you need me to take a look?" Su Mu immediately answered, "No, no need." "Oh, right. Do you have time now? I want to talk to you." Lin Ye pointed to himself. "Huh? Me? Sure, but you should dry your hair and change first, or you'll catch a cold." Su Mu nodded. She hurried off, saying, "Then wait for me a bit, just a few minutes." Lin Ye replied, "Okay." 5 minutes later, Su Mu was properly dressed. She sat on the sofa with Lin Ye. Lin Ye asked, "Go ahead. What is it? Why so serious?" Su Mu began. I wanted to say that little Bai Ji complained to me before that she doesn't really like the greatsword class, and she still hasn't gotten used to it. Even though she's upgraded her equipment, solo dungeons are still a bit difficult for her." Hearing this, Lin Ye said, "Oh, is that so? She's never made any requests to me. Plus, I thought she handled her greatsword quite effortlessly. It might be a bit troublesome, but it's still manageable. If we can find a hero's proof to change classes, she can choose a better class. I'll ask Tian Qi one of these days to see if he knows a way, but Bai Ji needs to decide for herself if she really wants to change classes." Su Mu stood up nervously and said, "Oh, that's great. I'm relieved then. I'll be heading back now." Lin Ye cut her off. "Stay put." He frowned, realizing Su Mu's intention. She must have something else to say, not just about Bai Ji. Su Mu hesitated. Lin Ye pressed on. "I'm asking about you." Having been seen through, Su Mu bristled and said, "Fine, you're right. This arrogant guy saw right through me. You're not allowed to laugh at me after I tell you." Lin Ye chuckled to himself and replied, "Oh, of course." Su Mu shouted, "Hey, you can't laugh at me." With a slightly sad expression, she said, "Lin Ye, you're already level 11, right? Have you noticed? Ever since awakening our talents, the distance between us seems to be growing wider and wider." Lin Ye was puzzled. "Huh? Has it?" Su Mu thought sadly. "I knew it." She continued, "Growing up, we almost always played together. I thought that even after awakening our talents, we would definitely be the best partners, with the best chemistry and the most mutual trust. But you don't seem to need me. Relying only on your own abilities, you can get hidden level rewards and become the center of attention. Meanwhile, I just follow your orders, completing some minor tasks that you could easily handle yourself." Tears welled up in Su Mu's eyes as she continued, "I'm happy for you, but the gap between us is just getting bigger. When we're running dungeons, I gradually feel like I'm actually a hindrance, unable to become the pillar of the team." Lin Ye patted Su Mu's head and comforted her. "Moo Moo, you're overthinking things." Su Mu replied, "You idiot, you just don't get it. You don't know what it feels like to be the one chasing, trying to keep up with someone else's pace, only to feel more and more helpless. I don't want to keep relying on you anymore." Hearing this, Lin Ye said, "If that's the case, then from today onwards, you have to be more disciplined. Snacks and late-night meals are canceled starting today. As long as we're not running a dungeon, you'll be out exercising with me at 5 in the morning. The purpose is to increase your reaction speed." Su Mu replied, dumbfounded, "But can't I just add points to my agility stat?" Lin Ye retorted, "Do you think you have enough points for that?" Su Mu wailed. "Wah." Lin Ye took out an item and handed it to Su Mu. "All right, take this." Su Mu asked curiously, "Is this a giant's heart for me?" Lin Ye replied, "That's right, a gift for you." He added, "This is perfect for you to use during your transition period. Plus, your clone can double the effects." Lin Ye encouraged Su Mu, "Believe in yourself. With your talent and class combination, your potential is limitless. Sumu looked at the item in her hand and said with determination, "All right, I'll do it. Starting today. No more snacks." Lin Ye thought to himself, does this girl still need tangible things to get motivated? Sumu grabbed Lin Ye's hand and said, "In that case." Then she summoned little Sumu, pinned Lin Ye down on the sofa, and said, "Teacher Lin, please test the potential of my bionic robot first." Hearing this, Lin Ye went, "Huh?" Sumu listed off, back pounding. Massages, cooking, cleaning. It's an expert at everything. The two of them pounced on Lin Ye to give him a massage, saying, "You have to enjoy it." All Lin Ye could do was endure it and let out pained grunts. Inside the room, Sumu happily went to greet her. "Baiji, you're here." Lin Ye also spoke gently. "You've worked hard. We made you take a special trip," Baiji asked, confused. "You want to go to the land of death now? Aren't you going to rest for another day?" Just then, a system screen suddenly appeared above his head with a notification. "You have been buffed by an unknown power. Specifically, the gaze of the goddess of fortune will upgrade the treasure chest by 1 level for every dungeon cleared." Lin Ye smiled gently and said, "No need. I've already rested. You all are the ones who need a break." He continued, "Baiji, go watch a movie with Sumu, balance work and rest for double the efficiency." Then, Lin Ye used the stone sword key to summon the secret realm of the land of death. As the teleportation gate opened, a strange portal formed by a swirling vortex appeared in midair, and a new notification popped up, "Entering the secret realm, land of death. Difficulty selected, calamity." As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Ye changed into his priest form. He softly commanded, "Let's go." Seeing this, Sumu cried out worriedly, "Calamity level! Oh, Lin Ye!" But by then, Lin Ye had already completely entered the Land of Death secret realm dungeon, level 15 to 25. Calamity difficulty. Extremely dangerous. The level gap with professionals is too large. Please enter with caution. This is a restricted zone for the living, shrouded in death, where any living creature that enters becomes food for the army of the undead. Glancing over the information, he breathed a small sigh of relief. Luckily, there are no invaders in this dungeon. It doesn't seem as terrible as I thought. With that thought, Lin Ye used the skill Reverse Heaven and Earth. As soon as the power was used, a series of notifications immediately appeared. The life energy in your body has alerted the Death Worm, the Withered Demon King, the Undying Witch Demon, the Giant Executioner, and the Maiden of Death. They have all awakened. At the same time, a legion of spirits appeared before his eyes. Their skills include Resentful Flame, Wrath of the Undead, and Nether Abyss. The system also concluded, a massive army of the undead has awakened and is now attacking. Accordingly, they stared at Lin Ye with hunger and muttered, "A living person. Delicious. The undead riot. The seal is broken and the holy sword. Crimson flame radiance that suppresses this place appears. You will temporarily gain unparalleled power." Then, a sharp sword immediately appeared before his eyes. It was the holy sword, Crimson Flame Radiance, a divine weapon of unknown grade. After equipping it, any attack deals 500% suppression damage to undead creatures, grants a healing prohibition effect, a 50% damage immunity effect, and imbues attacks with the Holy Flame attribute, dealing massive area of effect Holy Flame damage. Looking at the chain-bound sword, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and wondered, "A holy sword? Isn't this the lazy fighting style of Ainzual Gaon?" He then came to a conclusion. "Of course, I can't use it." As soon as he thought that, a requirements panel appeared before him, listing the basic and additional requirements to clear the land of death as follows. 1. Survive the assault of the undead army for 2 hours until the Holy Knight reinforcements arrive. Kill any secret realm boss, achieve any special requirement, kill all secret realm bosses, and eliminate the endlessly spawning undead to purify the land. Do not use the Holy Sword's Crimson Flame illumination on any undead creatures in the land of death for 2 hours, which is before the Holy Knights arrive. Complete the first 3 missions, and the 5th mission will only unlock after completing the first 4. After grasping the information, Lin Ye immediately leaped into the air and shouted, "Reverse the stars." Then he instantly slammed the staff in his hand into the ground. "Fall in heaven's hell!" The ground suddenly cracked open. The undead legion, scorched by hellfire, screamed, You're not human. How can a human unleash hellfire? It hurts so much." At the same time, the undead legion's total health decreased by 754. A blood-red aura then flew out of Lin Ye's scepter, shooting into the sky and creating a vortex. He frowned and growled, "Reverse healing artifact. Calamity descends. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant bolt of lightning immediately struck the ground. Notifications also appeared. The Undead Legion's total health decreased by 473, activating a bleed effect for 77 damage. Taking 1,304 damage per second, the Undead Legion has been annihilated. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, thinking smugly, just as I expected. After upgrading my equipment and stats, the Demon Emperor gains an additional 90% healing effect. These level 15 gold rank undead minions were really cleared out in just 1 second. I didn't even need to use my ultimate Azure Sea title surge. However, he frowned as he looked at the approaching horde of undead, thinking, but then the system displayed a warning. A new undead army has appeared. Please quickly break through the army's blockade, go deeper to kill the boss, and destroy the altar of death. Looking at the glowing blue pill in his hand, Lin Ye smiled triumphantly, remembering how Baiji and Sumu had stuffed him with 7,749 types of potions, thinking, I really have to thank my 2 great teammates. The system appeared again to summarize, using all the following items, using an excellent speed potion to increase your movement speed for 5 minutes. Using pills made from wind bird eggs, your agility stat will temporarily increase by 50 points for 5 minutes. Using a thunder flute to gain the lightning sprint effect for 5 minutes, continuously increasing your movement speed. Using smoked earth-pounding chicken to temporarily boost your stamina. After absorbing all the supplementary energy, Lin Ye shot forward like the wind. Wherever he passed, the undead legions were utterly crushed. With absolute power, Lin Ye quickly ran through the undead legion and arrived at the altar of death. A brilliant red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Lin Ye growled, Reverse Azure Sea title surge. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye immediately cast Sea of Undead. A blood-red sea quickly submerged the entire undead legion, with the skill increasing damage by an additional 10%. Seeing the tragic state of the undead legion, a new congratulatory notification popped up. All enemies are in a state of soul burn, and all enemy attack power is weakened. All enemies are afflicted with a poison debuff, a silence debuff, reduced defense, drastically reduced speed, and enemies are stunned, with health points decreasing by 1,080. The undead army has been annihilated. Seeing that they had been annihilated, Lin Ye lowered his scepter. The black water also receded quickly, revealing the altar with a giant zombie butcher standing guard in front. It didn't take long for all of its information to appear before his eyes. Altar of Death, 10,000 health points, 0 defense, and attack power. There are 5 strange buildings in the Land of Death that continuously summon undead creatures from the netherworld. They are guarded by the 5 bosses of the dungeon. After a building is destroyed, it will stop summoning undead creatures in the current area, but the already summoned undead will not disappear. As for the giant zombie butcher, it is level 15, but its strength, constitution, intelligence, spirit, and agility stats are all unknown, and it has platinum-grade potential. Its skills include Plague Outbreak, Poison Shield, Physical Regeneration, Fission, Iron Hook Grab, Death/Devour, and Healing from Corpses to create more undead. It loves to tear enemies apart and devour their corpses, and it has a special giant form. When the giant zombie butcher is killed, it will instead split to resurrect. At this moment, another system notification appeared. Reverse Clarity Spell. Nether Forbidden Art has been cast, imprisoning and controlling the target, and the giant zombie butcher was suddenly bound by countless iron chains. Lin Ye seized the opportunity to rush forward, calculating to himself that he only needed 30 more seconds. Then he immediately summoned a horde of monsters with slimy red bodies and ordered, Go, defeat them. Without standing still, Lin Ye immediately brandished his scepter, activating Reverse Healing Art, Plunder Art, Reverse Divine Instrument Therapy, Calamity's Advent, and Reverse All-Stars Marvel, and Fallen Heaven and Earth to surround the altar. In just an instant, the altar was melted by his immense power, and at the same time, a new notification appeared. Defeat the Death Altar. Undead creatures in this area have stopped being summoned. Defeat the giant Jiangxi Butcher. The giant Jiangxi Butcher has multiplied by 2. Following that, on the other side, the giant Jiangxi Butcher split itself into 2 halves. Lin Ye frowned and shouted, Plunder Art. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 beams of brilliant red light shot forward, causing it to quickly explode. The screen once again displayed a notification. Defeated the split giant Jiangxi Butcher. The Skeleton King and the Immortal Lich have awakened. Looking at the pile of bones left at his feet, Lin Ye frowned and thought, It seems that even for a genius-level difficulty dungeon, as long as there's a level restriction, it won't be anything too intimidating. At least with my current abilities and equipment, it's more than enough. Then he suddenly called out, "Come out, sorcerer, I need you this time." As soon as the words were spoken, the Dark Sorcery Knight and its dragon immediately appeared. A new notification popped up, summoned a level 15 gold-grade Dark Sorcery Knight to battle. Duration, 1 hour. Just as Lin Ye jumped onto the dragon's back, the undead below had all awakened. The two of them quickly flew towards the distant mountain. After a while, Lin Ye arrived. What greeted his eyes was the sight of the Skeleton King sitting on his throne made entirely of bones. He looked up at its shriveled skull and its blazing blue eyes, then glanced over to read the information that had just appeared. Skeleton King, level 15. Physical strength, intelligence, unknown. Spirit, 2. Agility, unknown. Platinum aptitude. Skills include Legion's Might, Banner of Death, Evil Aura, Flesh Resurrection, and Shield of the Deceased. The Skeleton King uses aura skills and racial expertise to strengthen surrounding undead creatures. Prefers to use human wave tactics to hunt down enemies. Then he looked at another information panel. Immortal Lich, level 15. All information is unknown. Platinum aptitude. Skills include Death Fluctuation, Bone-Chilling Magic, Black Hole, Lunar Eclipse, and Blood Freezing Seal. A powerful being among liches. A spellcaster who actively used dark magic and necromancy to transform themselves into an immortal being, possessing exquisite spellcasting abilities and an intellect far surpassing that of ordinary undead creatures. Lin Ye coldly ordered the Dark Sorcery Knight, kill. While Lin Ye was trying to look cool, the Dark Sorcery Knight suddenly mumbled a few words, then he gave an awkward smile and said, "The incantation." After that, Lin Ye coldly waved his hand and ordered, "Do it." As he finished speaking, the scepter in his hand also slammed onto the ground. The immortal lich's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, the Dark Sorcery Knight charged forward to attack the immortal lich, then it unleashed the skill Moonlight Assault, making her let out a miserable cry. Her health points were reduced by 1,441, but the immortal lich suddenly crushed something in her mouth, making a crisp sound. In an instant, her entire body was suddenly enveloped in a strange blue light. A horde of phantoms was summoned because of it, but just as they were about to pounce, the Dark Sorcery Knight quickly created a sorcery shield. It could reflect all magic damage for 3 seconds. This caused both the phantoms and the immortal lich to be sent flying. Finding herself in a tight spot, she trembled and reached out towards the high platform, pleading, "Skeleton King, help me." But just as the Skeleton King stood up, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head in shock to look behind him and saw Lin Ye standing there, enveloped in a sea of blood. He declared in a low voice, "Your opponent is me." With that, he unleashed the skill Reverse Azure Sea Tidal Wave, Sea of the Undead. In an instant, the sea of blood submerged the Skeleton King, causing him to fall into a withered and weakened state. His health points were also reduced by 999. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Dark Sorcery Knight was frantically unleashing Rising Dragon Slash and Triple Slash at the Immortal Lich, making her wail miserably. Then it used the Tyrant's sorcery skill, causing her to explode and sending dust and smoke everywhere. But the Immortal Lich's vitality was limitless, and she quickly launched a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the Dark Sorcery Knight swiftly and perfectly dodged her sneak attack. At this moment, it suddenly felt something strange behind it. The Dark Knight turned around and saw the undead witch condensing ice bones. She laughed maniacally, muttering, "Ice bone." But how could he let her have her way? Within just a few seconds, the Dark Knight immediately used Crescent Moon Strike, slicing her in two. The undead witch screamed resentfully, "King of the underworld, at the bottom of the abyss, I will trade my soul to you." And so, she performed the ritual to sacrifice her own body, but not before the undead witch hatefully cursed her foolish enemy to hell for all eternity. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly shouted, "Master, she's going to self-destruct and take everyone with her." But it was too late. With a loud boom, the undead witch's body exploded, creating a wave of bones and countless ice crystals, which was ice seal refraction. The undead witch sacrificed her soul, emptying her entire remaining health bar to unleash a large-scale ice-type magic, dealing massive ice-type magic damage and a freezing effect. But fortunately, the Dark Knight managed to summon a magic shield in time, reflecting all of her ice bones back at her. She roared in terror. "What?" At the same time, the Dark Knight also turned and charged to ambush the Skeleton King, clearing the target. Along with Lin Ye's praise, the undead witch also vanished into the wind. Well done, master. Lin Ye immediately used his scepter to destroy what was left. The calamity is coming. Before completely disappearing, the Skeleton King spoke resentfully. Ah, ignorant human. True despair is yet to come. The system also displayed a notification. Defeating the Skeleton King and the Undead Witch has met the requirements for clearing the Secret Realm's boss Slaughter. The teleportation gate is opening. You can now leave through the teleportation gate, and based on the completed Secret Realm requirements, you will receive corresponding clearance points. At this moment, Lin Ye walked over and used a healing spell to restore the Dark Knight's health, and then conveniently cleaned him up. Then Lin Ye turned, swung his scepter, and destroyed the altar. The Death Altar has been destroyed. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight summoned the Darkwing Dragon, his comrade, the Dark Knight's brother in arms from when he was alive. But nowadays, the Dark Knight rarely summons it. Lin Ye quickly jumped onto the dragon's back and said, "The altar here is gone, and the undead creatures pose no threat. We can clean them up later. Let's go to the next place first." With that said, the Darkwing Dragon spread its wings and flew forward. He frowned as he looked into the space ahead, muttering, "Two final bosses left." Then, he turned back to thank the Dark Knight. "It's all thanks to you, Master. You saved me a lot of time grinding monsters on the way." Upon being praised, he became very shy. Just then, the Darkwing Dragon was suddenly attacked by countless ice shards. A monster with its mouth wide open was shooting countless ice bones toward them. Lin Ye frowned and shouted, "Master, the enemy has spotted us. Be careful." The monster took the opportunity to fly over, preparing to swallow them both, but the Darkwing Dragon quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, the ice bones also dissipated. Lin Ye and the Dark Knight jumped down, standing face to face with the monster, and opposite them was the evil Death Dragon. Level 15. Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, and Agility all unknown. Diamond Potential. Skills: Ice Bone Breath, Dragon's Might, Ice Seal Aura, Absolute Zero Dragon Claw. In life, it was a great dragon worshipped by many. After death, it was resurrected by the king of the undead kingdom. Under the blessing of the Death Aura, the evil dragon can control powerful ice-type magic, dealing continuous damage and a slowing effect. Just then, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beneath it. It was the Maiden of Death. Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, and Agility all blank. Diamond Potential. Skills include Frozen Bone Arrow, Magic Silence, Aura of Power, Archer's Talent, Curse, and Dark Arrow of Life Absorption. She was originally a righteous knight of the elf race, resurrected by the king of the undead after her death, becoming a dark archer who spreads death. With her agility and the magic bow in her hands, she can infuse her arrows with the power of death, turning slain enemies into her dark slaves. Looking at the two monsters before him, Lin Ye asked with amusement, "Master, in this one-time secret realm, which of these two do you think is more terrifying? They don't give anyone a chance to get an SSS rank evaluation." Then, he soared into the sky to cast a spell, reverse the light of the stars from heaven to hell, invert the sea of the undead. A blood-red tsunami immediately rushed forward, causing the Maiden of Death's health bar to continuously decrease by 155. She angrily drew her bow and aimed. "You despicable people! How dare you launch a sneak attack?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Death Maiden shot a cursed breath attack towards Lin Ye. He smiled mockingly. Trying to turn the tables now? This could actually be a real surprise. After saying that, he lightly leaped to the side. Seeing her arrow hit its mark, she burst out laughing. "Is that all you've got?" But just then, Lin Ye caught her arrow with his bare hand and crushed it. Hit by an ice bone attack, health plus 845. Hit by a frozen bone arrow, health plus 748. Movement speed greatly increased, freezing effect dispelled, AoE attack power greatly increased, AoE movement speed greatly increased. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the Death Maiden was so shocked her eyes widened as she screamed, "Impossible! My arrow clearly hit his heart." The skill was nullified. Is his immunity that overpowered? Just then, the vicious Death Dragon appeared, ready to strike. She frantically stopped it. Wait a second, something strange. But it was too late. It immediately spat ice bones at Lin Ye, but his health just increased by 512. With each attack, Lin Ye's health kept increasing by 539. You have dispelled the freezing effect. Health plus 699. You have dispelled the freezing effect. While the Death Maiden was stunned, the Dark Knight slowly emerged from the hazy mist of bones. The moment she drew her bow, it dashed towards her. Seeing this, the Death Maiden immediately switched targets. She turned and shot at it through gritted teeth. But unfortunately for her, the Dark Knight easily dodged every arrow. The Death Maiden retreated and exclaimed, "So fast!" Even so, she wasn't willing to admit defeat. "No, I can't let this thing get close." Then, the Death Maiden used Call of the Undead King and roared, "All undead, hear my command! Stop the enemy!" As soon as she finished speaking, countless undead leaped out and rushed towards the Dark Knight. Without a word, it unleashed Moonlight Thrust, knocking the monsters away and charging at the Death Maiden for a critical hit. Her health bar instantly dropped by more than half. The Death Maiden immediately used a silence spell. She arrogantly used Life Drain, Life Stealing. Death Maiden, health plus 347, plus 256, plus 277. Before she could celebrate for more than a few seconds, the Dark Knight charged in to strike. She roared in panic, "Damn it! This foolish, traitorous human only knows melee combat." The Death Maiden suddenly rushed forward, grabbed the Dark Knight, and yelled, "Kill yourself." She was already holding a talisman in her hand. A notification appeared. Talisman uses the power of the charm to control a creature. The weaker the creature, the longer the control duration. Maximum control time is 60 seconds, minimum is 1 second. After the Death Maiden dies, this effect can be broken and cannot be dispelled. So she activated the control command, forcing it to commit suicide, reducing its health by 300. That skill could order a talisman-controlled creature to kill itself. Each attack deals 300 points of damage until the suicide talisman's effect disappears. But the Dark Knight quickly broke free from the control. The Death Maiden didn't stop there and continued to use Frozen Bone Arrow. She clicked her tongue and sighed. Even though it was only for 1 second, that was enough. As soon as she finished, the Dark Knight was immediately pierced by countless ice arrows. Health decreased by 792, feet frozen, causing a massive AoE movement speed reduction. By now, its health had dropped by more than half, and its entire body was gradually being encased in ice. Seeing this, Lin Ye frowned and shouted, "Dark Knight, switch to defensive stance." Immediately after, the Dark Knight summoned a large black shield. Due to its weight, its speed was greatly reduced, and damage taken was reduced by 70%. Seeing it could still fight, the Death Maiden roared hysterically, "You've taken so many of my skills. Once I get past that shield of yours, I'll take your head." With that, she launched a relentless assault, causing the Dark Knight's health bar to gradually deplete. Seeing its weakened state, she burst out laughing. "Out of health already?" The Death Maiden arrogantly declared, "This time you'll definitely die. After I'm done with you, I'll go deal with your companion." But at that very moment, the Death Maiden was ensnared by a reversal and imprisonment spell. Lin Ye stepped out with a dark expression and growled, "What did you just say?" At this point, he had used Jade Sea Tide to capture the vicious Death Dragon, health plus 1,233, and negative effects dispelled. Lin Ye asked softly, "Who's dealing with whom?" The Death Maiden, now bound by his reversing heaven and earth, screamed in fear, "What is this thing now?" She frantically asked, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Then, the Death Dragon behind her suddenly opened its mouth, preparing to launch an attack. But the moment it moved, it was noticed by the Dark Knight. It then leaped up, easily taking the Death Dragon's head with its broken energy shield, sending it flying with a rising dragon slash. Down below, Lin Ye coldly uttered, "Circumstellar Shake." With just one move, he instantly tore its massive body apart. A system notification appeared. "You have slain the Death Dragon." Seeing it get obliterated, the Daughter of Death went berserk and screamed, "My Death Dragon, you." She roared madly, unleashing her power, ganging up on me. Lin Ye frowned and muttered, "Reverse divine art, cataclysmic advent." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red pillar of light slammed down on her tiny figure. "You have slain the Daughter of Death." After dealing with the two bosses, Lin Ye turned to delegate tasks. "Beastmaster, you take the northwest, I'll take the southeast. Let's clear this out quickly." Watching the Dark Knight swiftly eliminate all the monsters, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. "Once we clear out the sacrificial altar, it'll be over." Although this dungeon is special, it's not as difficult as I initially expected. He used Reverse Azure Sea, Tide of Life, and Sea of the Undead to sweep through the entire dungeon. It took less than 10 minutes to clear the stage. This was well within the 2-hour time limit required by the 4th mission. After a while, the two of them had completely cleared the dungeon, with corpses piled high at their feet. Reminder: you have eliminated all remaining undead creatures in the Hall of Death. You have completed the requirements for the first 4 missions. Hearing this, Lin Ye suddenly realized he had forgotten a mission. Wait, that's not right. Reminder. The avatar of the two-winged angel Kuro is about to descend, activating the fifth special mission, Choice of Fate. Immediately after, a pair of pure white wings appeared. Option 1. Accept the god's gift and receive the reward from the two-winged angel Kuro. You must also hand over the crown's crimson flame holy sword that has absorbed the souls of the undead and then leave the hall of the undead. Or, choose option 2. Slay the god by killing Kuro's illusory avatar. Looking at the pure white holy presence, he frowned in confusion. What's the meaning of this? Is there another hidden boss in this dungeon? Choosing to accept the god's gift will result in an immediate SSS rank rating. Choosing to slay the god after defeating the angel Kuro's avatar will result in a rating 2 ranks higher. If you fail, the rating will be reduced to C rank. After reading this, Lin Ye frowned and wondered. A rank rating. So in your eyes, SSS rank isn't the highest rating, but do other high-level professionals know about this? Are the top professionals of the Alliance hiding this information, or are they simply unaware of the truth? Thinking this, he immediately shook his head. No way. First, there's no reason for them to suppress this information. After all, very few people could ever meet the conditions to unlock it. Second, dungeons are created by the system as secret realms. It's not impossible for them to undergo changes without humans knowing. Third, this higher tier and the angels themselves actually exist, but humanity's current power level simply can't reach them, much like how ancient people couldn't explore the cosmos. Just then, Lin Ye looked up at the angel's wings, which were covered in countless eyes. One of them suddenly snapped open and stared at him, followed by a deafening explosion. The Dark Knight instantly vanished. Reminder, the Dark Knight has withdrawn from the battlefield. The summon is now on cooldown. Lin Ye frowned, assessing the situation. This pressure is terrifying. Is this the Ancient Covenant, the supreme leader of the angels? But according to the prompt, I probably don't have to fight this thing itself. So where is Kuro's avatar? At that moment, a pair of pure white wings appeared. Then, a figure materialized beneath the giant, closed eye. Title, Two-Winged Angel, Kuro Illusory, Avatar. Level, Unknown. Challenging, is not recommended. Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, Spirit, Agility, and Aptitude are all blank. Skills, undisplayable. He is an angel, a powerful being born in the holy nation, an adversary to all undead creatures. He possesses divine power that suppresses the breath of death. The two-winged angel Kuro suddenly spoke, Human, you have done well. On behalf of the holy nation, I thank you. These vile undead creatures belong in their eternal slumber deep within the earth. Now present the crown's crimson flame. You may leave now. Lin Ye went off script by refusing and turning to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Don't you have a reward for me? After all, I've cleared out all the undead creatures in this place. He angrily snapped back. Are you questioning an angel? Then, the two-winged angel Kolo summoned a flaming sword, growling menacingly. You humans should be grateful. Leave this place at once and don't interfere with the angel's remaining work. But Lin Ye just laughed mockingly. To think the angels here were such righteous beings, not siding with humanity at all and even treating them as cannon fodder. He then tapped his system screen, wondering about this remaining work. Lin Ye frowned and asked with a smirk, Is there really anything left to handle here, Lord Angel? He immediately activated his universe reversal. By what right does my credit belong to you? Provoked, the two-winged angel Kolo roared. You lowly whelp! Allowing you to contribute to the great holy nation is already a generous reward for humankind. Yet you still harbor such greedy thoughts, defying a divine command. As he spoke, Lin Ye used his plunder skill on him. Lin Ye frowned and snapped, Shut up! You don't need to finish that sentence. The two-winged angel Kolo roared in fury, unleashing divine power, and bolts of lightning immediately rained down. Lin Ye remained silent, simply frowning as he dodged the attacks. The two-winged angel Kolo furiously assaulted Lin Ye with blinding bolts of lightning. Not one to back down, he dashed through the storm of lightning. The angel arrogantly exclaimed, A clear opening! Then, the two-winged angel Kolo flew in quickly to attack Lin Ye from behind. It shot a crimson flame from its mouth, piercing through Lin Ye's chest. But just in time, he activated Universe Reversal, and his health instantly increased by 1,678 points. The two-winged angel Kolo was utterly bewildered by this. It roared, Don't think you can use heretical arts to escape divine punishment. The two-winged angel Kolo screamed, Call the thunder! Immediately, 7,749 bolts of lightning rained down, forming a dense net, and Lin Ye's health was restored by another 2,647 points. He frowned. Reverse, Myriad Stars Radiance, a skill, along with Fallen Heaven and Hell, slammed directly onto the two-winged angel Kolo's head, reducing its health by 1,531 points. It roared, "You ant, you're looking for death!" Meanwhile, Lin Ye received a damage buff. The two-winged angel Kolo grew even more frenzied. Witness the fate of one who opposes a holy angel. Judgment! Judgment! With that, it hurled countless fireballs. Lin Ye swiftly raised a shield to block the attack. He smirked mockingly. You were pretty intimidating at first, but now it seems this angel isn't very smart. Could it be because this is just a phantom and not its true form? Seeing that he was unharmed, the two-winged angel Kolo was horrified. How is this possible? Whether it's a physical or magical attack, ranged or close combat skills. Why are you despicable human, completely unharmed? In fact, you're constantly healing yourself? Lin Ye laughed smugly. Anyone who's seen me kill a boss wouldn't ask a question like that. Just then, the two-winged angel Kolo suddenly shrieked in disbelief. Invincibility! Don't tell me you have an invincibility skill? That's absolutely impossible. Lin Ye finally spoke up. That's right. That's why all you can do is sever a single strand of my hair or a piece of my cloak. That's all. He frowned and muttered. Reverse, Azure Sea's life tide. Immediately, the Sea of Undead engulfed the two-winged angel Kolo. Its health immediately dropped by 2,352 points. The phantom of the two-winged angel was afflicted by 3 slowing debuffs, causing the phantom of the two-winged angel Kolo to enter a stunned state with its attack power greatly reduced. Lin Ye lowered his hand and said, Reverse, Divine Healing, Calamity's Descent. As soon as the words left his mouth, the angel phantom took a critical hit. The phantom of the two-winged angel was afflicted by 3 slowing debuffs, and its health dropped by 2,077 points. Looking at the two-winged angel Kolo lying flattened in a crater, it growled, You! Immediately, Lin Ye used a healing spell combined with a reversed plunder spell, draining 250 points of its health. The two-winged angel Kolo then vanished, leaving behind only a single feather. The system notification popped up. You have slain the phantom of the two-winged angel Kolo, completing the Deadlands secret dungeon once. Calculating rewards, you have obtained 1 level 11 diamond clearance treasure chest. All hidden conditions have been met. Final evaluation, SSS rank. Affected by the special ability of the Goddess of Luck, you have received an additional level 12 diamond treasure chest. The secret instance has been cleared once, achieving an Omega level clear score. The secret instance is about to disappear, and its converging power will materialize into a unique, exclusive reward for you. Lin Ye looked at the floating chest in confusion. A unique, exclusive reward? Just then, a sword appeared along with a congratulatory message. You have obtained a specialized growth weapon of unknown quality, Shanling Yue Yin, unique. As soon as Lin Ye touched it, it resonated with him and began to flash. Information also appeared. Item name, Shanling Yue Yin. Type, unique weapon, growth weapon, current forging level, level 1. Current quality, unknown. Equipment requirement, priest class, Lin Ye exclusive. Equipment effect, after equipping, increases all stats by 1 point. Possessed abilities, liberation form, destruction form, moon shadow form, devouring evolution, vow of the sea moon, moment of extinction, moon shadow rift, devouring evolution. An inherent ability that allows it to be nurtured by consuming other priest-type weapons to improve its quality, enhance its stats, and unlock new abilities. Liberation form, transforms into the Blade of Liberation. Each strike provides healing energy to the target hit, excluding yourself, restoring the opponent's health, and unlocking the ability to use Vow of the Sea Moon. Destruction form transforms into the Blade of Destruction. Each strike will deal a certain amount of physical damage and a large amount of magic damage to the target hit, excluding yourself, unlocking the ability to use Moment of Extinction. Moon Shadow form. The initial state deals a certain amount of physical damage and also restores a proportional amount of your own health, unlocking the ability to use Moon Shadow Rift. Vow of the Sea Moon. An active skill that condenses moonlight to summon an illusory moon jellyfish. While active, it continuously restores the health of nearby allies, including yourself, and removes all negative statuses from them. Moment of Extinction. An active skill that condenses the power of moonlight, unleashing an extremely powerful new blade of destruction, dealing a large amount of damage to all enemies within range and increasing all subsequent damage dealt. Moon Shadow Rift, an active skill, allows you to quickly enter an untargetable shadow state, becoming immune to all damage and moving swiftly to a designated location. This blade can both save you and kill people. Looking at the sword before him, Lin Ye frowned in deep thought. Then he thought about Shanling Yue Yin. 3 forms, 3 ultimate skills. It's a nearly perfect match for my innate talent. What I'm most concerned about is its quality as a growth weapon. Just like this instance, does that mean it can reach a tier higher than Diamond? Opening the Diamond chest, he obtained 20 free attribute points and Diamond-grade equipment. The Icebone Relic, a Diamond necklace, and the Ancient Dragon necklace obtained a Diamond-grade skill. The Grand Medal of Attack Speed got Platinum-grade equipment, a Magic Core, and obtained items, a Stardust Butterfly, a custom-made feather sword, and 12 rare special potions. Looking at the pile of sparkling items before him, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Ancient Dragon necklace and the Attack Speed medal, a perfect defensive item and a miraculous strategic medal that's unbeatable on the battlefield. He scrolled through the system screen while muttering, "Put it all into intelligence." His current stats were almost at the level of a level 20 professional. At this moment, his information appeared. Lin Ye, class, priest, level 11, strength, 15 plus 20 plus 50, constitution, 15 plus 20 plus 30 plus 30 plus 50. Intelligence, 95 plus 20 plus 30 plus 30 plus 50. Spirit, 15 plus 20 plus 30 plus 50. Agility, 15 plus 20 plus 20 plus 50. Active equipment, splendid attire of the Demon Emperor, 4-piece set, Gale Boots, Glimmering Stone, Emerald Ring, Shanling Yueyin, Ancient Dragon Necklace, White Bird Spirit Jade Pendant. Talent, Reversing Heaven and Earth. Level 2, Single Target Skills, Heal and Plunder, Support Skills, Clairvoyance, Dark Arts, AoE Skills, Divine Therapy, Calamity's Descent, Annihilation of All Stars, Fall into Hell, Life Tide of the Azure Sea, Rise of the Undead. Then, Lin Ye teleported, he thought with a frown, but that was just his first objective. A moment later, he teleported back to his original spot. As he walked, Lin Ye calculated, while Lady Luck is still on my side, maybe I should go plunder a level 10 instance? Just then, Cao Yuan, who was hiding in a nearby bush, growled, "Lin Ye, I've finally been waiting for you." He frowned and snapped, "Who?" With that, he rushed out to ambush him. "Die, Lin Ye. Today is definitely the day you die." Cao Yuan roared as he frantically stabbed at him. "It was you. You're the one who got me killed. Everyone wants me dead, wants me to disappear. Because I took your power, my relatives and my friends all abandoned me. They forced me to drop the exam and give up my degree, and it's all thanks to you." After he finished speaking, Lin Ye coldly asked, "Are you done?" He tightened his grip on the man's weapon and thought to himself, I had told those students not to waste their time over petty anger, and they promised not to get involved. The original plan was just to teach him a lesson, to keep him from getting any attribute points. But now he's causing a scene and wants to drop out of school, even catching the attention of the Alliance and the school. The most they'll do is give him some punishment and detention. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Lin Ye forcefully knocked Cao Yuan away. "Secondly, you're an opportunist who slanders and fabricates lies. Taking my achievements, those are your words." After being knocked back, Cao Yuan angrily gritted his teeth and then suddenly charged wildly at him. Lin Ye was startled by this sight. "This is demonic energy." Lin Ye leaped to the side, dodging Cao Yuan's demonic claw attack. He stared intently at the red streams of demonic energy emanating from the man's body, speculating. This Cao Yuan, could it be? Cao Yuan's face was ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he had lost all reason as a nightmare demon coiled around him, whispering manipulative words into his ear. "I told you a long time ago, you're not even worthy of being his opponent. You're just a clown, a pathetic side character that everyone despises." Cao Yuan was beaten, bullied, and subjected to school violence. Nobody likes you. The woman he was pursuing didn't care about him either, tossing aside the roses he gave her and coldly walking away. Nobody cares about you. The nightmare demon recounted every single past experience of Cao Yuan's, being ostracized by everyone, and pointed at, "You're just a pile of dog crap meant to be a stepping stone for a genius, but if you don't stay in your place, even more people will hate you." Cao Yuan was bewitched. Grinding his teeth and clenching his fists, he screamed, "I have to kill him." The abyss demon at his side chimed in, "Very good. Do you want to obtain heaven-defying power and change everything? If you want to become a powerful being who controls the fates of others, then embrace us in the abyss. Cao Yuan collapsed to the ground as the demon's power swelled from within him. It said, "Now, you can only rely on me, Lord Yu Mei." Cao Yuan slammed his forehead to the ground as if kowtowing in supplication. "Lord Yu Mei, please grant me the power of the abyss." Then, he shot to his feet, his power erupting, his muscles bulging as he growled, "I reject my humanity." Lin Ye's expression turned grim. He put two fingers together, pointed at him, and declared, "Fallen One, Cao Yuan, you've been bewitched by a demon from the abyss." Cao Yuan was officially corrupted. Blazing demonic energy coursed through his body as he laughed maniacally. "So this is the power of the abyss? It's so powerful. My body is so strong." Lin Ye stood opposite him and issued a warning. "Cao Yuan, it's not too late to turn back now. If you continue down this path, I'll have no choice but to kill you." Article 11 of the Professional Alliances Code states that when encountering a fallen one bewitched by a demon from the abyss, any professional is authorized to act in justifiable self-defense, using any and all means of attack to eliminate the target immediately, to prevent further loss of innocent life. Lin Ye extended his hand to his right, and a blazing red vortex gathered into an orb in his palm. Cao Yuan raised his hands to the sky, materializing a weapon. He looked at Lin Ye arrogantly and said, "Kill me? Do you even have what it takes? Lin Ye, this is your retribution." The weapon he materialized was an abyss version of the horizontal sword chi. He swung the blade in a wide arc at Lin Ye, forcing him to leap backward. However, he was still grazed by the slash on his left flank. An alert immediately sounded. Health points decreased by 312. You are being affected by the encroaching power of the abyss. All attributes have been sharply reduced. Damage taken is increased. You are temporarily suffering from continuous health loss. Unfazed, he got back on his feet. His expression was unreadable as Lin Ye coldly extended his hand to summon his weapon, saying, "If that's how it's going to be, then don't blame me." He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand. The Shenling Yue Yin paired blades were summoned. Lin Ye held them firmly and charged toward Cao Yuan. His face was cold, but his mind was racing. "It's a shame. Even if you chose the power of the abyss, you're still no match for me." He swung his blade, and Cao Yuan raised his own blade to block the attack. Lin Ye thought confidently, "He's just a mini-boss at best." After parrying the blow, Cao Yuan declared grandly, "Analysis complete. That's right. You're just a priest who dumped all his points into strength. You're as good as dead." Lin Ye paid no mind to his nonsense. His eyes were filled with arrogance as he stared at him, thinking, "If that's the case, then there's no need to use universe reversal right away. There must be abyss demons monitoring the area. If the enemy discovers I have a nearly invincible skill, they'll retreat and inform the other demons, creating a disadvantageous situation." The second slash was unleashed, and this time it was different from the last. Cao Yuan couldn't block it and was struck. He stared in disbelief at the wound, stretching from his shoulder down to his abdomen. The demonic energy swirled around him. "Nonsense. How can this be? It's weaker now. Can a single slash from you really make me lose this much blood?" Lin Ye playfully scratched his head and said, It still managed to cut a little." He smirked slightly, looking at the wound he had just created. He thought, "This guy's theory and observation skills are terrible. He can't even sense a physical damage spell below level 2. I should just use him to lure out the demon quickly." Immediately, without giving Cao Yuan time to react, Lin Ye unleashed a fatal blow, slashing through him. His eyes glowed red. Sparing Cao Yuan's life, Lin Ye turned slightly, his left hand holding Shenling Yue Yin, while his right hand gathered a red orb. He looked coldly at Cao Yuan. "Welcome, demon, into the jar." High above, the demon had seen the whole scene, just as it thought. Was finding a weakling really not enough? His combat power after transforming is still this pathetic. A swordsman with boosted stats can't even defeat a priest? Oh well, he's just a weakling anyway. Then, it entered Cao Yuan's body, and the wound completely vanished. It thought smugly, "Lin Ye, you're mine for the taking." Now, Cao Yuan and the demon had become one. It had a sinister thought. If Lin Ye dies, Huang Xiaofeng's spirit will be crushed. Wouldn't that make it easier for me to possess him? If Lin Ye agrees to let me use him, wouldn't that brat Huang Xiaofeng directly join my demon army? The fully demonized Cao Yuan said. However, I still prefer the second option. As if reborn, he immediately attacked Lin Ye, landing a hit that caused his health to drop by 534. Cao Yuan attacked relentlessly, saying, "Surprised? The main course is next." Lin Ye didn't flinch, parrying every single blow, and even used a healing skill, increasing his health by 634. Cao Yuan went berserk, seeing him recover at an astonishing speed. The two of them clashed fiercely. Lin Ye asked, "You're not Cao Yuan, are you?" An abyss demon. The abyss demon inside Cao Yuan erupted with power and shouted, "Too bad. People from the professional league are on their way here, so I don't have time to waste on you. Just hurry up and die." Lin Ye retracted his sword, resting it on his shoulder, just smiling at him, which left the demon unsure of what to do. Then, the demon, as Cao Yuan, pointed to himself and tempted him. "Or you could choose to join us." Waiting for just those words, Lin Ye thought gleefully. He took the bait. He relaxed his hands, appearing harmless and interested in the offer, and asked back, "Oh, join you? So what benefits can the abyss demons offer me?" "Let's hear it." Demonic energy billowed out as he said, "Isn't this enough?" As he finished speaking, the demonic power expanded over a wide area, creating a fierce, swirling wind. Cao Yuan showed off his power, saying, "You see this? This is the power of the abyss." Lin Ye feigned interest. "That strong? Interesting." He created an orb, retracting his own power, and then asked, "Speaking of abyss demons, you know Huang Xiaofeng, right? He rejected an offer from your kind before, and even cursed you all out, didn't he?" Hearing Huang Xiaofeng's name, Cao Yuan recounted resentfully, "I was the one who invited him, but that brat didn't know what was good for him. He even dared to look down on the power of the abyss. If it weren't for his astonishingly high compatibility with the abyss's power, I would have long ago." Lin Ye said, "Oh," and added, "So you gave that fool an opportunity he didn't know how to seize." The abyss demon recalled a memory of a young Huang Xiaofeng throwing a pillow at it, pointing in its face and declaring, "I am Huang Xiaofeng, the genius." Cao Yuan clutched his head, scratching his hair and ears, and screamed, "That monster, doesn't he have any self-awareness?" Lin Ye watched the demon, who grew angrier the more it spoke, and thought, it seems Huang Xiaofeng really wasn't lying or hiding anything. This demon's intelligence seems to be on par with his. He crossed his arms and nominated himself, eloquently siding with the demon. Even if he gained the power of the abyss, he would just expose himself. He'd get hunted down by the league, so it's better to give it to me than to him. Cao Yuan, possessed by the demon, watched him warily. "Oh, why is that?" Lin Ye began his manipulation. "I have now gained the trust of the Professionals Alliance. Based on my strength, I can quickly become a core member of the Alliance and then secretly throw human society into chaos, destroying this damn world." Cao Yuan asked suspiciously, "You want to destroy the world? Why? Aren't you the most beloved professional?" Lin Ye clenched his fists, speaking with feigned agitation. "Humanity is just a bunch of hypocrites." He was completely in character, eloquently condemning them. Do professionals really protect their weaker brethren? If that were the case, then why did my parents die back then? Those powerful people simply ignored us. In the end, my parents had to lure the monster away themselves so that I could survive, but they suffered a gruesome death under its claws. Lin Ye's eyes welled up with tears, recalling those fake, enigmatic smiles. Professionals exploit the weak, and the weak prey on those even weaker. There is no justice or fairness here. Only greed and selfishness, no light of humanity. Only a darkness ruled by the strong. No one is innocent. They all deserve to die. Hearing his confession, Cao Yuan's eyes also teared up. Good, very good. His body transformed, muscles bulging as if to rip his clothes apart. "I have felt your pain." The demon's true form manifested. He gathered a sphere of dark power and approached Lin Ye, saying, "Come, join our abyss family. I will grant you the supreme power of the abyss." The demon invited him to destroy this garbage world together. Lin Ye spread his arms, as if to receive the gift. Just as the abyss's power was about to enter him, he summoned his renowned blade, Hidden Moon. His expression was unreadable as he whispered, "Activate destruction form." The sword materialized in Lin Ye's hand. The abyss demon now realized it had been tricked. Were you toying with me?" In a flash, Lin Ye, wielding Hidden Moon, slashed the demon in two from bottom to top. When casting Annihilation, you receive power from the moonlight, and all your damage for the next 10 seconds will be increased by 50%. The demon was launched into the sky, and Lin Ye charged forward, radiating killing intent. Reverse, Divine Starfall, Hell's Descent. Thousands of arms appeared, slashing the demon horizontally and cutting its health value in half. This granted Lin Ye a damage-increasing effect, boosting his advantage. His eyes glowed red as he unleashed his second skill, Reverse, Azure Sea's Rising Tide, sea of undead spirits. A tempestuous wind surged, striking the demon before it could even react. Its health value decreased by 4,000. The Abyss Demon was inflicted with a burn status, and its attack power was sharply reduced. The Abyss Demon swam through the torrent of power Lin Ye created, its body seemingly corroding away. It roared, "Damn it, this is insane. What in the world is this human? How can he deal such a high amount of damage?" From high above, bolts of lightning struck down directly on the Abyss Demon. Reverse. Divine Weapon Therapy, Calamity's Arrival. Lin Ye stood at a distance, coldly watching the Abyss Demon being annihilated. It was trapped in the wave of his power, trying to swim out to escape, but couldn't. It thought in a panic, no wonder that useless Cao Yuan couldn't defeat him. Even after receiving the Abyss's power, it wouldn't be easy for anyone. Lin Ye watched it struggling to swim away and asked, "Running? You've already revealed your true form and entered a combat state, so you can't rely on illusions to move anymore, can you?" The Abyss Demon glanced at him in surprise. "You knew about my ability from the very beginning. To capture my true form, you deliberately took a hit and set a trap." Power surged from Lin Ye's body as he replied coldly, "That's right." The enraged Abyss Demon turned and used Abyss Demon's hand, its claws lunging towards Lin Ye. You cunning human, I'll fight you to the death." In an instant, the claws swiped through empty air where Lin Ye had been. A notification appeared. Dash, skill missed, damage has been dodged. Lin Ye had jumped behind the Abyss Demon, which glared at him angrily. "Fine, you've used your dash skill." The demon swung its arm, attacking Lin Ye with Abyss's claw. This move reduced Lin Ye's health by 58. The demon said furiously, "Let's see where you can run now." Seeing Lin Ye injured, it laughed triumphantly. "That's right." In an instant, Lin Ye was healed, his health restored by the exact amount he had lost. He stood high above. He looked down coldly. "It's over, Abyss Demon." His eyes were sharp as he uttered each word. Reverse healing art. Lin Ye swung his sword down, and the immense power from the plunder art struck the Abyss Demon directly. Notification: the Abyss Demon has been defeated. Lin Ye was surprised to see his moon shadow blade shimmering with light as it absorbed something. A notification appeared. The moon shadow blade has begun absorbing the remnant soul of the Abyss Demon. Absorption successful. Moon Shadow has been upgraded from +1 to all stats to +5 to all stats. Lin Ye happily held it and thought, apparently, real combat doesn't grant any experience points. But a weapon with growth potential improves its quality by defeating Abyss Demons? Can it only be upgraded with the remnant souls of Abyss Demons? Or will the remnant soul of any creature work? Scene change back to reality. The local residents were in a panic over the recent events. A young man with blonde hair asked, "What just happened?" A pink-haired girl on the phone replied, "I don't know. I couldn't see anything clearly. Have the professionals arrived yet? Hey, why has someone collapsed on the ground? It was very noisy outside." "Don't worry. The city patrol professionals have been notified. They said they'll be here soon." On the ground lay the corpse of the Abyss Demon's true form and an unconscious Cao Yuan, with the pavement covered in cracks from sword slashes. Lin Ye looked at the moon shadow blade in his hand, ignoring the chatter outside. He was focused on how his growth-type weapon leveled up by absorbing the remnant soul of an Abyss Demon. He should still report it to the Alliance. As for the Cao Yuan guy, in the distance, the city patrol professionals team rushed over, led by a red-haired man who shouted, "You over there, remove your equipment immediately and drop your weapon." Lin Ye looked at them and thought, "Humph, I was just about to head over, and they found me first." The red-haired man aimed his gun at him and ordered, "Hands on your head, stay right where you are, or I have the right to attack you immediately." Lin Ye very cooperatively dropped his sword. "All right." The moon shadow blade landed right at the red-haired man's feet. He immediately shot the microtoxin paralysis skill at Lin Ye, saying, "Sorry, professional procedure. You won't feel any pain." Lin Ye's hands were paralyzed and bound behind his head, and he calmly watched as the scene was being cleaned up. These were the professionals who maintained the city's security. To prevent suspects from suddenly attacking others, they would use paralyzing skills to restrain them. But luckily, they were quite humane, so there was no need to start a conflict. Lin Ye watched as the professionals went around asking the citizens what had happened. Others inspected the scene for signs of a fight, provided medical aid, comforted the residents, and inquired about the situation. The medical team was taking Cao Yuan away. Lin Ye noted that everyone was doing their job well. A professional hurriedly ran up to the red-haired man and said, reporting, "The severely injured and unconscious person is a student, but he has abyss power on him. We suspect he was lured by an abyss demon into becoming a fallen one." He added, There are also the dried bones of an abyss demon. The true form of the abyss demon is lying on the ground, covered in slash wounds. The red-haired man turned on the recorder to check. A level 20 abyss demon. Its entire body covered in blade wounds. It seems to have been killed by the longsword, professional, we just apprehended. But why is it just a pile of dried bones? Could it be? The screen showed the exact moment Lin Ye slashed through the abyss demon's body. The two professionals were shocked when they saw this. How is this possible? No way! The system displayed Lin Ye's information. Name, Lin Ye. Level, 2. Identity information. Top professional of Jiangcheng City. Third-year student at the academy. Lin Ye stood there confidently, listening to all the surprised comments about him. The abyss demon was killed by this student? I know he's a genius, but this is just too much. A student killed an abyss demon. From behind the group of professionals, a red-haired man with his hair in a high bun appeared. He said, Lin Ye, hello. I am the captain of Team 1 of the Abyss Demon Capture Operations Unit under the Jiangcheng City Professional Alliance, Wang Machao. He dispelled the paralysis on Lin Ye and then asked, May I ask, did you defeat this abyss demon? And as for that dying student, was he lured by the abyss demon, turned into a fallen one, and then subdued by you? Lin Ye rubbed his paralyzed and bound wrists, stood facing Wang Machao, and replied, That was me. This student is Cao Yuan from our school. He turned into a fallen one right in front of me and intended to assassinate me, so I took action. Wang Machao crossed his arms and continued asking, But how did you manage to catch the abyss demon? They don't normally appear in their true form. Lin Ye's face was full of confidence as he arrogantly said, I guessed it was always watching potential fallen ones from a distance, which is why it targeted Cao Yuan, making him pretend to be very interested in becoming a fallen one. It then appeared in its true form to grant me power. The group of class holders was very surprised to hear this. It worked just like that? Wang Machao's expression darkened as he listened to Lin Ye's answers. Indeed, using this method to deceive a vicious and cunning abyss demon, even high-level class holders with extensive combat experience weren't sure they could do it, yet this student who was about to take his class test did. His face was grim as he spoke, fighting a fallen one and an abyss demon's true form alone without a single scratch. The most important thing was that this fallen one's health was stopped at exactly 18, in a critically injured state, about to die, unable to flee or resist, and wouldn't bleed out. Forget about a student, not even official. Non-high-level class holders could achieve this. Lin Ye's numb hands were tied in front of him again. Wang Machao said, So I hope you'll cooperate with us and take a trip to the Alliance branch. The red-haired man disagreed with this approach, but he wasn't an ordinary student. Captain, haven't you heard the rumors about Lin Ye? He's very famous. Wang Machao crossed his arms and said with a serious face, It's not that I don't go online, but we need to consider the seriousness of this matter and the safety of all Jiangcheng residents. The standard procedure is necessary. Lin Ye, I also hope you understand. Although this may affect your upcoming class test plans, I can't make an exception for you. Lin Ye thought in silence. It seemed the blessing from the goddess of luck was about to be wasted, but based on the actual damage test against the delusion demon just now, I also have a huge advantage in the class test. The data hasn't even reached its target, and the output has already exceeded the limit. He shrugged, sighed, and said, I understand. I unconditionally support you all in the work against the abyss demons. Wang Machao's pocket vibrated. He took out his phone. The commander of the Class Holder Alliance was calling. He said, Wang Machao, there's no need to bring Lin Ye back to the investigation department, and no need for surveillance. Hearing this, he called back. Chief, the commander continued, this case involving the abyss demon is temporarily postponed. Wait until he completes his class test before handling it. Wang Machao disagreed. This is standard procedure. How can we violate it? He frowned and continued. If I release him directly, I'll be punished by headquarters, right? The commander of the Class Holder Alliance told him firmly. No one will give you trouble. This isn't just my opinion, but also the opinion of the headquarters president and all the other ministers. You know about the renowned master, right? He was the one who killed without getting injured and even received a certificate to join the Forgotten Hidden Organization. The group of class holders was shocked to hear the news the commander just shared. Wang Machao's face darkened as he looked at the seemingly harmless Lin Ye scratching his head. I thought the previous rumors online were all half-truths and exaggerations. Could it be that he really has an unprecedented god-tier talent? No, it could also be a specialized talent that counters the Dark Knight. Lin Ye turned to ask the commander, Excuse me, so I don't need to go for investigation now? He replied, Of course. You just need to prepare for your own affairs. The commander also added, if you need help, you can call these class holders. Don't be shy. Wang Michao offered the Zen Spirit Moon Shadow back to Lin Ye. I'm very sorry, Lin Ye, but I still have one thing I want to ask. Lin Ye took his blade back. Go ahead. Wang Michao spoke up. This matter, is it related to the incident that Huang Xiaofeng reported earlier? Lin Ye replied, that's right. This delusion demon is the same one that tried to lure Huang Xiaofeng, but failed before. Because his plan failed, he chose Cao Yuan as his second target. Lin Ye thought to himself, as expected of a class holder, he quickly connected these two incidents. In that case, I don't need to hide it anymore. The commander also spoke up to add more information. That's right. After being tested, Huang Xiaofeng's constitution is indeed that of a rare, 1 in 10,000 genius for becoming a fallen one. Lin Ye continued his words, and I easily deceived the abyss demon while Huang Xiaofeng couldn't fool it, always mentioning me in front of it. He held the saber to his chest and said with a smile, the abyss demon thought Huang Xiaofeng had feelings for me, which is why he rejected its temptation, so it probably wanted to replace me to guide Huang Xiaofeng initially. The commander, with his hands in his pockets, laughed heartily. Excellent. A true young hero not only eliminated the abyss demon, captured a fallen one alive, but also extracted useful information. You're much more capable than some of those slackers in the high-level professional ranks. Then we won't get in your way any longer. Lin Ye called out. Wait, I have one more thing to say, but I'm not sure if it can be said publicly. Could I trouble you to handle this and have all unrelated personnel clear the area? The commander of the Professional Alliance agreed to Lin Ye's request. All right then, everyone, dismiss. Wang Michao, you lead the team away and temporarily hand the device to Lin Ye. Wang Michao accepted the order from him. Yes, sir. The entire action squad lined up and withdrew from the area. Hearing Wang Michao's command, the professionals dispersed in unison. Understood. He handed the communication device to him, Lin Ye. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Take this. Lin Ye replied. It's fine. After activating the secure mode, the commander asked him, all right, this area is now secure. You may speak. Lin Ye immediately drew his saber. This is the Shallow Spirit Moon Shadow, a growth-type weapon I obtained after clearing the Land of Death trial. After I used it to slay the Abyss Demon, the weapon absorbed its power. He frowned. What are you implying? Lin Ye continued. There's very little documentation on growth-type weapons. Even the best libraries lack any detailed information. I want to ask, can all growth-type weapons level up by slaying Abyss Demons in the real world? The commander recalled a top-secret document that said, growth-type weapons. The rarity of this weapon type is practically legendary. Since the Alliance was founded, only 3 such weapons have ever been recorded, but this matter involves certain secrets. I'm not privy to the specific details about those weapons myself. A dark green sword covered in intricate patterns appeared. The commander added, but I can tell you this. The growth-type weapons I'm aware of all upgrade by gaining experience from defeating monsters in normal dungeons. None gain power in the real world by killing otherworldly creatures like demons. Lin Ye looked at his weapon and spoke. So, my weapon is the first of its kind, the commander replied with a gentle smile. Lin Ye, thank you for trusting me with information that is extremely important to the Alliance. A blue aura flared up around the Shallow Spirit Moon Shadow in Lin Ye's hand. He said, if that's the case, then I'd like to state my own speculation. I believe that even though the Shallow Spirit Moon Shadow is currently the only weapon that gains experience from Abyss Demons, where there is one, there will be 2. Lin Ye speculated that this wasn't a one-of-a-kind weapon, huh? In the future, more similar weapons or even items that are the bane of Abyss Demons might appear. I believe this is an extremely beneficial thing for humanity like us, the commander said seriously. This is a good thing, but it's best to keep this secret for now. Countless eyes would be on Lin Ye. A common man is innocent, but his treasure makes him a target. A treasure that rare will first and foremost attract jealousy and envy. The commander confided, if only all the young people had your foresight, the Alliance would be much stronger and more stable than it is today. Then he coughed a couple of times. All right, I will report this. The Alliance will certainly handle this with great care. He then instructed him. What you need to do now is continue preparing for the professional examination. The Alliance will contact you after this crucial exam is over. Lin Ye replied. Understood. The screen turned off. Lin Ye walked back to Wang Michao with the device. Hey, here you go. He took the device and gave a military salute. Received, Lin Ye. I look forward to you joining the Alliance and becoming one of us. If you don't mind, just call me Old Wang. Lin Ye replied politely, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Inside the Professional Alliance headquarters, the commander asked Tianqi, what do you think? Tianqi took off his glasses and said cheerfully, this kid not only possesses superior strength, but also has a calm demeanor and great foresight. In this generation, the only other person I've met like that is Shangguan Yan. He continued, to be honest, I always thought that kid Shangguan Yan would be the leader of this generation. The commander picked up his cup and took a sip to wet his throat. It's hard to say. The younger generation has their own way of doing things. However, considering Lin Ye managed to get a growth-type weapon to fight demons in the instance, the future of the child of opportunity is bright again. A wisp of black smoke quietly receded from under the two men's table. The black smoke tore through space-time to deliver a secret report. Mei Gao is dead. Mei Gao is dead. An anomaly has appeared among humanity. In the dark lands, countless glowing red eyes stirred faintly. A dark figure, having heard the black smoke's secret report, returned to the vicinity of Lin Ye's house. Just then, Lin Ye opened his door, carrying a bag of groceries. The house was empty, and he called out, I'm home. Su Mumu was hiding stealthily behind the sofa. Lin Ye pretended not to notice and scratched his hair. Su Mumu prepared to shout. Lin Ye glanced at her and said, Su Mumu, I can see you behind the sofa. Lin Ye walked closer and smiled at her. You said you were going to work hard, but here you are lazing around at home eating snacks? Su Mumu got angry. Couldn't you have just played along and pretended to be scared? Who said I was being lazy? She showed him her status window, which displayed level 10. Look, I've already reached level 10. Lin Ye was surprised. That fast? Su Mumu sat on the arm of the sofa and said smugly, what do you think? Pretty amazing, right? So, can we run a dungeon together tomorrow? Lin Ye pinched her cheeks. Well, I'll have to check your data first. You've been working really hard lately, huh? Did you stay up all night? Su Mumu got angry. Of course not, she explained. It was little Mumu. She helped me grind all night. Lin Ye was stunned and asked, Little Mumu? Su Mumu pushed his hand away while eating a snack and added, You haven't figured it out yet? The bionic tears. She sat comfortably on the sofa, drinking milk tea, and explained, The bionic tears upgraded to a new skill. As long as she clears an instance by herself, I can directly receive the instance's secret realm treasure chest reward, so I decided to test it out. Lin Ye scratched his head and asked, You mean the bionic tears has no distance or time limit, and you can let her run dungeons alone without you having to control her? Little Mumu was fighting a dragon that had low health. Su Mumu explained, That's right, she's currently in the Nightmare LCNet Lake. She opened her status window and said, Look at the system notification. The final instance boss has entered a critically injured state. It should be over soon. Lin Ye was delighted and also teased her, so your talent lets you run dungeons to level up any time, and you can even monitor the progress in real time. As he leaned in close, Su Mumu's face turned bright red, and she stammered. Yes, that's right. Little Mumu can help me do anything. Are you jealous? Lin Ye casually sat down right next to her, looking at the display screen. I am. I'd love an all-purpose assistant like that. But I have one more question. Do the dungeons run by the bionic tiers not have a fatigue value restriction? Can it run instances indefinitely? Su Mumu said smugly. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have reached level 10 overnight? She cleared her throat. Master Lin, why are you suddenly so slow today? Without looking at her, Lin Ye turned on his phone and replied, I'm just surprised your talent works that well. Looks like I need to redo your stat point allocation strategy from level 10 to level 20. Hearing this, Su Mumu thought to herself, just works well? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked at him and asked, Wait a minute, what did you say? A stat point strategy? Lin Ye, still looking at his phone, replied, Yes, I need to combine your talent with your current skills and equipment attribute effects to create the most suitable stat allocation plan for you. Su Mumu gave an okay sign. I'll send it to you right away. Lin Ye casually added something that made her blush. He said, I also need your height, weight, and waist measurement. Su Mumu backed away, lightly kicked his leg, and said flusteredly, what are you trying to do? Lin Ye raised both hands innocently and said, What are you thinking? This is related to the attribute modification ratio at higher stages. He added, Besides, your attribute points will directly affect the bionic tier's attributes, which will allow it to maximize its advantages. Little Mumu wielded a hammer, using a fatal blow to slaughter monsters in the instance. Lin Ye scrolled through his phone and said, In low-level battles, taking out a small monster is fine, but in higher-level battles, small details and microcontrols matter more. Even a slightly higher attribute can change the outcome, and in the late game, you'd have to burn so much money to make up for that small deficit. Su Mumu crossed her arms, stood up, and said angrily, I know that, but who knew it had anything to do with my 3 sizes? Forget it, just wait a minute. No peeking. Lin Ye looked at her. Oh, right. What about Bai Z? Isn't she looking to change her class? Can you ask if she's willing to share her stats? It's not really appropriate for me to ask. Of course, it's her private information, so if she doesn't want to, that's fine. Su Mu muttered with a grumpy, annoyed face. Wanting to know other people's stats. She slammed the door shut. Lin Ye held his head in frustration. That's not it. I just want to help our teammate get an advantage. Inside the room, Su Mu sat on the bed holding a measuring tape, saying to herself, Su Mu, oh Su Mu, isn't it just a set of numbers? Her eyes were pensive. Is there anything more important than becoming stronger? She remembered their childhood past, sleeping in the same bed and bathing together. After all, they had been together since they were little. So what was there that he hadn't seen? Su Mu blushed slightly as she looked down at her chest, thinking, but this is a little uncomfortable. Do I really have to measure the real stats? She tossed aside 2 padding inserts and huffed. Su Mu measured her bust and thought gloomily, still an 80B. I drank so much milk, but they didn't grow at all. Her heart burned with anger as she imagined Lin Ye's reaction. Wait a minute, that guy Lin Ye won't use this to make fun of me, will he? Her emotions crumbled. She buried her face in her hands and lamented. During my previous health checks, I always padded it to an 80C. If he finds out, how will I maintain my good image in the future? Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea. Wait, there's still little Mumu. Her mood improved greatly, and she said happily, wouldn't it be great if I just used her stats? Hers are mine. Who would know the truth? Immediately, Su Mu used her Tears of Division talent to summon little Mumu. She should have just finished grinding the dungeon by now. Little Mumu looked completely bewildered upon being summoned. She was met by Su Mu's mysterious smile and the approaching measuring tape. In an instant, the measuring tape was wrapped around her bust, and Su Mu shouted, Stand still, let me measure you for a bit. Lin Ye looked at the room's door, from which a lot of noise was coming. He rested his chin on his hand and wondered, what are they doing in there? 10 minutes later, Su Mu held out a note with 80C written on it to Lin Ye. She cleared her throat and said, I've finished measuring, see for yourself. No, don't you dare share it with anyone. He took the paper and looked at it, feeling something was off, and asked, Is there a problem with your stats? Lin Ye asked while scratching his hair. 80C, are you sure? This doesn't seem right. Su Mu blushed, crossed her arms over her chest, and denied it. What are you talking about? I got the same result during my last checkup. Lin Ye reminded her that if the data isn't accurate, the combat power build will be useless. Su Mu snatched the paper back and scribbled on it. From 80C to 80B, she said loudly. All right, this time it's for real. Lin Ye flicked her forehead hard. That's more like it. He looked at her and asked, Also, have you asked Baizhu yet? What did she say? Su Mu replied while rubbing her forehead. Oh, she refused. Su Mu imitated Baiji's mannerisms as she recounted. Little Bai said, I can't trouble the great master to go through so much effort for such a troublesome matter. She continued her act, clasping her hands with sparkling eyes. The great master has already given me so much good equipment and so many resources, and helped me earn some money and free attribute points. How could I possibly ask for more? Then she winked playfully, held up her phone, and said, This silly girl even explained clearly that she wasn't making excuses because she was afraid of revealing secrets. Nor does she think that allocating attribute points is useless. For this reason, she even sent me her health checkup report to show her trust in you. Lin Ye held his forehead helplessly and said, If it were anyone else, I would suspect this was a ploy to get me more interested. He recalled Baiji's simple and gullible appearance. But from what I know about this kid, she genuinely doesn't want to bother anyone, and is also afraid of being misunderstood as not trusting us. He took Su Mu's phone, transferred the data to his own, and said, But since we're teammates, how could there be any reason not to help? Besides, she has such an outstanding talent. Su Mu spoke up. Oh, speaking of talents, Lin Ye asked, What's up? Su Mu summoned Little Mumu. The system reported that Little Mumu had learned a skill called Soul Summoning Spirit, allowing her to summon a soul spirit to fight for her. But there was no information on what would be summoned. Lin Ye was surprised and pointed directly at Little Mumu. She can summon too? Are you guys playing with infinite Matryoshka dolls? Su Mu shook her head. No way! It's not like that. She held a chopstick like a lecturer and explained, The soul spirit summoning skill can only be used inside secret realm dungeons. Unlike Little Mumu, this skill cannot be brought into the real world. And besides, when a soul spirit dies, It's really dead. But little Moo can be revived. She shrugged and said, as for the rest, I haven't tested it, so I don't know either. Lin Ye nodded. I get it. He snapped his fingers. Then let's test it in a dungeon to see its specific effects. The two entered the Lizardman tribe's secret realm dungeon. The dungeon was for levels 8 to 10, with a hard difficulty, introducing the Lizardmen as a large race with an extremely powerful reproductive ability. Their warriors were brave and skilled in combat, unafraid of sacrifice, and possessed considerable intelligence, knowing how to use various tactics to eliminate their enemies, thankfully. Their individual strength wasn't too overwhelming, and only the strongest warriors could be recognized by the system as powerful class holders. The two changed their outfits, and Su Mu, holding her scepter, asked, Lin Ye, has your priest weapon changed? Does it have a blade form now? He drew the shallow spirit hidden moon blade and said, yeah, I can let you test it out a bit. He immediately swung it at her, surprising little Moo. But there was no wound, only Su Mu's health points increasing continuously. He asked, see? She nonchalantly replied, yeah, what's this? Little Moo, let me show you a real performance. Green wisps of air coiled around Su Mu's fingers. Queen of Tears. Use the special skill Soul Swap Spirit. Little Moo immediately complied, raising a small, tinkling bell as the green aura around her intensified. Notification. Queen of Tears is using Soul Swap Spirit. A mysterious soul spirit has heard the summons and is establishing a link with your world. It is about to descend into the dungeon to fight for you. Lin Ye watched the entire process as a massive figure appeared from above and landed on the ground with a tremendous thud. The Guardian Treant Soul Spirit has descended. The Guardian Treant was the soul spirit summoned by Little Moo, a level 10 knight with other attributes ranging from 20 to 35. It was a soul spirit from another world, possessing the skills Shield Bash, Heaven Strike, Deadly Triple Slash, Desperate Protection, and Heavy Strike. Lin Ye watched it stand imposingly before him, making a calculation in his mind. Although it was gold grade, it had clearly surpassed that level, becoming a boss with superior, top-tier stats. He recalled the soul spirit in white armor. If Moo leveled up in the future, she would be able to summon even more powerful bosses corresponding to her level. It seemed that Soul Swap Spirit was like a warlock summoning item, but the difference was that the warlock wouldn't die, and the item was very difficult to obtain and had a summoning cooldown. The treant was massive and vibrant green, but this little girl's talent allowed her to summon a powerhouse right at the start of the dungeon, with no cooldown limit. He watched Su Mu patting the treant's leg and thought, this could be considered a demigod-level talent, right? Seeing her having fun, he called out loudly, Moo, hurry up and test it out. She turned back and replied, oh, okay. Su Mu commanded, go, Guardian Treant, destroy these lizardmen. The Guardian Treant charged forward, facing the lizardmen who were making strange squawking noises. It said in a deep voice, mere ants. With a massive crash, Heaven's Strike was used, tearing the lizardman's body apart. A huge explosion rang out. Heaven's Strike was the Guardian Treant's special skill. It used the power from its weapon to smash into the enemy, dealing a massive amount of physical damage while also creating a shockwave that caused minor splash damage. The enemy hit by the initial blow would be forced into a knockdown state. Its vibrant green eyes glowed brightly as it said coldly, rest in peace. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he watched the Guardian Treant standing majestically before him, thinking, Heaven's Strike, it's a bit similar to the Goblin King's skill from before, but its attack range and damage must be much stronger than the Goblin King's. He turned to Su Mu and asked, Moo, can I try fighting it? Hearing this, Su Mu scolded him. No way, it's your ally now. Isn't it good enough to watch them kill monsters and do the quest? There's still a boss we haven't fought yet. It's a perfect chance to see the Guardian Treant's solo power. Lin Ye replied, no, I'm talking about the Queen of Tears. Little Moo flinched in shock. Su Mu spread her arms to shield her, disagreeing. I refuse. Lin Ye asked her, can't she be revived? But he didn't press the issue too hard. The shallow spirit hidden moon in his hand changed its form to the Ring of Destruction, a dense red aura enveloping the blade. He said, forget it. Let the Guardian Treant handle the next area, and Captain later up ahead can help me visually test Lin Ye's abilities. I'll handle this. Lin Ye leaped up, jumping over the Guardian Treant's head. His eyes were cold as he swung his sword horizontally at the lizardman. The basic attack drastically reduced its health, but didn't kill it. He was surprised by this. It wasn't a critical hit or a strike on a weak point. So, a normal attack couldn't finish it off? Lin Ye struck again, and a notification appeared. You have defeated the Legion Guard. Su Mu, standing nearby, praised him. Your basic attack damage is so high now. Lin Ye continued to dash through the crowd of lizardmen. He left deep gashes in his wake. He thought, if this is the case, then this Moon Shadow spirit weapon has really brought a lot of benefits. He ran his hand along the blade. Before I only fought from a distance, relying solely on reverse healing arts to attack, the Moon Shadow spirit glowed a deeper red, Lin Ye noted. But the advantage of the Moon Shadow spirit is that the faster the attack speed, the greater the benefits. Of course, this only applies to ordinary sacred artifacts. It's a different story for things like angel phantoms that can ignore physical damage. I'd still need to rely on intangible defenses, like the reverse healing skill that causes direct health loss. Lin Ye zipped past the lizard man to quickly attack the strong enemy. Lin Ye's eyes had turned purple. The Moon Shadow spirit in his hand changed from blue to red. Hour of extinction. This one move was a wide-area attack. Notifications about the lizardmen's plummeting health points rang out continuously. In an instant, he had wiped out the entire mob of monsters. Seeing this, Su Mu thought with determination, Lin Ye has gotten stronger. I can't lose to him. Su Mu jumped onto the Guardian Treant's arm and commanded it. Guardian Treant, continue to clear the path with me and destroy all enemies. It replied, understood. The Moon Shadow spirit in Lin Ye's hand reverted to the form of the Ring of Redemption, and a green light restored his health. He said, all right, now it's your time to shine. I'll be in charge of healing you. Lin Ye had his own plan. It was time to witness the effects of Interstitial Moon Shadow and Vow of the Sea Moon. The three of them arrived in the land of the Lizardmen. A notification appeared. You have reached the Liam tribe. 300 layman warriors will fight you to the death. To protect their city and their chieftain, Su Mu exclaimed, 300 level 10 lizardmen guarding the place will deal a significant amount of damage. Lin Ye gripped his sword and said, leave the healing to me. I'll make sure the Guardian Treant survives. Su Mu waved her hand, directing the Guardian Treant, destroy the city wall. The Guardian Treant charged forward aggressively. A notification announced, the Guardian Treant has entered a charging state. The Guardian Treant begins its charge. Movement speed increased, impact force increased. Lin Ye followed closely beside it, using the Moon Shadow form. Su Mu and her spirit also attacked simultaneously, sending streams of white energy striking the lizardmen. The Moon Shadow spirit changed its form again, and crescent moon shards followed him. Interstitial Moon Shadow, Lin Ye calculated in his mind. Immunity to all damage for 3 seconds, while also increasing my own movement speed. After casting, I can instantly teleport a distance of up to 100 meters. This is a truly god-tier skill with 2 functions, survival and pursuit. The system announced, summoning illusory moon jellyfish. Note, all adverse effects on your body and the designated target have been removed. Phantasmal blue jellyfish swirled towards them. The system announced, the illusory moon jellyfish is accumulating moonlight power. You and the designated target will recover 521 health points every half second, lasting for 15 seconds. The Guardian Treant was continuously healed, much to its surprise. A roar echoed as the Laman chieftain appeared. Su Mu seized the opportunity and immediately gave an order. Guardian Treant, please use your full strength and show them your power. The Guardian Treant obeyed, bringing a massive hand down on the Laman chieftain's head. Understood. Lin Ye stood to the side, observing Su Mu and the Guardian Treant fighting in coordination. Su Mu possessed great autonomy and immense power. She didn't need any further instructions from Lin Ye. Besides, only she could fully command the Guardian Treant. The Guardian Treant's attack power was very strong, but its weaknesses were also quite obvious. It has many melee skills and will be countered in the future by ranged classes with high reaction speeds. Lin Ye proceeded to transform his sword into the form of the Ring of Destruction. His eyes glowed fiery red. That should be enough testing. I've experimented with almost all of the Moon Shadow Spirit's functions now. Instantly, a destructive power crashed down on the Laman chieftain, casting his spirit into the depths of hell. Lin Ye floated in midair, hearing the system announcement for defeating the dungeon boss Lizaman. The Guardian Treant sensed something. I can confirm it now. Why does this sir possess a power that feels so familiar to me? Could it be? Lin Ye looked up at the Guardian Treant before him. It knelt down in front of him, closing the distance between them. It said, Sir, before I return to the spirit world, I wish to ask a favor of you. Lin Ye nodded and asked, what is it? He realized something. Wait, does this mean it's truly sentient, summoned from another world, and a real existing creature? He stared at it intently. No wonder they say a dead Guardian Treant cannot be revived. This is a one-time use summon. Lin Ye thought of the Cursing Master, finding the difference between the two, like the cursing master, who, despite having a certain level of intelligence and memory, is just an illusion from a summoning tool and can be revived countless times even if killed. He asked, "What do you want to ask of me?" Lin Ye kept one hand behind his back, ready to defend against a surprise attack from the spirit in front of him. Sentient creatures from other worlds like this are like the demons from the abyss or the angels we've encountered before. He watched it warily, wondering if it truly posed no threat to humanity. The guardian treant spoke, "The Forgotten Lair. I hope you can take my master to the Forgotten Lair." It looked at him and continued, "I know you bear a special mark, granting you the authority to enter that place. My master also has this authority. You can take her with you." Lin Ye looked at it coldly, enunciating each word. "Who is your master? And who are you?" The guardian treant glanced towards Sumu. "It is her." Its eyes flickered with a green light. "As for me, I am just an ordinary, nameless guard." The three of them stood before it. Lin Ye said, "Stand up first." The system announced the completion of the Lizardman Tribe dungeon and began calculating the rewards. Received 1 silver completion chest. A multi-person party cannot receive additional hidden reward chests. "Do you want to open the chest?" The guardian treant's figure gradually faded into a green mist. Lin Ye spoke to it before it disappeared completely. "I'll need to confirm some things before I can give you an answer." His expression darkened. "Sumu, let's go outside first." Sumu replied softly. "Okay." She thought worriedly. "Lin Ye, what's wrong?" The three of them left the dungeon. Lin Ye was deep in thought as he departed. Normally, a class's awakened talent, no matter what, is absolutely effective for the awakened person. Having a class gives rise to an awakened talent, and only with an awakened talent can a class become powerful. Take the symbolic relationship between a man and a wolf as an example. It's a symbiotic relationship. Once a class holder dies in battle, no matter how powerful their awakened talent is, it will be erased from this world. Even summoned creatures with biological traits and intelligence will still protect their masters. But Lin Ye thought about what just happened, thought about Sumu. But the tears of life could summon a creature from another world, making it call her master. Large round eyes with golden irises filled with intricate patterns appeared, and she even possessed a pass to enter the Forgotten Lair. Lin Ye stroked his chin, speculating, what kind of existence is she, really? Just thinking about the projection of the angel Kuro, I find it hard to understand. It's hard for me not to suspect that Sumu could put all of humanity in danger. Sumu is entangled with these spirits. I can't ignore anyone who might intend to harm the human world. Even if it's just one that slips through the net, this must be dealt with immediately. The three of them gradually faded, leaving the dungeon. Before disappearing, Lin Ye instructed, "I have something to do. You can go back first or run other dungeons." Sumu replied, "Okay." Lin Ye stared intently at Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Lin Ye took out his phone and said, "It's nothing. I might just take a little more time. So I wanted to let you know." Returning to his room, Lin Ye made a phone call. "Hello, are you free right now, uncle?" At the 20th floor of the Tiandu building, in the center of Jiangcheng City, Lin Ye was there. Tianqi asked him, "What's so urgent that you had to come see me to talk in person?" He picked up a steaming cup of tea and took a sip. "Uncle Huang, you and the alliance leaders must already know that I have access to the Forgotten Lair, right?" Tianqi poured some tea and said, "Yes." "You want to ask why none of us informed you about this dungeon, right?" Lin Ye looked at him silently. "Huang Tianqi brought this up on his own? It would be a shame not to ask." Looking at the steaming cup of tea in front of him, he asked, "Yeah, that's one of the issues. You were all worried my mental state would be affected, and wanted me to finish the class advancement test first?" Huang Tianqi sighed and began to explain. "That's part of the reason, but I think if you want to know, I can tell you. You probably don't know how incredibly difficult this dungeon is. Bones are piled up like mountains in there, and it's dozens of times harder than any secret realm dungeon you've ever encountered. Even the mobs start at the diamond tier, and many challengers died horribly inside before they could even escape." Huang Tianqi asked him, "But the geniuses who can get an entry pass will still risk their lives to enter without fear of death. Do you know why?" Lin Ye guessed it was for equipment and skills higher than the diamond tier. Huang Tianqi agreed. "Yes. Defeating bosses can drop legendary tier equipment and even higher. If you can clear the entire map solo, you can even get mythic tier equipment and skills." Lin Ye lowered his head and thought, "So that's why they were afraid I'd get too arrogant. Imagine facing those monsters. If I were someone like Huang Xiaofeng, thinking my talent and strength were unmatched, and rushed in recklessly, I'm afraid I'd be crushed instantly." He clasped his hands, rested his chin on them, and asked, "So, what level do I need to be to enter?" Huang Tianqi replied, "Level 15, that's the minimum requirement, but I advise you to wait until level 20. Fully prepare your equipment and skills, and then consider giving it a try." Lin Ye said casually, "Don't worry, uncle. I'm not that reckless. Since this dungeon is so important, I will definitely prepare thoroughly, treating it just like I did the class advancement test." Huang Tianqi looked out the building's glass window and said, "Yes, actually, there's another important reason I wanted to tell you. Recently, most of the Alliance's forces are focused on hunting down the Abyss demons and the Fallen. These sewer rats have been getting more and more aggressive lately, and you were almost dragged into it yourself." Below the building, tents were set up with flags fluttering as Huang Tianqi's voice continued unabated. "Speaking of the current situation, it's not just about the evil mutant called the White Clown who recently appeared. We've also received intelligence that the demons from the Abyss have planted quite a few spies within the Jiangcheng Alliance, and they're definitely planning a big move." A large masked face appeared. "The professionals absolutely cannot let the past tragedy repeat itself." Huang Tianqi pushed up his glasses and said, "Therefore, the next plan might have some changes. When the time comes, remember to pay attention to my messages." Lin Ye asked. "You mean?" He poured more tea for Lin Ye and continued, "Yes, to prevent any accidents, the Alliance has locked down the entire city and is conducting an internal purge, searching for professionals who show signs of breaking down to temporarily isolate them." He explained seriously. "The class advancement test is coming up, and we can't let these rats affect the candidates. That's why we haven't released this information, to avoid causing a panic." The two sat in the room, chatting. Huang Tianqi reminded Lin Ye, "So, you don't need to worry about the Abyss demons. Just focus on preparing for your test. We have a clear grasp of their situation. Even if they've planted people, we have ways to deal with them." Lin Ye didn't pay it much mind. He took a sip of tea and said, "All right, but I have a question." His mind filled with thoughts of Baiji. If a professional's awakened talent is a summoning type, and the summoned creature is from another world, possessing its own consciousness and retaining its original memories, is it possible for it to betray its summoner? Huang Tianqi replied coldly, "Impossible." Lin Ye was stunned. Huang Tianqi asked him, "You must know that an awakened talent and the professional are a single, symbiotic entity, right?" Using Su Mu and Bai Ji as examples, he continued, "It is a power conceived from our own bodies, equivalent to our very own brain. It lives with us, dies with us, and is our most steadfast ally." An angel and a giant treant guardian appeared, as Huang Tianqi continued to explain for Lin Ye's benefit. Therefore, no matter what creature it summons from whatever other world, it will never endanger the life of the professional, even if it appears to have its own consciousness. Whether its personality is good or bad, its fundamental nature is still unconditional obedience. He recalled a past battle where his team fought against a creature from another world. "We've tested high-level control abilities that can influence the thoughts of others, but even they can't make a creature summoned by an awakened talent attack its summoner." Lin Ye lifted his chin and asked, "What if an abyss demon is summoned?" Tianqi replied confidently, "That won't happen." An image of an abyss demon appeared as he explained to him that the Alliance has talented individuals like that. The abyss demon creatures they summon don't lure humans into joining the abyss. Instead, they infiltrate the abyss's forces and become informants on their movements. He pushed up his glasses, looked at Lin Ye, and asked, "So, have you awakened such a talent, or was it someone else?" Lin Ye replied, "It wasn't me. It was my friend and teammate." Lin Ye thought to himself that he had clearly stated summoned creatures wouldn't betray their summoners. Besides, if he really wanted to bring the Queen of Tears into the Forgotten Cave, it would be hard to avoid being discovered by the Alliance. He spoke up. "Her awakened talent summons an otherworldly creature, and that creature recognized that I have a pass to the Forgotten Cave, so it asked to go in with me." Hearing this, Tianqi shot up from his seat. "Oh, it has a pass too?" Lin Ye said seriously, "Yes, but I don't know if it's real." Tianqi stood up and walked towards the glass door. He put his hands in his pockets, looked outside, and said, "If it won't deceive your friend, it won't deceive you either. You can take it in, but remember to inform the Alliance beforehand." Imagining little Su Mu being locked in a cage for research, Tianqi glanced at Lin Ye and said, "It seems your friend is also a figure with limitless potential. Don't worry, as long as the Alliance confirms it's a creature summoned by an awakened talent, and not from an illegal summoning ritual or dark power, they won't restrict its movements within human cities. Rest assured, the Alliance won't investigate your friend. On the contrary, Someone with such an ability will be highly valued and trained, with resources, coaching, and equipment, and all future benefits. You don't need to worry. Lin Ye's expression darkened as he clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "If that's the case, then I'm relieved." He was furious inside, thinking, "I really hate this tense feeling of not being in control." Tianqi touched the arm of the chair and asked him, "It seems you've asked everything you wanted to ask?" Lin Ye, "Yeah." He then asked, "Then would you mind if I asked you something?" Lin Ye spoke up, "Go ahead." A rectangular box was labeled, Number 31, My Cow. Tianqi held up a document and said, "I have the autopsy report for the Abyss Demon, My Cow, right here. According to the high-level prosecutor's examination results, the true cause of its death was a special type of magical attack. Mai Cao was the demon that possessed Cao Yuan earlier." Tianqi explained, "Mai Cao's body appeared to be burned, but in reality, its cells and organs had suddenly weakened and atrophied. Its bodily functions vanished in an instant, with the specific symptoms somewhat resembling an ancient herbicide." He handed the document to Lin Ye and asked him, "Could it be that your awakened talent is the toxic heal art?" Lin Ye took and read the document, thinking to himself, "A brilliant medical examiner has completely uncovered the effects of my reverse healing." However, outwardly, he replied to him, "You guessed correctly. The toxic heal art is indeed my awakened talent." Tianqi smiled gently and said, "That's good. We were just debating this matter before." The professionals at headquarters were in a heated debate about whether Mai Cao's injuries were actually caused by you. Some experts believed it was a severe injury inflicted by another professional beforehand, allowing you to swoop in and reap the benefits. We were constantly debating whether this honor truly belongs to you, and whether it should be counted as your achievement. Lin Ye looked confused and scratched his hair. "Huh?" Tianqi clasped his hands together and said seriously, "Wait, I thought you were well versed in everything. You don't know about the bounties placed on abyss demons, do you?" An old man with white hair held up a crown, preparing to place it on Lin Ye's head. "The Professionals Alliance awards merits for every professional who eliminates an abyss demon." Tianqi walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Look forward to the medal ceremony and the reward of your choice. A platinum-grade equipment of your choosing, a platinum-grade skill book, along with some rare materials or items. You can even specify the field you want." Lin Ye replied excitedly, "All right, once I've decided, I'll send the items to you." Huang Tianqi replied, "Of course." Lin Ye slowly stood up and said, "Then I'll head back first. I still have to take my team members to run a dungeon." Huang Tianqi saw him off. The two stood straight, looking at each other seriously. He touched his shoulder and advised, "Good luck with the profession test." He made a fist in a fighting pose and smiled brightly at him. "Bring back the title of top student and make all of Jiangcheng proud." Lin Ye lowered his head and replied, "Okay, I'll definitely do my best." He put his hands in his pockets and asked him, "Did you make a bet with someone?" Huang Tianqi cleared his throat, but he didn't answer, just let out a loud laugh. That afternoon, inside the city, Lin Ye slowly walked to the meeting spot. Bai Ji was already waiting there, constantly looking left and right, and as soon as he arrived, he asked in a low voice, "Xiao Bai, what did you need to see me about?" Hearing the voice, Bai Ji immediately turned her head. Seeing him, she ran up to Lin Ye and handed him a folder of documents. Speaking hesitantly, "I've decided. This is all the numerical data I have." Lin Ye smiled with satisfaction, not expecting Xiao Bai to trust him so much, and since that was the case, he couldn't let her down and had to calculate everything carefully for her. With that thought, Lin Ye immediately said, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." "Oh, right. Wait until your talent levels up to rank 2, then next time I'll take you on a 2-person dungeon run. We'll combine that with the data I calculate to see if Xiao Bai should change classes." Hearing this, Bai Ji's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I'll prepare well. I'll get going then. My fatigue points haven't maxed out yet, so I'm heading out." With that, she turned and ran off. Seeing this, Lin Ye shouted to stop her. But Bai Ji had already run off quickly. He sighed helplessly. "Oh well, for now, I shouldn't extinguish her fiery will." Lin Ye then returned home, where he first used the data from the last 3-person dungeon, added her current physical stats, and began his calculations. The existing skill and equipment data was complete, but muscle fluctuation range, reaction time, and habitual movements were also very important data points. Because the last dungeon had 3 people, Bai Ji's data wasn't very accurate. After a while of calculating, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. Right now, aside from her luck buff, Bai Ji's performance was indeed not good enough. As a precaution, he first had to create a plan to ensure she could pass the final test without revealing her talent. After all, the solo dungeon for the class change test didn't rely on luck alone. Meanwhile, in the underground city, in a dark cellar, a faint light revealed several people sitting at a round table. A man stubbed out a cigarette on the table. This was Yan Gui, a fallen one. He spoke coldly. Lord Mei Gao has been taken down. The person next to him was He Quan. He nodded slightly and replied, I know. Let's go kill the one who killed Lord Mei Gao. As soon as he finished speaking, a guy holding some cards in a dark corner snorted coldly. Kill him? He Quan immediately looked over at him. This was Card, also a fallen one. He smirked and said, Right now, the eyes and ears of the Professional Alliance are everywhere. The moment you reveal the power of the Abyss, the suppression squad will surround you in minutes, leaving you nowhere to run. At this point, Card walked over and touched the chin of a woman sitting in a corner, speaking playfully. Especially for some big, clueless oaf, you couldn't escape even if you grew wings, right? This woman was Fox, and she gently pushed Card's hand away, pouting with a smile as she spoke. Lord Mei Gao is dead. What I'm more concerned about is who the Master will send to be our next commander, and whether we still need to carry out the previous assassination plan. Of course we do, Yan Gui affirmed without hesitation. He Quan thought so too, he said in a deep voice. Regardless, we need to do it ourselves. We just need to pull a few strings. There's no need to stop just because of Lord Mei Gao's death. Hearing this, Yan Gui chimed in. We just need to add a little something to the final test. Regardless of whether the original target is Shangguan Yan or some new student that's appeared, that thing will take care of them for us. He Quan looked at the thing Yan Gui had just taken out and clicked his tongue in awe. I don't understand why the Master would use such a precious item if it could be used to provide us with diamond-grade equipment or skill books. But before he could finish speaking, something grazed past his face, giving him quite a scare. Smoke Devil next to him was just as bewildered. The one who struck was the Card. He glared at Black Fist and said coldly, Idiot, do you think the Alliance is full of fools who would just let you assassinate a protected target? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing him like this, Fox couldn't help but pout and coax. Oh, come on, little Card, don't be so angry. Cut the idiot some slack. With that, she looked over at Black Fist and mocked. His IQ was never very high, so he just prefers a direct approach. Why do you always have to ridicule him? Hearing such insulting words, Black Fist's face darkened, but he said nothing. The Card was still furious, snorting coldly as he spoke. I hate idiots, especially the ones I have to work with. Lord Mai Cao bringing this stupid donkey onto the team means something bad is bound to happen sooner or later. After saying that, he turned to leave. Just then, Black Fist suddenly shot to his feet, then bowed his head and said in a low voice, I'm truly sorry. Seeing this, Smoke Devil immediately comforted him. You don't have to apologize, Black Fist. Remember, your strength is greater than his. You can achieve so much more, as long as you don't give up. Just then, a plume of black smoke suddenly appeared in the basement and quickly spread out. The Card saw it and froze in his tracks. Smoke Devil and Black Fist were also stunned, and in the blink of an eye, the smoke took form. The four of them saw this and immediately bowed. Greetings, Master. We welcome your presence. The Master slowly began to speak. Mai Cao is dead. I will send a new Abyss Demon to take command and another Fallen One to assist you. You have heard the name of this Fallen One before. It is Bai Xiao Chou. Hearing this name, Smoke Devil immediately nodded and said, Of course we've heard of him. That guy not only killed over a dozen high-level professionals, but also massacred a group of civilians in a club, slaughtering at least over 1,000 people. His sins run deep. After hearing this, the Master asked doubtfully, What is it? Are you not satisfied with him? Smoke Devil hesitated for a moment before speaking. But, Master, I don't recognize Bai Xiao Chou's strength, and if he comes to Jiangcheng, I will refuse to act. Either Bai Xiao Chou leaves, or he gets killed. A tense silence fell over the room at these words, and no one spoke. Seeing this, Smoke Devil felt a sense of unease. But soon after, the Master suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Haha, good! I like the way you think. Rest assured, my beloved children, you have every privilege to refuse. He said that Bai Xiao Chou would have no authority over them and would not be acting alongside them. He is coming to Jiangcheng to take over your original mission of assassinating Guanyan. In addition, the Master said that Xiao Chou will provide cover for you to complete your new mission, getting Huang Xiaofeng into the dungeon. He is a 1 in 10,000 Fallen One genius who will become a powerful ally to you. After completing these two tasks, you can deal with Lin Ye, the one who killed Mai Cao. The Master instructed you to remember not to reveal your identities or your existence. Then, in a similar fashion, bring the Deceiver's advent into the final trial's secret realm, causing the boss to be buffed and go berserk, to eliminate Lin Ye without a trace, leaving the Professionals Alliance with no time for regrets. After hearing this, Smoke Devil frowned and asked, Master, I know this Lin Ye killed Lord Mai Cao, but is he really worth it to use up an item that can create permanent diamond-grade equipment? But Black Fist laughed excitedly. That means once we all have diamond-grade equipment, the Master can kill anyone he wants. Smoke Devil spoke again slowly. Lord Mai Cao was only level 20. His threat level can't compare to Shangguan Yan. If we're going to use the Deceiver's Advent, wouldn't it be better to use it on Shangguan Yan? The Master instantly descended beside the two of them and said coldly, This Lin Ye has likely obtained the qualification certificate for the Forgotten Lair. His life is more important than Shangguan Yan's. The people who were secretly protecting Guanyan have now shifted their focus to Lin Ye, so even if you attack together with Xiao Chou, it's not certain you could even injure him. At this point, the Master asked in a cold voice, Do you understand? Smoke Devil immediately bowed his head and replied, Yes, this subordinate understands. The Master continued, When you complete the mission, I will bring you back to the Abyss and grant you a baptism, so you may become true Abyss warriors. The 4 card-bearers heard this and immediately knelt down, shouting loudly, We swear not to fail our mission and will absolutely fulfill your command. The next day, at Jiangcheng's #1 Academy, an award ceremony for Lin Ye was being held. Everyone in the academy was constantly talking about Lin Ye's excellence, which made Su Mu feel happy for him just by listening. But when she heard about the dangers Lin Ye had faced, her expression darkened and eventually turned to dissatisfaction. He faced danger and didn't even tell me anything. That idiot. At that moment, the principal called Lin Ye to the stage to receive his certificate. He spoke kindly, Lin Ye, you are an outstanding student of our school and the hope for the future of the Alliance. Lin Ye reached out to take it and said politely, Thank you, Principal, but I'm not worthy of such praise. Because every professional is a hope for the Alliance to eradicate the power of the Abyss. Hearing these words, the principal couldn't help but laugh. Then he took out many items for him. These are all gold-grade equipment and skill books. You can choose a few and take them. You don't have to take anything you can't use. Lin Ye glanced over them and then shook his head, declining. To break up his current 4-piece set, he would need to find 4 identical replacement items and another item with an insanely special effect before he could even consider a replacement. The Platinum Ring gifted by the Alliance, although it has good stats and abilities, lacks the core stat of cooldown reduction, and when equipped, he would lack flash. Thinking of this, Lin Ye sighed helplessly. It's not that he was being picky, but they really didn't offer any improvement. It was just a shame that these platinum items had such an alluring value. Just then, Lin Ye suddenly noticed something, and he immediately spoke up. I've made my choice. It's these 3 items. He chose the level 1 Spirit Visage, the level 1 Boots of Swiftness of platinum quality, and Holy Light, which was also platinum quality. Lin Ye was very satisfied with them. Isn't this the skill of the White Spirit Knight? Once the skill is reversed, it can cause all of the enemy's stats to drop sharply or even send them into a frenzy. Thinking of this, Lin Ye immediately activated the skill book. As for the Boots of Swiftness, when used in combination with the Ancient Dragon Necklace, it would reduce slow and weakening effects by 50%, perfectly targeting agile bosses and compensating for his own stat deficiencies. After Lin Ye finished choosing, the principal quickly spoke up. The award ceremony is over. Everyone is dismissed. You should all go study and do your homework to prepare for the assessment. After saying that, he patted Lin Ye's shoulder and advised him, The Alliance has secretly sent people to protect you. Today's event was intended to make you the center of attention, which will make it harder for the Abyss forces to make a move. Lin Ye understood and nodded. I understand. The principal continued to ask, The final professional assessment will take place in 3 days. Do you have any plans? Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, but before he could say anything, the principal's bracelet suddenly lit up. His expression instantly turned grim. The principal turned to Lin Ye and said, Can you tell me who your teammates are? Come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. A moment later, in the principal's office, Lin Ye gave his teammates' information to the principal. After looking at it, the principal frowned and asked, Su Mu, Bai Ji, these 2 girls are your teammates? Lin Ye nodded and replied calmly, Yes. As for Su Mu, there's no need to worry, but I'm a little concerned about Bai Ji. Her talent isn't being utilized, and she also wants to change her profession. The principal thought for a moment, then smiled and said, If you chose her as a teammate, she must have some advantage in terms of ability. As long as she can pass the exam, her future path will be fine. He told him not to overthink it and to just focus on leading the team to prepare for the exam. With that, he handed him a letter. Lin Ye took the letter and opened it, his eyes filling with astonishment. The principal slowly explained, "This is your real reward. However, this is also a plan from our professional alliance." A few days later, at the Lizardman dungeon, Bai Ji was grinding the dungeon day and night. Lin Ye just stood to the side, casually giving instructions. "Your attack range is fine. Just be confident in your judgment. Your reaction time could be a little faster." And so it went. Bai Ji followed his instructions to fight the lizard monster. She nimbly dodged the fluids spat out by the lizard, but just then, a lizard monster aggressively charged forward, wanting to attack Bai Ji head-on. Seeing this, Lin Ye reminded her not to hesitate or dodge, and that the angle she was aiming for had to be precise. Bai Ji nodded slightly, then swung her sword upwards, splitting the lizard monster in two. Her gaze was extremely sharp at that moment. Very soon after, she cleared this dungeon and obtained a new ability. Bai Ji's eyes instantly lit up, and Lin Ye, standing beside her, also smiled in satisfaction. This was Bai Ji's new ability upon reaching level 2 of her talent. It was very practical, equivalent to reducing the number of draws needed for a grand prize and improving her money-making potential. And it also directly avoided the possibility of an unsuitable class. Furthermore, this lucky hand was a personal passive skill. No one else could use it except for her, but in a way, it was a wash, as Lin Ye didn't get anything out of it. Bai Ji, on the other hand, was getting a continuous stream of good item drops. She happily ran to Lin Ye's side, her eyes full of expectation as she asked, "I followed your suggestions for coordinating this gear and the new stat allocation. What do you think?" Lin Ye nodded slightly in praise. "This is truly a huge improvement. As long as you don't hesitate and just follow the instructions, you won't have to worry about the final exam anymore." Hearing this, Bai Ji couldn't help but giggle, but she secretly rubbed her slightly sore hand. Although her movement was very subtle, Lin Ye still saw it, and he sighed helplessly. As expected, she was still forcing herself a bit. At first, he thought she was chosen by the greatsword class because she was born with monstrous strength. Thinking this, he suddenly asked in a serious tone, "Bai Ji, are you determined to change your class?" Hearing this, Bai Ji hurriedly tried to explain, "Oh no, I don't really need to. I really like the greatsword. Did I do something wrong?" Seeing her anxiety, Lin Ye quickly waved his hand and said, "That's not it." Then, he pointed to Bai Ji's wrist and explained, "I know you've allocated a lot of points to strength, but to become an outstanding greatsword wielder, you need more than just practice. You need to put in a tremendous amount of effort and hard work." Since the class was related to Bai Ji's future, Lin Ye didn't hesitate to speak bluntly. Bai Ji's physique isn't suitable for being a greatsword wielder. If you keep forcing yourself, it could very well cause irreversible damage to your body. He could accompany Bai Ji for a while, but eventually, she would have to leave the profession of being a class user. Hearing this, Bai Ji was immediately stunned. Lin Ye sighed and continued, "Changing classes isn't that easy either. The difficulty of the solo dungeon is extremely high, and only you can enter it alone. You could get seriously injured or even suffer unrecoverable damage. But once you clear it, you'll have a completely different experience in future battles." Of course, he was just giving Bai Ji a suggestion. No matter what she chose, she would still be a member of the team. Bai Ji fell silent, her brow furrowed. Although she was just a newbie and was often alone, she knew that Lin Ye and Su Mu genuinely cared about her. Seeing her still silent, Lin Ye sighed and suggested, "All right, let's take a break after we beat this boss." But just then, Bai Ji suddenly shouted, "I've decided, I'll go for the class change." Hearing that, Lin Ye was overjoyed. A moment later, the two of them finally came out. Bai Ji's head was pounding, and her body was staggering as she felt nauseous. Su Mu was waiting outside, and walked over as soon as she saw them. She pouted and said, "I've been waiting for you two for half a day. Tomorrow is the final test as a team member, and yet I can't even find my teammates." Lin Ye chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Don't be so hasty. I have some good news for you. See if you recognize this." With that, he handed Su Mu a piece of paper. She was stunned after reading it. A few days later, at the professional class user examination hall, a large crowd had gathered. The place was filled with noisy chatter. The three of them, Lin Ye, Bai Ji, and Su Mu, were also there. Su Mu patted Bai Ji's head and said with a smile, "Little Bai, are you ready?" Bai Ji nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." Just then, a loud shout came from behind them. "Mu, Little Ye," startling both of them into turning around. They saw Su Mu's parents holding a banner to cheer for the three of them. Lin Ye couldn't help but ask in surprise, "You still don't know?" Sumu nodded slightly and replied, I definitely can't tell them. Lin Ye frowned slightly, muttering in a low voice. I think they'll find out through other channels. It seems the security level for this news is extremely high. Just then, someone walked out onto the city wall. Everyone immediately shouted, It's the city lord! The city lord is here! The person who came out was the city lord of Jiangcheng. He scanned the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. Good morning, dear students. Today, I have an announcement. Due to some unavoidable circumstances, this year's professional class exam will be postponed for 3 days. The crowd below fell silent, but the city lord paid them no mind and continued speaking. The reason I've gathered you all here today is for another important matter. These words left everyone confused, not knowing what was happening. Meanwhile, Lin Ye secretly observed the crowd as people started whispering amongst themselves. Everyone had a grim look on their face. The city lord seemed to ignore the noisy crowd and continued, Today is the first day that the specially selected students will appear in our Jiangcheng. According to the latest regulations issued by the professional union, from now on, before the final class test begins, each special rookie and their chosen teammates will challenge a standalone secret dungeon. Furthermore, this secret dungeon challenge will be conducted as a form of class test when they participate, and it will be live streamed and screen recorded for all students to watch and learn from. At this point, the city lord pointed down below and declared loudly, and the first special rookie in Jiangcheng is the #1 student of Jiangcheng Professional Academy, Lin Ye. Hearing this, hundreds of eyes turned to Lin Ye. In a corner of the city, Card stood leaning against a wall. He spoke slowly. Lin Ye was suddenly declared Jiangcheng's special rookie, and the dungeon he's about to challenge is the final test dungeon. Smoke Ghost heard this, frowned, and asked, Have you planted the enchanting advent yet? Card nodded slightly. I have, but it's too much of a coincidence that they didn't switch to a new dungeon. I keep feeling like something's not right here, Smoke Ghost retorted fiercely. It doesn't matter. Just do the mission our master gave us. Everything else is not our concern. If no other incidents occur, head to the base immediately to regroup. And absolutely do not waste time on anything else. Card still looked worried, but he quickly let out a soft laugh and said, You can rest assured on that point. The mechanism I tampered with was done without a trace. That useless city lord didn't detect a thing. However, what they didn't know was, surveillance cameras had been installed all around the city, with people monitoring them 24/7. In addition, the army of professionals was constantly patrolling everywhere. Over here, after speaking, Card used the card in his hand and slowly vanished into the wall. He chuckled coldly and said, My first order of business is to retreat, but I'll keep an eye on things over there. The target is about to enter the dungeon. Has that idiot Black Fist dealt with Huang Xiaofeng yet? Smoke Ghost nodded slightly and replied, It's done. He's in our hands. As for that kid, we haven't been able to contact him yet. At this moment, Black Fist was sitting far away. Underneath him was the unconscious Huang Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the kid was trying to evade pursuers to assassinate Guanyan. Back at the testing hall, everyone was still buzzing about the city lord's recent announcement. The city lord ignored them, walked up to Lin Ye, and said, Just stand here. That's all you need to do. The principal already informed you beforehand, right? Lin Ye nodded slightly. Yes. The city lord was relieved to hear that. The token in his hand suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a portal appeared before everyone. Lin Ye's group of 3 quickly reached out and touched it, and in the blink of an eye, all 3 were sucked into the dungeon. But not long after, the dungeon suddenly issued a warning that startled Lin Ye. Due to the influence of the enchanting advent, the difficulty of the secret dungeon has been raised to disaster level. The heat was so intense that it made Baiji's skin burn. Sumu quickly released her energy, causing the heat to subside. She exclaimed in a panic, Lin Ye, could this be? Before she could finish, Lin Ye nodded and replied, Yeah, the dungeon has mutated. The secret dungeon's difficulty has increased to disaster level, and its structure has also undergone a special mutation. Lin Ye glanced at the others and reminded them, just like in the simulation exercise, group up, forming a defensive formation. The biggest difficulty is dealing with the focused firepower and encirclement of 3 bosses at the same time. The focus of the test is also the time it takes to clear the stage and the points gained from the blood trial. Any mistakes could lead to wasted skills and unnecessary health loss. After hearing this, Baiji frowned and muttered, To be honest, if those fallen ones hadn't interfered, I don't think this dungeon would be so hard to beat. That's right, Lin Ye nodded in agreement. When the people outside heard this, they immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone kept remarking on Lin Ye's arrogance. At the same time, someone hiding not far away couldn't help but scoff contemptuously. The genius with Vong Vo Chi and a disgusting rabble. The good old days are over. Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye spoke up again, but no one knows how the bewitching descender will change the world's terrain and dungeon bosses. Just then, monsters appeared up ahead. Sumu immediately cried out in alarm, "Look, it's the Snake Men tribe. It's like they've been waiting for us for a while." While they were in a state of confusion, a monster shot a poison arrow at them, and in the blink of an eye, the arrow exploded. The poison clung to the three of them. Lin Ye frowned slightly, his gaze sharpening. Immediately after, he used a poison dispel skill, and in just a moment, it all vanished. Seeing this, the snake monster's eyes widened in shock. Lin Ye then spoke up, "Moo, first, gather the 5 scattered snake men over there. Baiji, use your strongest skill to kill those 5 snake men instantly." The two quickly nodded, and Sumu swiftly took action. Lin Ye guided from the side. Moo, to the left, 9 o'clock position. There are a total of 3 snake men. Use Flamestorm to add fire, then use Ice Freeze art. At his command, flames continuously erupted. The snake men couldn't dodge in time and were burned step by step. Seizing the opportunity, Baiji used an ice art to freeze them and then instantly killed the snake men in a flash. Just like that, Sumu and Baiji coordinated with each other. Baiji supported Sumu from below. The young girl summoned a flame, then attacked the snake man. With a loud boom, the flame exploded in an instant. Lin Ye stood on the sidelines the entire time without participating, but at that moment, a monster had silently crept up behind him. Lin Ye, of course, had already noticed it, and his eyes quickly turned red. Instantly, he swung the blade in his hand, and a blood-red slash shot out, sending that monster directly to the afterlife. After finishing off the monster, Lin Ye looked back at the 2 girls and said, "Moo, Bai, keep moving forward. There's a wave of elite monsters coming up, so watch your mana." Sumu and Baizi immediately nodded, indicating they understood. Outside, everyone was still watching the match, constantly whispering and discussing. Sumu's parents couldn't help but remark emotionally, "That kid Little Ye has really grown up and become someone you can rely on." At the same time, unbeknownst to anyone, the card had silently blended into the crowd. Seeing everyone constantly chattering, he gritted his teeth in anger and muttered resentfully, "Stupid trash. If you want to get stronger, you should be trying to join the forces of the abyss. Only weaklings know how to suck up to others." With that, he quickly left. At seemingly the same moment, a person silently appeared out of thin air. He reported in a low voice, "Target number 3 has completely left the location. Just confirm whether target number 1 opens the gate to the abyss, and then we can spring the trap." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, a team of professionals was lying in ambush, led by a girl. She spoke in a low voice. "Spring the trap. Surround the second squad of the Abyss Demons. Begin the coordinated operation." The man on the other end immediately processed the information, his eyes narrowing as he said seriously, "Assassination target number 3 is the Fallen One, the card." Immediately after, both sides quickly moved towards the target. At the same time, outside the examination hall, the card, thinking no one had noticed his presence, brazenly used his card skills. His body transformed in an instant. The card sneered internally, "Stupid professionals, don't even dream of stopping my grand ambition." Today, he could officially become a warrior of the abyss. The more the card thought about it, the more smug he became, and he threw his head back and laughed loudly. "I'm not the same person I used to be. I, the card, the avenger who fell into the abyss and was reborn, will bring this entire world to its knees." That card was the corrupted one, but just then, a sound from behind suddenly startled the card. The person who arrived was the girl leading the team of class holders. She coldly warned, "I'll give you 10 seconds to immediately dispel all the mist around you, dissipate the abyss energy, and surrender with your hands up. Otherwise, you die." The girl's gaze was extremely fierce, and before the card could even resist, he was restrained by a group of people as he struggled to break free. He cursed nonstop. "Damn it, how could you all do this? No, there's a mole. I've been sold out. Who was it?" While the card was struggling, the girl quietly counted down the seconds. The card remained defiant, shouting, "In your dreams, go to hell." Immediately after, he swung his hand to attack. The girl scoffed coldly and said with contempt, "Stubbornly unrepentant, take him down." As soon as she finished speaking, the class holders quickly rushed forward, surrounding the card. Without the slightest hesitation, the card took out one of his versatile cards. But before he could do anything, another person charged from behind. With a loud thud, an arrow pierced straight through him. Seizing the opportunity, the others attacked with flames. In an instant, the card was engulfed in fire. Yet he didn't give up, his eyes turning vicious. He roared madly, "Class Holder Alliance, I'll take you all down with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the card summoned the power of the abyss, beginning to devour and cleanse all the debuffs on him and activating a berserk state. Seeing this, the girl warned, "Everyone, be careful. He's about to unleash the full power of the abyss." And in an instant, the card's health bar was fully restored. He taunted smugly, "Come on, you bunch of trash. If you can't kill me, I'll slaughter every last one of you and everyone else in this hall." The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward madly. But at that moment, someone silently appeared behind the card. Without warning, a blade plunged into his back, causing the card to roar in fury. "This damn assassin!" The newcomer was the man from before. He let out a cold snort. "I'm right here." He then continued his assault, unleashing Chain Strike on the card. Meanwhile, over at the testing grounds, everyone was gasping in awe at Lin Ye's dungeon battle. The monster they were currently facing was a venomous frog, but Lin Ye wasn't fazed in the slightest. He calmly used his reverse healing skill. Instantly, a crimson aura appeared and countered the venomous frog's poison. The venomous frog remained fearless, standing there with its tongue out, ready for a fight. Outside, the crowd continued to cheer loudly, but just then, the venomous frog's tongue suddenly pierced straight through Lin Ye, causing them all to freeze in shock, unable to understand what was happening. The venomous frog thought it had won, and immediately retracted its tongue. But Lin Ye raised his blade high and shouted, "Reverse healing art! Calamity's descent!" He stood there completely unharmed, leaving the onlookers utterly baffled. He had clearly been hit but wasn't injured at all. Immediately after, Lin Ye dashed away. He created distance from the venomous frog, maintaining a safe range to avoid being pulled in and poisoned. Seizing this opportunity, Baiji and Sumu were preparing to activate their skills from behind. Waiting for the right moment, they both charged out together, simultaneously attacking the venomous frog. Their flames furiously assaulted it, but only managed to reduce its health by 2,544 points. Seeing this, Baiji couldn't help but sigh in resignation. No wonder this is an enhanced disaster-level dungeon. Even the mini-bosses are incredibly tough to deal with. Sumu also shook his head and said, "That's to be expected. Even though it's a combo skill, they are still minor skills with low mana cost and short cooldowns. How many seconds has it been since we disengaged from that monster?" Baiji quickly replied, "It's been 30 seconds. While they were talking, Lin Ye had already used his siphoning art to attack the venomous frog. When the countdown reached exactly 40 seconds, all of its health was drained. Seeing this, Sumu exclaimed happily, "Not a second more, not a second less, exactly 40 seconds. Baiji also said excitedly, "The prize is ours." At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, the card had also been eliminated. The female class holder immediately reported, "He's dead. Target number 3 has been eliminated." She then turned to the male assassin to give him instructions. "Wu Liu, immediately lead the army to the Abyss Gate and join forces with the other armies. Entering the Abyss is a rare opportunity, so we must seize it." Hearing this, Wu Liu nodded slightly, showing he understood. He glanced at his comrades and spoke seriously. "Brothers, you've all seen it, right? The battle ahead will be far more brutal than any enemy we've ever faced." The professionals fell silent upon hearing this. Wu Liu paid them no mind and continued, "This is no different from facing a massive demonic tide head-on. It's very likely none of us will make it back." He said that if anyone wanted to retreat now, they should stand up, and he wouldn't stop or blame them. Wu Liu only hoped that they would continue to protect the city's people after their comrades had died in battle. His words were so righteous and moving that everyone fell silent. Wu Liu scanned them for a moment. Then after a long pause, he asked, "So, have you all decided?" Everyone answered without hesitation. "We've all decided," Wu Liu asked in return. "You won't regret it?" "No regrets," everyone replied in unison, which greatly pleased Wu Liu. He raised his hand high and shouted loudly, "Then charge into the abyss with me. Let's take the head of the Abyss King. Humanity will surely win this battle." While a battle raged outside, the same was true inside the dungeon. Lin Ye's team continuously wiped out countless dungeon monsters. Sumu was on a monster-killing spree, becoming the MVP. She exclaimed happily, "Did I get stronger, or is this dungeon just too weak? I can still take on 10 more." Lin Ye glanced at the two and said, "It's still too early. The big boss of the first stage hasn't even shown up yet. Little Moo Moo, summon the Guardian Treant for protection." Hearing this, Sumu immediately took out a bell, and the Queen of Tears began to ring it for the summoning. In the blink of an eye, the Guardian Treant appeared. Surprisingly, Under the influence of the enchanting descender, the Guardian Treant's talent was permanently upgraded to the platinum level. This stunned both Sumu and the Queen of Tears. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. What kind of joke is this? You can actually break the upper limit just with a buff? The City Lords group outside was just as astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. Isn't that a secret realm, boss? This kid's future is truly limitless, and this is just one of her summons. Inside the dungeon, a warning alert sounded. The shadow of Anam has detected your presence. Hearing this, Lin Ye frowned and muttered, "It's here." Sure enough, a group of monsters appeared before them in an instant. 3 level 20 Shadow of Anam monsters. They attack and kill any creature that appears before them. Lin Ye remained unfazed and calmly commanded, "Guardian Treant, form up, use Charging Knight to launch a Heaven Strike, predicting its trajectory." Hearing this, the Guardian Treant changed its form to Charging Knight, then charged forward to attack. Before long, under the Guardian Treant's fierce assault, one of the monsters fell. Lin Ye didn't stay idle and continued to command, "Mu Mu, Bai Ji, don't conserve mana, use all your skills to drain their health quickly. Little Mu Mu, stand by for my command." Hearing this, Sumu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Behold the results of my training, Ice Seal." Following that, a barrage of ice blocks appeared, encasing the monsters' bodies and causing their health points to drop continuously. Waiting for the right moment, Sumu quickly shattered the ice, and then it was Baiji's turn. The great sword in her hand, blazing with brilliant flames, slashed out, causing the monster's health points to steadily decrease. Just then, Sumu struck again. Baiji coordinated with her, as wind shadows and blade glints began to dance in the air. Baiji glanced at Sumu and said, "I've used up all my ranged skills. How about I go in for close combat now?" At the same time, the Guardian Treant defeated the first Shadow of Anam. Seeing this, the remaining Shadow of Anam activated its rage skill, frantically charging toward Lin Ye's group. Lin Ye wasn't idle either. He had already joined the fight. Outside, in a meeting room of the Professionals Alliance, people were gathered around a round table discussing important matters. Guanyan glanced at everyone and said, "According to our intelligence, the Abyss forces plan to assassinate me on the road to make me drop an item. This is a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Tian Qi heard this and nodded in agreement. That's right. And with Lin Ye's appearance, they've inexplicably changed their strategy, prioritizing his elimination. Targeting you was a pretty smart move on their part. A smile crept onto his face as Guanyan casually laughed and said, "I thought the Lord of the Abyss was a man of great vision, but it turns out this Bai Xiaoqiu is just a brute, daring to charge forward even when being ambushed. I don't know if he's brainless or just overconfident. The good news those fallen ones received is all fake, which will make them lower their guard." After thinking for a moment, Tian Qi suggested, "Then let's tell Lin Ye the truth, so he'll go to the secret realm on his own, letting the fallen continue to lower their guard until they can't resist opening the Abyss Gate ahead of schedule." These words made another person hesitate and say worriedly, "But what about your son?" Tian Qi chuckled softly and replied, I've already told him about this plan, and besides, this is also a test for him. He believed the Lord of the Abyss wants to recruit Xiaofeng, so his goal isn't to kill him. As long as he holds his ground, the Lord of the Abyss's people won't be able to harm Xiaofeng." Just then, another person ran in from outside. She approached Guanyan and reported, "Master, our main force has entered the Abyss and has already gained a significant advantage, but a demonic tide is expected to flood Jiangcheng in the next 5 minutes." Guanyan nodded slightly, then looked around at everyone and said with a smile, "Then we'll proceed with the original plan. Everyone will temporarily move to the central downtown area and wait for the main force to return. I believe we will definitely win this time, without any casualties, especially since we have a wild card like Lin Ye, who appeared unexpectedly." Elsewhere, inside the dungeon, the large guardian tree was still relentlessly fighting monsters. It glanced at Lin Ye and suggested, "My lord, please allow me to handle these ants." Lin Ye nodded slightly. Immediately, the large guardian tree used a provoking slash attack. Its presence was incredibly imposing. With just a few attacks, the large guardian tree took down 2 bosses. Seeing this, the city lords group outside couldn't help but be astonished, and they began whispering amongst themselves. An observer from one of the major universities frowned and muttered, "Actually, I know a thing or two about this, and I'm not very optimistic about a priest student pursuing this kind of DPS path." He said that although it seems to have high damage and can even heal and restore mana, it's not as durable as a tanker class, and lacks the ability to parry and counter like a swordsman. It also doesn't have a warrior's super armor and lifesteal, nor an assassin's mobility and agility. It's too fragile. It's like putting oneself in an extremely dangerous position. The price is just too high. The city lord was speechless upon hearing this, but that bald instructor kept rambling on. Think about it, on a real battlefield, if he encounters an enemy with strong crowd control skills, would he even have a chance to escape? Seeing him endlessly criticizing Lin Ye, the city lord couldn't help but laugh and say, "Isn't it possible this kid is intentionally holding back?" After all, he was specially recruited by the Jiangcheng Professional Alliance. The student next to the bald instructor immediately explained, "You've misunderstood, sir. What my teacher means is that this kid's skill level is extraordinary. From the details of his attack timing, to his evasion timing and his reactions to enemy attacks, everything is top tier. However, the limitations in actual combat are just too great. If his awakened talent doesn't grant Lin Ye enough survivability, putting him on a chaotic battlefield is practically a death sentence." He said the instructor was just lamenting the waste of such talent. The bald instructor scoffed disdainfully. After all, he's just a temporary guild member who got into a high-stakes battle. There's nothing special about it. After hearing this, the city lord's group really wanted to punch him in the mouth, but they restrained themselves to save face. However, this bald instructor didn't know when to quit and continued to comment on Su Mu. This time, he praised Su Mu quite a bit, but unfortunately, it was all just empty praise that no one wanted to hear. Just then, someone ran in from outside with a grave expression on their face. The person leaned in and whispered a report into the city lord's ear. After listening, the city lord nodded and replied, "All right, I understand." Seeing his reaction, everyone present began to mutter worriedly, "What happened?" The city lord scanned the room and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, we've just received word from the front lines that a demon tide will invade in 5 minutes. Everyone, please stop watching and proceed to the shelters in an orderly fashion." The people below panicked upon hearing this, but the city lord spoke up to reassure them. "Please rest assured, the defensive fortifications are secure, and many high-level professionals are stationed around the area." Su Mu's parents were also very worried when they heard this, and Su Mu's mother muttered anxiously, "A demon tide is actually happening, I wonder if..." Su Mu's father shook his head reassuringly. "It'll be fine. According to the news, the Professional Alliance is very confident this time. Let's go, we can't hold the kids back." Outside, it was chaos, but inside the dungeon, Lin Ye's group had already defeated the boss of the Anamchi realm. Just then, Lin Ye took out a map. Seeing it, everyone was a bit confused, and Lin Ye slowly explained, "This is something the Alliance gave specifically to us." When the new map was opened, he felt the atmosphere in this place become even more dangerous. So he told everyone to take these items first as a precaution. "If we don't use it this time, just keep it for when we need it later." Su Mu nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. Then next, we'll continue." But before she could finish, Lin Ye cut her off. "No, you guys stay here. I'll have little Moo stay with you all, while I and the Guardian Treant provide protection, because the map ahead is too dangerous. I can't let them take the risk." With that thought, Lin Ye glanced at Su Mu and Baiji, reminding them that the danger ahead was still unknown, and it's not part of the exam's scope. Everyone's performance just now was already excellent, and besides, I'm even using the Guardian Treant. Hearing this, Su Mu and Baiji glanced at each other. Before long, they both spoke in unison, "Then take them with you." After that, they took out a lot of items, including the Queen of Tears. Lin Ye was speechless when he saw this, but having no other choice, he took all the stuff and sighed. "All right, I really don't know what to do with you guys." With that, he threw the pile of items into the Guardian Treant's mouth, then used its acceleration skill and departed. Just like that, they charged deep inside and immediately encountered many puppet monsters. Lin Ye didn't hesitate to control the Guardian Treant to charge in and slaughter them. After clearing the mobs, the main boss appeared. The Guardian Treant glanced at Lin Ye and asked, "Sir Lin Ye, do you need me to go kill it? I'm confident this battle can end within 1 minute." Lin Ye frowned slightly and muttered, "Wait, something's not right up ahead. There are unseen enemies hiding in the shadows. I have to force them out first." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the reverse skill, and with a loud bang, a series of lightning bolts struck down from the sky, killing those hiding in the shadows. When the lightning dissipated, a ninja puppet appeared. Lin Ye squinted at the monster for a long moment, so it was a duo boss setup. Then, he quickly gave orders. "Little Moo, fall back for now. Brother Tree, lock down the swordsman. I'll target the ninja." After clearing the first wave of minions, find a way to pull the swordsman towards the ninja. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye and the Guardian Treant charged forward together. The Guardian Treant snorted coldly, "How dare a pest like this stand in my way?" At the same time, the swordsman puppet quickly activated a summoning skill, and a ball of lightning rapidly struck down. Lin Ye didn't dare to be careless, hurriedly activating his annihilation skill, increasing his damage by 50%. Immediately, he slashed out with his knife, killing a group of monsters in front of him. This made the ninja puppet grind its teeth in anger, and it charged forward, filled with rage, throwing a smoke bomb to obscure Lin Ye's vision. But Lin Ye didn't attack, calmly giving an order to the Queen of Tears. "Little Moo Moo, it's your turn." The Queen of Tears immediately received the order and cast Butterfly Hurricane. A swarm of wind butterflies began to surround the ninja puppet, and in an instant, it was torn to shreds and died. On the other side, the Guardian Treant was still fighting the swordsman puppet. The monster's health was nearly depleted, and because it was cornered, it entered a life-or-death battle state. Lin Ye noticed this, and quickly activated his reverse skill. With a loud bang, he made the dungeon boss, the swordsman puppet, explode. At the same time, in the temporary underground shelter, everyone was still watching Lin Ye's battle. Seeing the one move he just used to destroy the boss, everyone was instantly astonished and began to buzz with discussion. Meanwhile, that bald old master who had just claimed Lin Ye was nothing special now had a face that was completely pale. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, not daring to say another word. But just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. The city lord walked over, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Are you not feeling well? Do you need to rest?" The old master hurriedly shook his head and replied, "Ah, it's nothing. My apologies. I was being presumptuous earlier." Everyone was still endlessly amazed by Lin Ye's talent, praising him to the high heavens. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Su Mu and Bai Ji saw smoke and fire erupting in the distance. Su Mu quickly said, "That's Lin Ye's direction. Let's hurry over there." On Lin Ye's side, his expression turned grave, and the great guardian tree also sensed something, speaking in a deep voice. "Lord Lin Ye, the enemy is very strong." Sure enough, a figure silently emerged from the smoke in front of them. It was the Annihilation Queen, and due to the influence of the rising temperature from the enchanting advent, her power had also been boosted. Seeing her, the great guardian tree couldn't help but exclaim, "The Annihilation Demoness." Lin Ye was stunned. Does it recognize this boss? This is a clone, and a boss at that, with no available information, seemingly summoned by something. Not to mention, the information already indicated the Annihilation Queen was a clone, and he had fought enemies like this before. Thinking of this, Lin Ye couldn't help but click his tongue. This was going to be a fierce battle. Just then, the Annihilation Queen sneered, then curled her lips and said, "Ha ha, how interesting. A pass to the Forgotten Lair, protection from the soul-swapping spirit of the great guardian tree, the tears of liberation." No wonder she received a prompt. Hearing these words, the great guardian tree immediately became vigilant. Even the Queen of Tears began to summon her wind butterflies. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly reminded them, "Brother Tree, little Moo Moo, don't let your guard down. Have any of you met her before?" The Queen of Tears gently shook her head, indicating she hadn't. The great guardian tree replied faintly, "I don't know her, but she feels very familiar. Lord Lin Ye, she bears a mark similar to yours." Lin Ye was stunned. A mark? It must be the pass for the Forgotten Lair. At that moment, the Annihilation Queen laughed and said, "Little brother, don't look at your big sister with such hostility. Seeing as fate brought us together, this big sister will let you pass this stage for free. I hope you can also make it through the Forgotten Lair, little brother." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished. The puppets beside her also bowed to Lin Ye before departing. This scene left Lin Ye wide-eyed in astonishment. She just left? What was that all about? Is it because I have the pass to the Forgotten Lair? Could she also be a creature from that place? The great guardian tree pondered for a moment before speaking. Although I don't remember who she is, besides the mark of the Forgotten Lair, she also possesses several other similar marks that share the same origin. It's suspected the Annihilation Queen wasn't a creature native to this secret realm. Perhaps when the Queen of Tears summoned it, she let it absorb some of the enchanting Advent's power, which in turn drew the Annihilation Queen to this place. Lin Ye frowned and fell silent after hearing this. Although he wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, the great guardian tree was summoned by the soul-swapping spirit, so it probably didn't retain any crucial memories, making it pointless to dwell on. With that thought, he slowly began to speak. "Brother Tree, let's not worry about the Annihilation Queen for now. The problem is that the general puppet summoned by the demoness has also left. So who is the final enemy going to be? The dungeon hasn't displayed any important notifications either. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly called out from behind them. Startled, Lin Ye turned to see Su Mu and Bai Ji running over. Su Mu quickly explained, "We sensed a change within the dungeon. We were afraid something big was happening and wanted to regroup with you as soon as possible." Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief, glad that everyone was okay. But just at that moment, the Annihilation Queen's minions suddenly stopped in their tracks. They glanced back, having locked onto a new target. And so, they immediately turned around and charged back in their original direction. Seeing this, Su Mu panicked. "Oh no, did I make the wrong call again?" Lin Ye quickly reassured her. "Don't overthink it. If you hadn't arrived, we still wouldn't have gotten the stage clear notification, so I think they are the final bosses we need to defeat." Before long, the black puppet had returned, an energy orb materializing in its hand. Lin Ye's group was instantly alarmed, but Lin Ye moved swiftly to block the black puppet's energy orb. The others didn't stay idle and began to counterattack the black puppets. Lin Ye created a shield to protect everyone, then shouted loudly, "Freeze the rest of their energy orbs to prevent a secondary explosion." Su Mu nodded in acknowledgement, then attacked using her ice sealing technique. Bone-chilling frost appeared in an instant and began to freeze the energy released by the black puppets. Seeing this, the black puppets panicked slightly, but they quickly regained their composure and began muttering an incantation. The divine tree recognized it and cried out in alarm, "It's a summoning formation!" In just a moment, the sky was filled with black puppets. They began to frantically attack the shield, protecting Lin Ye's group. Bai Ji couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "This is terrifying. I never expected there would be so many." The large guardian tree looked at Lin Ye worriedly and asked, "Sir, how should we fight them?" Lin Ye wasn't worried. He smirked slightly. "No rush. If we're facing such large numbers, then I'll just have to summon a powerful ally myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he used a summoning technique, and in an instant, streaks of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. When the lightning dissipated, the Dark Knight appeared behind Lin Ye. The moment it appeared, it attacked. A single horizontal sweep of its sword wiped out more than half of the black puppets. Witnessing this scene, Su Mu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Lin Ye, isn't that a level 15 gold tier boss? How did you manage to level it up?" Lin Ye shook his head slightly and replied, "I didn't. I haven't managed it at all." Outside, when the crowd saw the Dark Knight appear, they erupted into a clamor. Everyone was in awe of Lin Ye's special ability. The crowd cheered endlessly with excitement, but unbeknownst to them, a group of people in the back was up to something shady. One of them asked in a low voice, "Have your superiors lost contact as well?" Another immediately nodded. "Yes, so what's our next move?" "We're trapped in here now too. Forget it. Let's just make our move." After a long hesitation, the first one spoke up. "In that case, they can't control us anymore, so we don't have to be their cannon fodder. Let's just summon the dimensional magic portal right here." Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye looked at the Dark Knight and suggested, "Master Zhou, don't use Moonlight Assault. The enemy is using a Zerg Rush tactic. You just need to pull the mobs. Just pull them away from their current position." The Dark Knight immediately nodded, then unleashed a dark curse, causing all of its stats to increase significantly. It charged forward relentlessly. Its powerful aura terrified the black puppets. They frantically attacked the Dark Knight, but it continued to charge straight forward, dancing among 7 of the black puppets. Watching from below, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Master Zhou has successfully drawn the aggro of their formation. And until all these mobs are destroyed, those 4 bosses won't make a move." Their logic seems to be to simply use the smaller monsters to wear down Lin Ye's group, so they're still channeling mana into the formation instead of attacking. Meanwhile, the Dark Knight was now surrounded by a swarm of black puppets, but it didn't hesitate, as an energy orb appeared in its hand, ready to be thrown. Lin Ye saw his chance and immediately shouted, "This is it! Ha!" With a loud bang, the energy orb shot towards the black puppets and exploded, as the Hell on Earth skill enveloped them. The large guardian tree also used its Heaven Strike skill to destroy the swarm of black puppets. Lin Ye wasn't idle either. He used Sea of Death to pull the black puppets into a sea of blood. Bai Ji, Su Mu, and the Queen of Tears were also frantically attacking the monsters. Under their ferocious assault, waves of black puppets were defeated one after another. The Dark Knight landed a critical final blow, and black smoke instantly filled the sky as the puppet mage was completely annihilated. The formation was broken. Realizing this, Lin Ye immediately gave an order, "Split up and take them down. Don't let them recover and summon more minions." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the Nether Seal technique, binding a black puppet with chains. Lin Ye said coldly, "It's over." Immediately after, he gently extended his hand. White lance struck down on the puppet mage's body, killing it instantly. With that done, he glanced over at the others. Su Mu was not to be outdone. She had just finished off one puppet, while the large guardian tree had also taken one down. Nearby, another puppet staggered to its feet, but the Dark Knight gave it no chance to recover. Slashed down with a single strike, killing it instantly. The final boss was defeated, and the dungeon was cleared. Lin Ye's group quickly received their rewards. Under the influence of Bai Ji's ability, all open treasure chests were upgraded to the diamond tier. Lin Ye quickly opened a treasure chest. Inside was a diamond tier priest skill, Blessing of the Stars, a diamond tier mage weapon, and a rare grade item. Blessing of the Stars is an exclusive priest skill that can restore the health points of all designated targets. Lin Ye looked it over and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a diamond tier skill! This is truly a weapon of destruction." Outside, everyone was clamoring to see what Lin Ye had gotten. At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in the room. Ma Chao approached the city lord and whispered something in his ear. After listening, the city lord's expression suddenly turned serious. He frowned and asked, "So, what's the battle situation in the Abyss Demon Realm now?" Ma Chao quickly replied, "We're about to win. We've already fought our way to the Abyss Palace. Today is the best opportunity to eliminate the Abyss Master. They are all certain to die today." Hearing this, the city lord's brow unfurrowed. He said with satisfaction, "That's good, but I can't help but feel it's a bit too easy. It's best to remain cautious. These Abyss demons will stop at nothing to commit evil." While the two were talking, Lin Ye's group of 3 emerged from the dungeon. The crowd cheered Lin Ye's name relentlessly. Lin Ye glanced around, then furrowed his brow. "So, we're already in the shelter? It seems the Professionals Alliance's plan is proceeding as expected. I wonder which stage they're at now." With that thought, Lin Ye glanced over and saw the city lord in the distance. He narrowed his eyes at him, and they both nodded to each other. But Lin Ye still felt that something was wrong, as if he had missed something. Over here, Su Mu saw her parents as soon as she came out and eagerly waved to them. They both smiled back at her. Lin Ye was still lost in his own thoughts. If we could just wipe out the Abyss forces and uproot them in one go, that would be perfect. Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. A strange phenomenon occurred, causing everyone to panic. Demonic beasts had appeared out of nowhere and began attacking people. Lin Ye's expression immediately darkened. They were demonic tide creatures. The city lord was also quite alarmed, muttering in disbelief, "How did they get in?" In just an instant, terrified screams echoed endlessly throughout the shelter. The city lord quickly ordered everyone to fall back. Ma Chao, on the other hand, rushed forward, using his communication device to request backup, reporting a demonic tide inside the shelter, suspecting it was teleported in by a traitor, and requesting immediate backup. However, there was no response from the other side, causing him to shout in frustration, "Backup, now!" Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly flew out, his eyes sharpening as he activated the plunder skill. Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck the monster's body, causing the person in its grasp to fall. Only then did Lin Ye retract his hand. But he felt something wasn't right. The strength of the city guard team stationed outside is not weak at all. Ma Chao had already returned easily to report to the city lord, not to mention the arrangements made by the Alliance's high command. These demonic tide creatures could only have been temporarily summoned by a traitor inside. More and more demonic beasts appeared, popping up in every corner of the shelter. They frantically attacked everyone. Seeing the situation was dire, the city lord quickly commanded, "Hurry! All professionals present, draw your weapons, and protect the students." Immediately, all the professionals began to take action. They coordinated with each other to eliminate the demonic beasts, but their numbers were too great, and some still slipped through the cracks. One lunged towards an area unguarded by professionals. Seeing this, Ma Chao immediately shouted, "City Lord!" The city lord quickly moved to stand in front of that group of people. He spoke reassuringly, "Everyone, don't panic. The flames of the winged dragon only harm abyss creatures." As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord summoned a deathly flame that engulfed the group of monsters. But it was like a drop in the ocean. As soon as one was destroyed, another group appeared. Ma Chao scowled fiercely. "Is it a summoning item? Where on earth is the traitor hiding?" On the other side, Su Mu was also helping to protect everyone. She summoned the Queen of Tears and then suggested, "Leave this area to me, Bai Ji, and Xiao Mu Mu." Paying attention to where the demon tide might appear, Lin Ye, with his combat prowess, was certainly not idle. He continuously took down the monsters that appeared, wondering what he should do now. Should he organize everyone to leave the shelter first, or prioritize catching the spy. The spy must still be here, as the shelter is located in the inner city. Unlike the main hall, the outside is heavily guarded, making escape basically impossible. But if the spy isn't caught, the demon tide won't stop. Just then, someone burst through the door from outside, shouting in a panic, "This is bad! A demon tide has also appeared in the inner city and at the shelter's ground level. We're dispatching squads to surround and eliminate them. All professionals are to engage in emergency combat." The city lord immediately frowned upon hearing this and aggressively questioned, "Wang Ma Chao, why are the inner city guards so slow? And where are the professionals around the shelter?" Before Ma Chao could answer, another professional spoke up. "Multiple demon tide portals have appeared around the shelter in the inner city. Not only that, but the number of demon tide creatures on the streets has far exceeded our expectations. The monsters from these portals are not low level, and the guards are short on manpower, so they can't provide reinforcements." Lin Ye, hearing this from a distance, felt a growing sense of unease. If this continues, the demon tides from outside and inside the city will merge and pincer them. They would trap everyone here until they're completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Su Mu had just made a discovery and quickly spoke up. "I've discovered my attacks are effective against these armored worms." Bai Ji nodded slightly and replied, "So they must all have low magic resistance." Immediately after, Su Mu ran over to Lin Ye and asked, "Do you still have enough mana?" Lin Ye casually replied, "I'm fine for now." She was being mindful of her mana consumption so little Moo could attack more. Even so, if these demon tide creatures keep pouring out endlessly, everyone here will need a large supply of recovery items. Fortunately, besides him, Su Mu, and Bai Zi, there was also the city lord, observers from prestigious academies, and a few professionals among the audience. With that thought, Lin Ye ran to the city lord's side and said, "City lord, the demon tide creatures here are around level 10 to 20. I suspect higher level portals have appeared elsewhere." He continued, "They have low magic resistance but high physical defense, with the difference being at least double. We can have all the mage class students provide support from a safe distance." Hearing this, the city lord looked at the crowd and commanded, "All students of the mage class, you heard him. Be brave and contribute your strength." As soon as he said that, the mages immediately began to assist. Meanwhile, Lin Ye wasn't idle either. He used Blessing of the Constellations. Then he unleashed a wide slash with immense power, burying a horde of monsters under a wave of magic. Witnessing this, the others immediately exclaimed in awe, "Boss Lin Ye is incredible. That's the new diamond-level skill that just dropped from the dungeon. I can't believe it has a debuff and damage effect on the monsters." Over here, a female student suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "We can follow Big Brother Lin Ye's lead and contribute too." She then led the others in helping the professionals recover health and mana. Lin Ye thought that if this tactic wasn't enough to hold out until reinforcements arrived, and they reached their limit without finding the source to stop the demon tide, everyone here would die. So, he turned to the city lord and asked, "City lord, how many days' worth of supplies does the shelter have?" The city lord quickly replied, "The shelter was only activated temporarily. The supplies have to be transported in by the guards." Lin Ye's frown deepened upon hearing this. The situation was worse than he thought. Most of the elite forces were already participating in the campaign to suppress the Abyss forces. This meant both the inner and outer city were severely short-staffed. As he thought of this, he suddenly realized something and exclaimed in alarm, "Wait, something's wrong. We've been played. This is a diversion tactic." Just as Lin Ye finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. "Calm down," the person said, reaching out to touch him. Lin Ye was extremely frustrated and, annoyed by the interruption, snapped, "Back off, don't bother me right now." However, the person was Guanyan. He smiled and said, "Lin Ye, it's me. I know what you're thinking." Seeing Guanyan, Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here?" Guanyan smiled, removing his cloak, and explained casually, "I didn't get a chance to explain the plan to you, did I? I've been secretly watching your performance this whole time. You're really strong, which is why I'm so sure we need to cooperate." He believed they could definitely break through the encirclement, wipe out these demonic tide monsters, and find their source. After hearing this, Lin Ye hesitated and asked, "Are you sure? How long will it take? If this drags on for too long, there could be casualties here." With a soft chuckle, Guanyan spoke confidently, "Then let me show you my talent." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his skill. Lin Ye immediately received a type of power from him. Guanyan explained with a slight smile, "This is my awakened talent, Soul Link. It can transfer my soul into your body for 1 hour, but of course, that's not its only function." Lin Ye frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "What's the cost? What are the side effects? Will it affect me in any way? An awakened talent like this has to be at least legendary grade, so I see why you'd think there are side effects." Guanyan waved his hand and said with a laugh, "Don't worry, the side effects of this talent only affect me, and after using it, I'll be unconscious for a week, so you have to protect this fragile, delicate me." But before he could even finish, Lin Ye had already grabbed his hand and pulled him along. He said urgently, "Then let's hurry, you lead the way." The two of them ran off just like that, and before long, they saw a monster. Guanyan exclaimed in surprise, "It's a sticker man! Don't let it shoot its slime!" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ye charged forward with his blade and eliminated the Stickerman monster in a single strike, and his blade began to absorb the remaining soul. Its quality instantly increased, and all of its stats rose sharply. Immediately after, Lin Ye and Guanyan continued to run. While running, Lin Ye asked, "Do you already know who it is?" As soon as he spoke, he swung his blade again, taking down a group of demonic beasts. Guanyan nodded slightly and replied, "Of course I do. There's always hidden surveillance here. For them to dare to perform the summoning in the surveillance room, I don't know if they're smart or just stupid. After all, the surveillance room has security cameras." At the same time, outside Jiangcheng City, demonic beasts were frantically attacking the city, but two figures were trying their best to eliminate them. One of them was Huang Xiaofeng, who cursed aggressively. "These trashy abyssal monsters, these trashy, corrupted ones, you useless scum, I'll kill you all." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword down, tearing the demonic beasts' bodies apart. While fighting, Huang Xiaofeng recalled his earlier predicament. He cursed furiously. "How dare you come after me? What a waste of this young master's time, and you even made this young master look so pathetic. Stop following me!" The last sentence was directed at the person behind him, the Dark Knight. Hearing Huang Xiaofeng's words, he immediately spoke up. "Huang Xiaofeng, I really can't follow you any further. You'll have to go the rest of the way on your own. I have another mission to complete." With that, the Dark Knight pointed at Huang Xiaofeng's hand and instructed, "Remember, you won't be attacked by the creatures of the demonic tide now, but you will be seen as one of the corrupted by other professionals." Hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng fearfully pulled his hand back. The Dark Knight continued to instruct, "If you run into them, it's best to immediately lower your weapon and surrender, or find a place to hide first. Wait until the demonic tide invasion is over, then come out, hand over the mark of the abyss, and explain everything clearly to them." After hearing this, Huang Xiaofeng snorted in dissatisfaction. "Stupid, isn't there a cooler option?" The Dark Knight shook his head and replied, "No, I have other missions to attend to. I'll be going now." But before he could leave, a seductive vixen's voice rang out, "Oh, so you really are here?" Yan Gui was also behind her, questioning in a cold voice, "Dark Knight, what is the meaning of this? Are you betraying us?" The Dark Knight didn't back down, replying indifferently, "I've always been a mole for the spider. In fact, it's not too late for you to turn back now." Hearing these words, Yan Gui immediately flew into a rage, shouting, "Go to hell! I'll end your life, you traitor to the abyss." With that, he lunged forward to attack. The Dark Knight casually dodged while still trying to persuade him. "Have you never thought about it? You were originally human too." With a soft snort, Yan Gui said coldly, "Human? Then what do they see me as? Isn't that damn thing just random? On what grounds could I not obtain a talent like that?" The Dark Knight spoke faintly. "Your original wish wasn't wrong, but no matter what, you can't rely on the abyss to get ahead." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by Yan Gui and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other side, the vixen walked over to Huang Xiaofeng. She smirked and said, "Hey, handsome, we meet again." Xiaofeng heard this and shouted in annoyance, "Get lost! You look like a rat!" These words enraged Fox. She gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you say?" Immediately after, Fox rushed over, grabbed Xiaofeng's arm, then twisted it and pinned him against the wall. She snorted coldly. "Still trying to run? With the power gap between us, do you really think you can escape?" Xiaofeng swung his arm, trying to fight back, but he was still blocked by Fox. She laughed mockingly, "So all you have is a foul mouth, little brother." Xiaofeng was once again pressed against the wall by Fox, but he stubbornly cursed back, "You worthless fallen one. My mouth is as foul as the trashy power you use." Then he told Fox to take off her ugly makeup, saying it wasn't even up to standard, which really hit a sore spot. And just like that, a cord immediately appeared on Xiaofeng's body. It tightened around his neck, choking him, and he cursed inwardly, "Is this B times ch for real? Aren't they not allowed to kill me?" Fox was furious. Suddenly, her hands stopped, and Smoke Demon's telepathic voice echoed in her ear. Don't forget the mission our master gave us. This brat is deliberately provoking you. Xiaofeng's potential as a fallen one is even higher than Mai Cao's previous assessment. He could even become a 1 in a million king of the fallen. They had to bring him back intact. Then they would brainwash him into Tong Yuan's trump card. Hearing this, Fox's eyes widened, and only then did she let go. She pouted and replied, "As if you didn't get your defense broken by Black Fist." Smoke Demon immediately retorted, "Cut the crap and come help me." This ungrateful traitor was hiding his true strength. Fox pouted slightly and replied, all right, I'm coming." But at that moment, a cloud of smoke suddenly rushed in, catching Fox off guard, and Black Fist appeared along with it. A punch landed squarely on Fox. Black Fist didn't stop, continuing his assault. A barrage of punches rained down on Fox. She quickly fell into a critically injured state, and all her stats dropped. Seeing this, Smoke Demon's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? They were all clearly level 3 fallen ones. Immediately after, he shouted in frustration, "Don't even think about escaping. Just die for me." As he finished speaking, both of them charged forward together. Black Fist sighed helplessly. "It's useless. Even if you two transform, you're no match for me at all. Besides, you, Fox, are actually strengthening me right now." As soon as these words were spoken, Fox's eyes widened in shock, only to see Black Fist's entire body suddenly enveloped in a powerful aura, startling both her and Smoke Demon. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted in front of them, forcing Fox and Smoke Demon to reveal their true forms. Fox wailed incessantly, "It hurts so much. My skin, my face." Black Fist spoke coldly, "For old time's sake. I was going to give you a chance, but you're still deluded at this point, so there's no other way." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward like the wind and punched Fox's body. He snorted coldly, "I hope you choose to be human in your next life. See you around." Immediately after, Black Fist threw another punch, causing Fox to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. But Black Fist didn't stop. A powerful palm imprint appeared behind him, with a loud bang. It struck Fox's body. Just like that, she lost all signs of life. Having eliminated one, Black Fist looked for the other. But there was no one left in front of him. Smoke Demon had already tucked tail and run. He could only apologize to Fox. As long as there's life, there's hope. But how could Black Fist give him that chance? He quickly blocked Smoke Demon's path and snorted coldly, "You're not getting away." The junkie saw that he couldn't escape anymore. Smoke Demon quickly transformed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't push me too far." Immediately after, Smoke Demon transformed into a beast and charged forward, swinging his sharp claws at Black Fist's face. But Black Fist just stood there calmly, showing no sign of moving. Then in a flash, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Smoke Demon, and then Black Fist slammed a punch into his stomach. Moreover, he even used a critical hit in his fist. Smoke Demon's body immediately exploded. In the end, only Black Fist and the unconscious Xiaofeng were left. Black Fist glanced at Xiaofeng and sighed helplessly. This kid really has some screws loose. There's no way he's just being a brat. But with no other choice, Black Fist had to hoist Xiaofeng onto his shoulder, toss him somewhere safe first. Just then, the sky suddenly split open, and a voice echoed from it, "Black Fist, where are you now?" Black Fist's movements immediately froze. He replied in a low voice, "Outside the north gate of Jiangcheng." Escorting Huang Xiaofeng back to the city, he was knocked unconscious by the pursuing fallen ones and is temporarily incapacitated. He also reported that the fallen ones who were chasing him, Fox and Medical Ghoul, who were once on his team, have been eliminated. The person on the other end replied with satisfaction, "Good, but the plan has changed. You don't need to take him back to Jiangcheng anymore. Bring him directly to me." Black Fist exclaimed in surprise, "You mean for him to join us? But this kid is just a student who has never undergone systematic training. Making him an undercover agent is no different than sending him to his death, is it?" His superior spoke coldly. "I've just received news. Huang Xiaofeng's talent for corruption far exceeds the evaluation of the abyss demon Mai Cao. His talent could allow him to become a king of the fallen." Hearing this, Black Fist's eyes widened in shock, but his superior continued, "He will undoubtedly receive greater attention and importance, entering the highest authority areas within the abyss realm." Furthermore, Xiaofeng himself rejected the abyss demon's temptation with his tenacious will, and that is the key to everything. This guarantees that he will never truly fall. As such, Xiaofeng can even approach and eliminate beings of a higher level than the king of the abyss, namely the Emperor of the Abyss, thereby ending the war between humanity and the forces of the Abyss. A fallen one with such talent has not appeared in the Great Abyss realm for a very long time. He has confirmed with the Alliance as well as with Tian Qi, Xiaofeng's father, and everyone is in agreement with this decision. After speaking, Black Fist's superior added, "You don't need to worry about other matters. I can grant him the power of the Abyss while ensuring he is not corrupted by it." Black Fist frowned slightly and hesitated. But what if he himself is unwilling and only wants to remain human? In fact, this kid is always talking about someone named Lin Ye. If he has the power of the Abyss, Xiaofeng will no longer have a chance for a fair fight with him. Black Fist's superior said nonchalantly, "I have my own ways for this. Address the root of the problem, and there's no worry he won't agree. You also don't need to be fooled by his terrible personality." Xiaofeng has such strong faith yet did not fall. His true potential is not something that ordinary professionals or abyss demons can assess. According to Tian Qi, Xiaofeng suffered some kind of external shock when he was a child. Lin Ye also saw Huang Xiaofeng's true abilities and nature, which is why he didn't fight seriously. Xiaofeng's ability can easily kill abyss demons, but because of that, his extreme personality makes him see Lin Ye as an obsession and a goal. Although these two super geniuses clash, they cannot become teammates, but they can cooperate from different directions, maximizing their strength. Therefore, the superior instructed on other matters, "Wait until you bring Xiaofeng back, and I will tell you everything one by one." Black Fist nodded slightly and replied, "Disciple understands. I will bring Huang Xiaofeng back immediately." At this point, Black Fist suddenly remembered something and hurriedly reported, "Oh, right. I heard there was some trouble in Jiangcheng." But before he could finish, his superior cut him off. "Indeed, some unexpected things have happened, and there's nothing I can do to help." With that, he sat up and spoke calmly. But luckily, that person named Lin Ye was there, and the situation was completely reversed. Over at the hidden spell cellar, Lin Ye's steps grew increasingly steady. Wherever he passed, all the beasts fell. Lin Ye glanced at the gate in front of him and snorted coldly. "Interesting. These things clearly have no consciousness, but on the contrary, they seem to be very afraid of me. A teleportation gate this large, yet not a single demonic beast is coming out. Could it be because the Alliance's professionals have already killed the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Demon controlling them?" Hearing this, Guanyan slowly opened his mouth. "That's right. This horde are all followers of the Abyss Demon, their bodies enhanced by the power of the Abyss. They can telepathically communicate from a distance with the others in the Abyss realm. A moment ago, they were brave and fearless of death, not because they truly wanted to throw their lives away, but because the Abyss Demon was constantly forcing them to charge. The commander is dead, so they're just driven by fear and won't dare to cause any more trouble," Guanyan said as he tied up the spies. "I just don't know how these idiots managed to get themselves into this mess. Fallen ones don't just pass out from escaping the Abyss's watch, do they?" He quickly finished tying up the three of them and dusted off his hands. Guanyan smirked and said, "Well, that doesn't matter anyway. What's important is that none of these guys can escape. They all have to face a strict sentence." Lin Ye glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "What should we do with this scroll? It seems to be a summoning item, and I can't seem to destroy it with my abilities." Hearing this, Guanyan frowned and muttered, "Can't be destroyed? This is a bit tricky." Lin Ye nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. Not only can it not be destroyed, it's not even scratched." While the two were talking, a horde of demonic beasts fell from out of nowhere, leaving the two of them stunned, but upon seeing Lin Ye, they trembled in fear. Lin Ye couldn't help but frown in confusion. Are these even demonic tide creatures anymore? Perfect. I'll just deal with all of them at once. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his blade and activated an attack skill. The horde of demonic beasts was buried in a sea of blood. Seeing this, Guanyan asked doubtfully, "Lin Ye, you're not going to drown those fallen ones, are you? We still need them as living witnesses." Lin Ye shook his head and replied, "Don't worry, my attacks only target the demonic tide creatures." Then, he activated the Blessing of the Stars skill. In an instant, the demonic beasts were slain by the light from his blade. Guanyan, watching from the side, couldn't help but marvel, this guy is unreal. In just a moment, he can deal damage, apply debuffs, control enemies, give buffs, and even heal. The blade in Lin Ye's hand absorbed the remaining souls of the demonic beasts. He spoke coolly, "This path is almost cleared. The most important thing next is," but then he noticed Guanyan was spacing out. Lin Ye called his name, and he snapped back to reality. "It's nothing, please continue." He didn't think much of it and went on. The most important thing now is to close the teleportation gate for good, but we can't destroy the summoning scroll. But Lin Ye guessed it was connected to this main teleportation gate. If he couldn't destroy the summoning item directly, then he would destroy the gate instead. Right after, he raised his blade and activated his destruction state. In an instant, Lin Ye relentlessly attacked the gate, but he didn't stop there. He reactivated his blade's destruction state and stabbed it forcefully into the gate. The full power of the abyss was being sucked into Lin Ye's blade, causing the ground to tremble violently. Everyone outside was immediately startled and panicked. The city lord quickly reassured them, "Everyone, don't panic. The shelter room has been specially reinforced. It won't collapse easily. I am here." As he finished speaking, he created a shield to protect everyone. Ma Chao, standing in the crowd, frowned silently. Could this be coming from Lin Ye's location? Just as he suspected, the gate where Lin Ye was located was emitting a continuous, ear-piercing scream. Guanyan couldn't help but mutter in astonishment, "Can a teleportation gate make a human sound? Honestly, this is a first for me." Lin Ye paid it no mind, simply keeping his blade firmly embedded in the gate, ignoring its screams. At the same time, he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Guanyan stared at Lin Ye in confusion, so he slowly explained, "These are the earplugs Su Mu gave me before. Perfect timing to use them." Before long, the scroll from earlier suddenly began to tremble. Guanyan immediately shouted, "The summoning item is reacting." Right after that, a panicked voice echoed from the scroll, "I'll close it, I'll close it. Just spare me." In an instant, it vanished. Lin Ye frowned and muttered, "It escaped." The moment he spoke, the scroll began to tear and then exploded right in front of Lin Ye and Guanyan. Lin Ye was silent for a moment before muttering, "Is it over?" Guanyan nodded slightly and replied, "It's over. There shouldn't be any new demonic tides now." The tables had completely turned. Everyone had regained the upper hand. Inside the city, the gates also began to close. Seeing this, a professional immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, the teleportation gates are starting to close. Let's round up these remaining minions." But before they could act, their eyes suddenly widened in horror. Strange, jellyfish-like objects suddenly appeared in the sky, bestowing a blessing upon them. This was the Oath of the Sea Moon, cast by Lin Ye. It could heal everyone. In just a flash, all the professionals in Jiangcheng had their health points restored. This sight left them astonished, and with faces full of disbelief, they exclaimed, "Is this the new batch of top students?" A wide area buff, casting once every half second, it directly buffed the professionals to full health. But it wasn't just Lin Ye. Guanyan was also helping from behind. As the two of them drew closer, everyone below recognized Lin Ye. They started shouting excitedly, "That's Lin Ye, the famous attack-type priest." Lin Ye paid no mind to their reactions. He continuously muttered an incantation, "O wondrous stars, bless the constellations." Right after, a dazzling light appeared in the sky over Jiangcheng. After Shanling Yue absorbed the summoned entity from behind that door, its power increased by a level. Although Lin Ye used it as an active skill, it activated an automatic purification function, releasing the Sea Moon Vow skill over a wide area and covering the entire inner city. It caused the professional's health to regenerate rapidly. The city lord and his men were equally astonished when they saw this. Ma Chao exclaimed joyfully, "The healing range covers the entire inner city. This is truly a godsend, exactly what we needed." While everyone was still wondering who was doing this, they saw Lin Ye. His solitary figure in the sky was simply too dazzling. Su Mu stared, completely captivated. Her eyes were filled with admiration. In just a moment, everyone's wounds started to heal. Everyone was overjoyed, and the air was filled with excited cheers. "Me too. The pain in my stomach and legs is gone. I could fight those dimensional magic creatures for another 300 rounds. Su Mu glanced happily at Baiji. She smiled happily and said, "This is amazing. We've won." Then, the city lord led his people out. Upon seeing them, the professionals erupted in cheers. Only Lin Ye wasn't idle. He changed the form of Shanling Ye once again, then continued to relentlessly slay demonic beasts. Seeing this, Ma Chao hurriedly shouted, "Brother Lin Ye, let me help you." But the city lord stopped him. "Hold on. Can't you see his weapon is growing longer?" Ma Chao was taken aback and muttered in confusion, "His blade is absorbing the power of the abyss." In reality, Lin Ye's Shanling Yue was slaying demonic beasts, then accumulating and absorbing their energy. The city lord watched for a moment before realizing, and said with pursed lips, "No, it's purifying itself while absorbing the remnant souls of its enemies to increase its level and quality." Just then, Lin Ye let go of the blade. Lin Ye successfully completed its absorption and upgraded its quality. It gained a new form, the protective form, and a new skill called True Heaven Myriad Images, which can inflict massive magic damage on enemies within its protective range. There was another skill, the Jade Curtain Shield, which enveloped allies. Su Mu and Bai Ji were now protected by it. The city lord couldn't help but marvel to himself that Lin Ye alone had changed the standing of an entire profession. In the future, the younger generation will value priests more and more. At the same time, outside the city, Jiangcheng's main forces had returned and were taking care of the rest. In just a short amount of time, the entire outer city area was secured, and the signal tower was reactivated. After hearing the report, Tianqi asked with suspicion, "What is the situation in the inner city?" The person on the other end immediately replied, reporting, "The First Legion has taken over the defense of the central city walls and has started clearing the central area, while the Second Legion is assessing the losses in the shelters." Tianqi frowned in silence after hearing the report. They had considered everything, but they never thought a group of stragglers would sneak inside. How did they manage to infiltrate the student group? Furthermore, they had also underestimated the severity of the potential demonic tide. Why hadn't anyone noticed? The area outside the city is huge. Plus, there were numerous demonic tide portals, which made the situation even more critical. The number of remaining professionals was dwindling. Even the original exam site was almost completely destroyed. They had to abandon their observation post to provide timely reinforcements to the outer city. Although no civilians died, many were seriously injured and would need long-term treatment. As for inside the city, there was Lin Ye, Guanyan, and also the city lord. Tianqi hoped his judgment was correct. After all, who on earth made the decision to send the majority of the main force to surround the lair in the first place? He suddenly couldn't remember. Just then, someone ran in from outside to report, "Sir, the communication and surveillance equipment has been restored." He said it's been confirmed that there were no deaths and no one was seriously injured inside the city. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to whisper amongst themselves. Someone remarked emotionally, "Don't we still have the city lord and Shangguanyan? Besides, the enemies were just a bunch of insectoids." Hearing this, Tianqi immediately pursed his lips. After a long moment, he retorted coldly, "No. If Lin Ye hadn't been there, it would have been impossible for no one to get hurt." Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, two figures quietly appeared. They were hidden in white cloaks, making it impossible to tell which faction they belonged to. All the creatures from the demon tide inside and outside the city had been eliminated. The source of the demon tide had also been cleared out. The city began its post-disaster recovery work in an orderly fashion. All the participating teachers, students, parents, and professionals were taken to a separate waiting area for examination and treatment. Fortunately, everyone's examination results showed they were all healthy with no lasting effects, and they even received advanced healing care free of charge. The person most severely affected was Guanyan. The side effects of the Soul Link had caused him to fall into a coma, and he was taken back to the Spirit Fate sect by his people. The spy was also handed over to a specialist from the Alliance for processing. Furthermore, they used them as a lead to conduct a thorough investigation and found the fallen ones who had unleashed the demon tide, catching them all in one fell swoop, and punished them severely. The lack of protective forces in the inner city and shelters had led to the deaths of nearly 10,000 people. Some officials responsible for the city's protection were also implicated and dismissed for negligence. But all of this left Lin Ye feeling that there were still major unresolved issues. According to the principal, the Alliance already knew about the spy's plan and had even prepared a counterattack. That's why the inner city and the examination area were supposed to be heavily guarded. Lin Ye also asked Guanyan why the Alliance decided to send the entire main force to attack the Abyss. But Guanyan didn't seem to remember clearly, furrowing his brow and muttering, "I didn't go to attack the Abyss, did I? I was in the central control room at the time, and I rushed over as soon as I realized something was wrong." After hearing this, Lin Ye thought the side effect of his talent was a drop in IQ. However, very quickly after that, Guanyan remembered something and exclaimed in surprise, "I remember now. At that time, we were certain we could annihilate the forces of the Abyss with a single move. That's why I mobilized all the main support forces in the city." Lin Ye shook his head and retorted, "That's not right. I feel like something is still wrong, as if everyone suffered from collective amnesia, losing a shared memory." Hearing this, Guanyan's eyes widened in shock. Lin Ye paid him no mind and continued, "Even so, even if everyone lost their composure and carelessly forgot about defense, there's no way you would have moved the entire main force. Are you guys idiots? Many members of the elite encirclement and suppression team had returned to the city to resume security duties after taking out the key target, but then they were suddenly ordered to join the attack on the abyss, and not a single person objected. That's why Lin Ye believed that no one would do such a thing unless they were idiots. Guan Yan heard this and felt it made sense, nodding in agreement. That's right. We all forgot the original orders and defense plans. This is truly bizarre. If someone could really control their thoughts, that ability would be powerful enough to destroy both this city and the forces of the Abyss at will. So why go through so much trouble just to have both them and the Abyss suffer devastating losses? Hearing this, Lin Ye smirked, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Then that proves he doesn't want us to be like that heaven-defying one." Meanwhile, in the office of the city lord of Jiangcheng, he glanced at the people around him and spoke. Our original plan clearly stated that after confirmation, we would dispatch several protection teams to fully secure the area, and we also had to account for the possibility that the Abyss demons would plant fallen ones among the ordinary citizens. Tianqi nodded slightly and replied, "That's right, there's a considerable number of these people, a motley crew with mixed backgrounds. Although their strength isn't high, many of them still haven't received the power of the Abyss. Because their physical bodies have almost no abilities and they usually don't participate in any activities, the tasks they perform are limited to one-way communication with the Abyss demons, making it very difficult to gather evidence." The city lord spoke up in agreement. "That's right. Facing the instability caused by these low-level corrupted ones, we also arranged countermeasures and drew up defense plans from the very beginning, but none of them ever followed through with the plan." Hearing this, Tianqi immediately realized something. He muttered in a panic, "So that means there are still high-level corrupted ones hiding among us, and now our memories have been wiped clean. But if his identity hadn't been discovered, then why didn't he warn the Abyss forces to retreat sooner? Why did he just watch his master get beheaded, unless the Abyss forces are in the middle of a civil war?" The city lord frowned and fell silent upon hearing this. After a long while, he finally spoke. "There's another possibility. Their initial target was the Abyss King. Could it be that an Abyss King from another region wants to plunder Jiangcheng?" At this point, he suddenly stopped, then hurriedly suggested, "Tianqi, contact the professional alliances in the other cities immediately. These people might be even harder to deal with than the Abyss demons. They must have other goals and conspiracies. To find out who they were, they needed to identify the methods and items used to erase memories." The city lord also ordered the relevant personnel to re-examine everything. In a corner of Jiangcheng City, two people in white seemed to have learned something. One of them pouted and said with a smile, "Oh my, our actions have been discovered." The other person didn't seem to care, scoffing, "It's no big deal. We did everything so openly that it's only natural we were found out. Besides, we've already obtained Lin Ye's combat data." At this, the man continued with a smug laugh, "I have to say, this kid's talent and strength are truly extraordinary. No wonder he could defeat the Dark Knight without a scratch and even gain its recognition." The woman beside him frowned and asked, "Have you taken a liking to this human child? Aren't you afraid those Abyss demons will destroy this human prodigy?" The man shrugged indifferently, pouting as he replied, "What's there to be afraid of? Our plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain didn't pose any real danger to him. It was just a tool to test his strength." Just then, a light suddenly flashed in front of them. The man raised an eyebrow and muttered, "It's here." In the blink of an eye, the scene of Lin Ye's trio clearing the dungeon appeared, the entire process recorded. After watching Lin Ye fight for a while, the woman couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "It seems you were right. There's never been anyone like him before. His strength is transcendent." Hearing this, the man snorted in dissatisfaction. "Weren't you the one just urging me to leave?" But at that moment, the woman suddenly cried out in alarm, "No way! What is this?" Seeing her reaction, the man turned back to look, puzzled, and saw the Queen of Tears and the Great Guardian Tree. The woman exclaimed in shock, "This isn't something you can just summon with a simple summoning item. What in the world?" Even the Queen of Annihilation, who created the beguiling Descender, was drawn here. The man was equally stunned, muttering in disbelief, "No way? Could we have been mistaken?" But very soon after, they saw Sumu's ability and discovered that the Queen of Tears was her talent. They began to wonder what kind of background Sumu had to be able to do something like that. After a moment, the man angrily clenched his fist so hard it began to bleed. They had clearly been wrong from the very start. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." The prophecy from the third umbilical cord wasn't about Lin Ye defeating the cursed Dark Knight unscathed. It was about this human girl. Sumu is the chosen one they were actually looking for. Elsewhere, Sumu, who was perfectly fine, suddenly sneezed, wondering who was talking smack about her. Lin Ye, who was beside her, was a bit startled, but his attention quickly returned to his phone, because he received a notification for a 1 million yuan deposit, and Sumu got one too. She cheered happily. I got mine, you got one too. Baiji, beside them, also chimed in excitedly. This is a reward for those who contributed during the Demon Tide invasion. The Alliance really spared no expense this time. Not only the professionals, but also the ordinary citizens heavily affected by the invasion received relief subsidies. Just then, Lin Ye suddenly sighed helplessly, hearing that the final exam would be held in another month. This would be a huge challenge to the other students' physical and psychological recovery. As he was speaking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Lin Ye quickly went to open it, frowning as he asked, "Who is it?" The visitor was Tian Qi, who smiled and spoke. "The city lord is extremely busy, so he sent me here in his stead." With that, he handed a medal to Lin Ye. "You can also pick out some new equipment." Lin Ye glanced at the provided equipment. Seeing this, Tian Qi chuckled and said, "But I have a feeling that at this moment, you probably won't care for any of it." Lin Ye shook his head slightly and replied, "That's not entirely true. I'm actually planning to replace my boots and belt. The current self-healing boost seems a bit useless for me. The excitement belt has many superior attributes. To be honest, he only chose the excitement belt to rack up enough points for the final exam. However, Lin Ye considered replacing the swift boots because they could raise the upper limit of his power. After all, the permanent speed attribute couldn't get any higher. Whether it was the Dark Knight or the Guardian Treant, they all relied on Lin Ye's high attack speed to overwhelm the masses and become the invincible dungeon bosses in everyone's eyes. Without a sufficiently high attack speed, their combat effectiveness would drop by at least 50%, and challengers could defeat them with just a few waves of attrition attacks. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Ye finally made his choice. He chose the Flame Boots and the Living Heal skill book. The Flame Boots were a diamond grade item, currently only at level 10, but they could be upgraded to a maximum of level 20. Sumu frowned and muttered, "The Flame Boots raise your limits by a lot, but why did you choose Living Heal? It seems pretty average compared to other platinum grade skills." Lin Ye touched the book, and its description immediately appeared. It could release a wave of healing, restoring 500 health points each time, with a 10-second cooldown, and it could also be reversed. When reversed, it could make an opponent lose 800 health points in a single cast. After applying his talent skill, although it wasn't area of effect damage, it could deal higher single-target damage than the heal spell and Holy Light. The only requirement was that there had to be 2 or more enemies. Seeing them busy, Tian Qi quickly spoke up, "Well, you all should get some rest for a while. I still have to go find Shangguan Yan. That guy is trying to squeeze some money out of us for the sake of the Spirit Fortune sect." But just as he had taken a few steps, Lin Ye called him back. "Oh, right, please wait a moment." Tian Qi turned his head to look at him, puzzled. After a long hesitation, Lin Ye finally spoke. "Huang Xiaofeng, are you guys sure there's nothing wrong with him?" Tian Qi nodded calmly and replied nonchalantly, "Xiaofeng can't compare to you, but the boy has his own talents and destiny. If anything were to happen, I, Tian Qi, will bear the full responsibility." With that, he left. Sumu asked, a bit bewildered, "It seems Huang Xiaofeng really is missing. Do you know where he went?" "It's a secret," Lin Ye replied mysteriously, then patted Sumu's head and said, "All right, you all go get some rest. I still have something I need to do." Hearing this, Sumu hesitated and asked, "So we can't go together?" Baiji also nodded in agreement. "That's right, Captain, if you need us." But before she could finish speaking, Lin Ye cut her off coldly. "There's no need. This won't do you any good. This is a mission for me alone." What he was referring to was upgrading his reverse heaven and earth skill, the condition for which was for Lin Ye to single-handedly reach level 20 and use a teleportation skill to eliminate 10,000 creatures in a dungeon. A few days later, the school grounds were in an uproar. Teachers from other major academies had come to Jiangcheng's #1 academy. Their common goal was to find Lin Ye. After some effort, they found his room and knocked, but the person who opened the door was Sumu, and she spoke apologetically. "Lin Ye is in a dungeon right now. You can wait for him by the door." However, the person in front of her suddenly began to lecture her aggressively. "Although you all are special recruits that every university wants to snatch up, I have to be clear with you. Their future needs to be at one of the top 3 elite universities." To put it simply, she wanted Lin Ye's group of 3 to come to her university. Sumu was a bit bewildered by the sudden lecture. Seeing this, the lecturer sneered. "You still don't know? Your captain Lin Ye said he's going to the 10th ranked Tianqi University, because only Tianqi University is willing to make an exception. an exception to accept his remaining teammates along with him. She was so bitter because Lin Ye had previously rejected her invitation in order to bring both Sumu and Baiji, and Tianqi University was the only place that agreed to Lin Ye's request. After hearing the name Tianqi, the other female lecturer became even more dissatisfied. But Lin Ye didn't care about her. He calmly said, "University rankings hold no reference value for me. What I'm looking for is a school that suits me." After saying that, Lin Ye turned and left, ignoring the female lecturer who kept scolding him from behind. But she shamelessly tried to persuade him again, even warning that today was the last day of the recruitment period. She talked so much that Sumu found it a bit difficult to handle, but she eventually managed to get rid of them. Sumu closed the door and let out a sigh. "This Lin Ye guy, I know there's nothing wrong with your decision, but you can't just go around offending people like that." But Lin Ye hadn't replied to her messages for 2 days. He hadn't replied because he was busy clearing a dungeon. After meeting the conditions to upgrade, Lin Ye had been in here killing monsters. He had currently killed 1,500 of them, but that was still a bit far from his goal of 10,000. So, Lin Ye switched to another dungeon and continued his slaughter. Wherever he went, monsters fell before him. Before long, Lin Ye had killed 3,000. He then left the dungeon, thankful that the requirement wasn't to kill 10,000 bosses. But at this rate, he could probably kill the required number of monsters before the vacation ended. It's just that his leveling speed was a bit slower. However, Guanyan and Tianqi had already spoken to the principal of Tianqi University. The school had no shortage of dungeon resources, but the most important thing was that the academy was the most suitable school for them. The 10 major academies in the entire professional system were the cradles for producing top-tier professionals. Among them, students needed to be elites with outstanding talent and family resources. If Guanyan and Tianqi hadn't told Lin Ye, it's likely that even the 10th-ranked Tianqi University would have rejected his request for a fixed team. When all is said and done, you still need connections. This time, it could be considered a special connection. As Lin Ye was thinking, a hand suddenly touched his shoulder, startling him. But when he looked back, it was Sumu. She glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Lin Ye, I finally found the exit to your dungeon. And Bai Zi is here too," the young girl asked with concern. "Captain, how is your progress now?" Lin Ye casually replied, "It's fine. I'll have more than enough time to finish before the vacation ends. And we will definitely go to Tianqi University together. We'll still be a fixed team in the future, conquering dungeons together." Hearing this, Bai Ji exclaimed excitedly, "Okay, no problem." Sumu gripped Lin Ye's hand tightly and said, "Seriously, that's good then. Now that everything is planned out and you have more to do, you should get some rest." Lin Ye was a bit confused by her words. Sumu scolded angrily, "Were you so busy grinding in dungeons that you lost track of time? Our class's final exams are over, and our graduation trip is about to start. Do you want to go?" The graduation trip was a semi-recreational activity organized by the Professional Federation, with participants paying their own way. In the new era with the appearance of demonic tides, humans had created safe cities and territories to keep everyone inside, and people were not allowed to venture into the world outside the city on their own. Therefore, the area outside the city was synonymous with danger. After all, even after a demonic tide ends, some monsters would still slip through the cracks and roam the wild. This would lead to the appearance of small-scale demonic tides. However, the Alliance still conducted regular patrols and cleanups for each city and had outposts monitoring the wilderness 24/7. Nowadays, the areas outside the city have also developed tourism-like activities to strengthen social bonds. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ye nodded and said, "All right, I'll go. Practical experience is still very important." Hearing this, Sumu excitedly asked, "Why did you agree so easily?" Baizhi, on the other hand, smiled happily and said, "Awesome. Sister Mumu, I told you the captain would agree." A few days later, on the day of the graduation trip, a large crowd had gathered at the train station early in the morning. The station was filled with constant noise and chatter. Lin Ye, standing in a corner, complained, "Can someone explain to me why there are non-students sneaking in here?" The person he was talking about was Guanyan. He smiled and explained, "I'm old enough, you know. I'm also about to enroll at Tianqi University, so I wanted to get acquainted beforehand. Besides, I also want to join your permanent team." Hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes immediately widened in shock. Meanwhile, a dark figure hiding in the distance was secretly watching Lin Ye's group.